43-year-old Dustin Valencia of Cumming. He disappeared mid-last week after leaving home in his car. It was found near Lanier Shore. His kayak and paddle were later recovered from the lake by a dock worker. His body was found 51 feet underwater in a nearby cove. The sheriff's office says his death is still under investigation. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
A six-figure fraud scheme ends with a Johns Creek teenager in jail.
Authorities say William Chadwick Jones opened a business account at a Synovus Bank branch in Alpharetta and deposited several checks totaling nearly $550,000 using the mobile app. Police say Jones began moving money around quickly using wire transfers, Zelle deposits, and debit card purchases, and even using some of that cash to hire a criminal attorney in connection to another fraud case. And to top it all off, authorities tell Channel 2 Action News when the 19-year-old was arrested in Johns Creek, he was in a Porsche that he purchased with some of that fraudulent money as well. Michelle Wright, 95.5 WSB.
Now in Cobb County, the government there is changing its website to increase security. It's transitioning from cobbcounty.org to cobbcounty.gov.
Bad actors can often get in and spoof domains from other like we're .org right now or .com. They can spoof those domains. They can't do that with .gov.
And Ross Cavett with Cobb County says the transition will officially take place on June 2nd. The old address will remain accessible for a limited time. Former President Joe Biden revealing he's been diagnosed with prostate cancer and it has spread to his bones. He is currently in Wilmington and discussing treatment options with his family. Vice President J.D. Vance talking to reporters on Air Force Two after departing Italy. He said that he does not think that Mr. Biden was able to do a good job for the American people.
You can separate the desire for him to have the right health outcome with the recognition that whether it was doctors or whether there were staffers around the former president, I don't think he was able to do a good job for the American people.
And President Trump sent the former president well wishes, saying he wishes Biden a fast and successful recovery. The president extending an invitation to the Pope to visit the White House following Pope Leo's election. President Trump said that it was a great honor for the country, adding, quote, "I look forward to meeting him." You ever heard of glamping? It's glamorous camping, meaning that you have heating and air, some other things like bathrooms, even hot tubs and pools at some locations. Well, HGTV is ranking the best glamping experiences. And here in Georgia, they say that would be Pine Mountain RV Resort in Pine Mountain, Georgia. According to HGTV, Pine Mountain features 4 safari-inspired glamping tents in addition to RVs, campsites, cabins, cottages, and yurts. The luxury tents sleep 2 to 4 people, and they have in-suite bathrooms, covered private decks, and even Wi-Fi. And the number of travelers this Memorial Day weekend is expected to be record-breaking. AAA is forecasting 45 million Americans will hit the road between May 22nd and the 26th for the holiday weekend. That would break the previous record set back in 2005. More than 39 million people expected to travel by car. Meanwhile, over 3.5 million travelers are expected to get to their destination by flying. That's an almost 2% increase from last year. And if you are driving, it's going to cost you a little bit more. Metro Atlanta gas prices climbing again after a brief decline. AAA saying prices are up nearly 4 cents in a week's time for a gallon of regular unleaded as demand picks up ahead of Memorial Day weekend. Today's average $2.95 a gallon. That's still a few cents cheaper than a week ago and more than 40 cents lower than this time last year. Let's take a look at the markets. The Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P are all in the red here at noon. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams has a look at your roads.
We will be here in the traffic center to cover all of that holiday travel later on this week, Sabrina. But right now, we got some better news in DeKalb County. The earlier crash, it was in a few right lanes, I-20 eastbound past Wesley Chapel. That has cleared. Still a little slow leaving 285, but that will start to improve. About to clear up the crash downtown, 75-85 northbound, right around University Avenue. Stalled Big Rig in Smyrna, second left lane, 285 southbound, the outer loop at Paces Ferry. And now a crash, second left lane in Duluth, 85 southbound at Pleasant Hill Road, exit 104. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
And it's time now for Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta. Here's WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Mostly cloudy for today, warm and muggy, high 86. Scattered rain showers and thunderstorms rolling through. Lows tonight in the upper 60s to low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Scattered rain showers and thunderstorms late tomorrow afternoon into the evening hours. Then drying out on Wednesday as a cold front moves through. Partly cloudy, high 82. Cooling down to low 60s on Thursday morning. Thursday afternoon, partly cloudy, highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. And by Friday and Saturday, morning lows in the mid 50s, daytime highs in the mid 70s.
It is 79 degrees here in Midtown Atlanta. More news at 12:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Here we go, friends. It's the 5K Day Bonus Blitz. Your noon keyword is karma. K-A-R-M-A, karma. Enter the keyword karma into the WSB Radio app or at WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 12:30 p.m. to enter the keyword, win $1,000. Again, the keyword is karma, Karma, karma. Good luck.
Greetings, conversationalists. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States of America this fine Monday. The phone number, if you want to be on the program, 877-973-7425. Text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You can get the show notes, the live stream, the podcast, all the social media links. Well, obviously, we've got an obvious place we have to start today. The cover-up of Joe Biden. His team seems to do themselves no favors. First of all, let me say this out of the gate. You should pray for Joe Biden. So I was in church on Sunday, and actually our sermon was on Matthew 5 and love your neighbor and your enemy, pray for your enemies. And I've seen a number of people on the right online say, I'm not saying a kind word about that man after what he did. You can say whatever that you want to say about that and call me whatever you want. And I was like, well, I'll call you a pagan, not a Christian, because, the post-Christians are worse. The ones who say, well, I'm going to pray for Joe Biden, but I'm going to pray that he burns in hell. Those are the ones who call themselves Christians. They say they're praying for him, but they're going to find themselves actually in a hotter place than the pagans who just aren't going to pray for him. The ones who are praying against him, or they're setting the conditions, I'm going to pray for Joe Biden, but I'm only going to pray in this particular way, that he repents and recognizes all the terrible things. You're not actually doing what the commandment says. You got to pray for Joe Biden. The man has a serious, advanced, aggressive prostate cancer. And at his age, at 82, honestly, the best treatment is palliative care. That is, keep him comfortable, treat the symptoms. He's probably not long for the world. It is sad. A family is losing a husband and a father. Some of you will just want to wish him ill, and you shouldn't. If you identify yourself, if you say you're a Christian, you can't do that as much as you want to. That's a sin. At the same time, what the Democrats are doing, though, is say, well, now we can't have the discussion about the cover-up because, the man's got aggressive cancer. Out of respect for him, we should shut up the conversation. No, you people want to shut up the conversation because you don't want to be held accountable. The conversation is not actually about Joe Biden. It's about you people now saying we can't talk about it because you were the ones who covered up for a man who has dementia. In fact, the only honest person in this whole thing is Joe Biden, who told us in 2022 he had cancer.
And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? It had to put on their windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer. And why can't, for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation.
That's why I and so many of the people I grew up with have cancer. And a lot of people say, wait a second, Joe Biden just said he had cancer. Is this right? And the White House, no, he misspoke. The man was reading from the teleprompter. He went off the cuff for that moment, and he said he had cancer. And then the White House denied it. It sounds like Joe Biden's been the only truth teller in the White House. Because if his prostate cancer is the level at which he says it is, he didn't get it after he left the White House. The President of the United States is more covered by more doctors and more regularly checked on than any other person on planet Earth. And there's just no way. This is Zeke Emanuel, Rahm Emanuel's brother, the guy who helped come up with Obamacare, on MSNBC.
Zeke, you're an oncologist, obviously incredibly respected. You believe that it is likely, just for those just tuning in, you believe it is likely, if this prostate cancer has spread to the bone, that he could have had it for up to a decade, but certainly it's likely. Would it be fair to say it's likely to have had this for at least several years?
Oh, more than several years. You don't get prostate cancer.
So I just want to stop you. So this is not speculation. If you have prostate cancer that is spread to the bone, then he's most certainly, you were saying, had it when he was president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency in 2021. Yes, that I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
There isn't any disagreement about that. That's Zeke Emanuel, who's considered a healthcare expert and an oncologist, saying he probably had it at the beginning of his term. So that's how extensive the lie was from the Biden White House about the president's health. This is Dr. Gupta, not CNN's Dr. Gupta. This is the poor man's Dr. Gupta, the MSNBC version, talking about the same thing.
It is interesting to note that President Trump's, President Obama's, and President Bush II, in their most recent physicals, in their terms of office, obviously 2025 for President Trump, did comment on their PSA levels. And so they got screened while in office, and they commented on it. It's not easy to access the most recent ones from President Biden. You can read summary articles. I couldn't access it on the archive site on the White House just before I came on. But according to those that were able to, there is not a report of a PSA test on the most recent physical that was read out for President Biden's last year in office.
One more from Zeke Emanuel on this cover-up.
It is surprising he did not get this test, given the fact that the proclivity of presidential physicians is test more rather than less. And I think it's a little strange. We do know from the population, like I said, 7% of people diagnosed with prostate cancer get it diagnosed at the metastatic moment, when it's already metastatic. So it's not unusual that people can say, no, I don't want the test, or their doctor doesn't recommend it, or they don't get the test for one reason or another.
But not the President of the United States of America. Again, George Bush had the PSA test, Barack Obama, Donald Trump. Only Joe Biden? Only, really, at his age? Only Joe Biden? It boggles the mind. But you know how some people in the media are treating it? Listen to this conversation. This is Brian Stelter, who's one of the chief fluffers and apologists in this whole scandal on CNN.
That as one element of the timing here. And then you have, as you and Paul just acknowledged, this book coming out, one of the biggest political books in several years. Take out our colleague Jake Tapper for a second. This book, no matter where it was coming from, was going to be a very big blockbuster book. And it just so happens two of the best reporters in Washington, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, are the authors of it. It's already a bestseller based on the number of pre-orders. And so this book comes out in 2 days, but some of the excerpts have already come out, and it's reignited this debate in Washington and beyond within the Democratic Party about Biden, about whether he should have run for re-election at all. So it seems to me, Jessica, this debate doesn't end at all, but it is briefly put on pause as a result of today's news.
Briefly put on pause, except that's Brian Stelter after some reflection. And this is Brian Stelter. Just listen to this this morning on CNN, talking about the fallout of Joe Biden. I don't have the video on this one. I have the audio.
I'm seeing some prostate cancer survivors, people who have lived with this disease, who have been through this, expressing support, both condolences, but also support and cheering Biden on as he faces this. The timing, Jessica, is just extraordinary. We know from the statement from his personal spokesman that Biden learned of the diagnosis on Friday. Well, what was the biggest Biden story on Friday? It was the release of those audio excerpts from his conversations with Robert Hur back in 2023. This was the audio that Axios obtained, almost certainly from the Trump administration, showing memory lapses. And you heard a lot of people on Friday talking about that audio being hard to hear, even excruciating to hear. Biden showing his age on those audio tapes that had never been heard by the public until now. So on the day that story was breaking, Biden was facing this personal news. At least that's according to the statement from his personal spokesman.
At least according to only Brian Stelter, he and Oliver Darcy, the only two people who would treat this with a straight face. Really, even Zeke Emanuel on Morning Joe on MSNBC says this is not plausible. On Friday, the Robert Hur audio comes out, and it shows, it doesn't appear to validate concerns about Joe Biden's age and memory. It actually validates those concerns. It was painful and excruciating to hear. The man didn't know where he was. He didn't know. It wasn't that he didn't remember dates. He didn't remember basic facts. He didn't remember names. He got completely confused. He was combative like someone with Alzheimer's. And the media covered that up. The media participated in that. And, you know, this news about Biden actually gives the media a golden opportunity to attempt some level of redemption where they can pursue the cover-up of his health, because that's one thing they wouldn't have known. They didn't participate in it. They could obviously see his mental decline, and they chose to cover that up. They couldn't see his prostate, you hope. And there's no way they could have known. Therefore, they can say, we had nothing to do with this, and they cover this up. The President of the United States has had cancer and didn't go through treatment. He clearly didn't go through treatment. And he's been president. Why? Why? Here's the wild thing here for all of you Democrats listening, and I know you're listening. You can't help it yourself. You realize it was the Biden team and the journalists of America who got Donald Trump elected. I mean, yeah, it was the voters, but ultimately it was the Democrats. The indictments about Donald Trump drove up his popularity and consolidated the Republicans and allowed him to fundraise. The cover-up of Joe Biden kept Joe Biden into the race far longer than he should have stayed in the race. He then dragged his feet for 6 weeks before getting out and then handed it over to Kamala Harris, who both Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi were privately warning Democrats didn't have what it took to beat Trump. The Biden team, you should want the answers. Instead, it's remarkable the number of prominent Democrats say, oh, you have to pray for Joe Biden and stop asking questions. Don't ask questions. No questions allowed. Stop asking. How dare you, cool? You'll have this backfire on you. Being cruel to an 82-year-old with aggressive cancer. It's not being cruel to Joe Biden. We should pray for Joe Biden. But what did Jill Biden know and when did she know it? What did Hunter Biden know and when did he know it? What did the White House Chief of Staff know and when did he know it? What did the White House press secretary know and when did she know it? What did the congressional leadership know and when did they know it? What did Joe Biden's White House physician know and when did he know it? We should be asking these questions about all of these people. How dare they be allowed to get on television? As I said last week, you know and I know, any Republican who goes on television is demanded to account for was the 2020 election stolen and what do you think of January 6th? When are we going to see the Democrats go on television and say, what do you think about the Joe Biden cover-up? What about the cabinet secretaries who want to run for president? What about Pete Buttigieg? What about Kamala Harris? They can all say, we had no idea. Someone did, because someone knew not to get or release the PSA exam while Joe Biden was president. You're going to say he's a kind and honorable man? In contrast to Donald Trump, no, he lied. He lied, he covered up his condition, and he actually got Donald Trump reelected. You must ask these questions. The press has a golden opportunity to attempt some redemption without ever having to have accountability. And by the way, they should have accountability. They need the accountability, but this is their golden opportunity to be aggressive on this point to try to figure out how long did Joe Biden have the cancer? Why didn't he get the PSA test done? Where is Joe Biden's doctor asking questions? Where are the questions to be asked? There are lots of them, and the Democrats don't want to give any of them to you. This has been a profound cover-up. It went not just now we know to mental decline, but also his physical decline with cancer. And it is not a coincidence that they timed the announcement to come out when the Her report dropped. They knew it was going to get dropped. The moment Donald Trump got elected, they knew it was going to get dropped, and they timed the announcement of prostate cancer to suck all the oxygen out of the room. So you're not going to go revisit the Her tapes. It requires us to revisit the conversation with Robert Her that this timing, this announcement was clearly timed to try to get you to stop looking at.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
1221 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Travel advisory out of Sandy Springs into Cobb. A car fire cleanup blocks most of the 285 west ramps to I-75. Heavy delays back to Riverside Drive. And once you get past that, you also got to stall Big Rig 285 southbound, the outer loop Paces Ferry, exit 18 in the second left lane. And now we're crashing. Gwinnett's still there, second left lane, 85 southbound at Pleasant Hill Road. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off, and for UPS shipping, add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
Here we go, friends. It's the 5K Day Bonus Blitz. Your noon keyword is karma. K-A-R-M-A, karma. Enter the keyword karma into the WSB Radio app or at WSBradio.com/cash. You have until 12:30 p.m. to enter the keyword, win $1,000. Again, the keyword is karma. K-A-R-M-A, karma. Good luck.
You still want a new deck on your house, but you think you may have missed a deck building window? Well, you're wrong. Dave Baker here. At Ben Hill Renovations, deck building goes on year-round. Whether your existing deck is old, rotting, and unsafe, or you just want to upgrade your outdoor living space, now is the perfect time to get the ball rolling. Check out their new website at bhrenovations.com. Better yet, go to their showroom, speak with the designer, and see all that they have to offer up close. Ben Hill Renovations, creating raving fans since 1964.
This is Scott Slade, updating my health story. I get a checkup every year, and last autumn, my primary care physician was troubled by a suspicious number in my lab work. Well, that led to a diagnosis early enough to give me options, and I'm more optimistic than ever about a good outcome. Now, when we're talking about our health, don't be shy. Level with your providers if you think you have a problem. We all need expert eyes looking us over every so often to spot trouble while we still have an option to deal with them. That's where virtual imaging can be invaluable. Virtual imaging's LDCT whole body scan can give you time and options for early treatment, especially for cancer. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at that price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. I'm living proof that preventive medicine can save lives, so don't put this off, especially with this offer from Virtual Imaging. Call 404-678-SCAN. That's 404-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com. That's virtualimagingatl.com. So don't put this off. Schedule this Virtual Imaging LDCT whole body scan for just $995 during the month of May, while you still have options.
Author James Clear said, "Don't let the hope of finding a better way prevent you from starting down the best path you know of right now. What step do you need to go ahead and take? The Bible teaches us to number every day as priceless and to never boast about tomorrow. Don't let the illusion of perfection rob you of the effectiveness of imperfect action today." This is Tom Gray, and This Stuff Matters.
ThisStuffMatters.net.
Hey homeowners, it's Eric Erickson. You wouldn't trust Mac with a jack to fix your home's sinking foundation problem, would you? I certainly wouldn't. Serious issues need serious experts at Engineered Solutions of Georgia. Their skills are unmatched, so are their foundation solutions. When these guys repair a problem, it's the last time you'll have to worry about it. Done once, done right. Start today with a free inspection. Go to ESOGrepair.com. That's ESOGrepair.com.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
He may not tell you what you want to hear, but he tells you what you need to hear. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
Welcome back. It is Erick Erickson here. We just had a doctor call the program who made a very good point. You know, Joe constantly went to Delaware, nonstop trips to Delaware during his time in office. What if those were actually for treatment and they were just covering it up the whole time? I mean, this is the thing. It's the conspiracy to cover up the health of the President of the United States. First, it was a mental decline, and they gaslit us on that. And now we know there was also cancer. And there are a lot of questions. And we should pray for the president. We should pray for his health. We should pray for his recovery. We should not give Joe Biden the benefit of the doubt. We should not. The idea that he only found out Friday is absolute horse manure. There is no conceivable way the President of the United States only found out Friday, given 4 years in office with routine medical checks by aggressive doctors who checked for everything because he's the President of the United States. Pray for him, but good grief. Now, you know, and again, the timing here is the Her report. The audio in the Her, y'all, it is excruciating, as Brian Stelter said. Others have said, I mean, he would never say anything critical about the president, Joe Biden. But it actually was exceedingly painful to hear the audio. It was just, I mean, it was bad. It was genuinely the starts, the stops, the stutters, the forgetfulness, the lost train of thought in the middle. It just, my goodness. Everything Republicans said about Joe Biden was right. And when you go on television, Democrats are presumed to be the truth tellers and Republicans are presumed to be liars by the media. Democrats get the benefits of the doubt all the time, not Republicans, who should, because they were not the ones lying about the President of the United States. When we come back, we got to talk about the budget because it's made it now to the House floor after a weekend session by the Budget Committee. We'll get there, but first I got to tell you about my bank, Old Glory Bank. They are bypassing Wall Street from Main Street. If you're interested in investing in a bank, Old Glory Bank might be a good fit for you. You can go to own.oldglorybank.com, OWN. They didn't want to go to Wall Street because what's happening is they're specifically catering to conservatives. And if progressives bought up enough shares of the bank, then they could be forced out of their mission to help conservatives bank in a conservative, family-friendly environment that's not going to debank you. So they went to own.oldglorybank.com. Now, stock goes up and down. It's not FDIC insured. You should talk to a professional, not me, but you can go check it out if you're interested. Get information. Take it to your stock advisor. You can also bank with Old Glory Bank. They really are my bank. I've got a checking and savings account with them. You get business accounts, you get CDs, mortgages, car loans, you name it. OldGloryBank.com is the website, OldGloryBank.com. Your kids, this is a great bank for your kids because it's an online bank and they're online, OldGloryBank.com, member FDIC, equal housing lender, terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 12:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Jim Ellis Automotive. One man is dead in a domestic-related shooting in Stone Mountain. Gwinnett County Police say that they have another man detained for questioning.
Investigators tell me that the person that's detained is believed to be the shooter.
That's Corporal Juan Marieto with Gwinnett Police. He says the shooting happened in the area of Salem Drive before 8 this morning. The body found in front of a home. Police say the two men knew each other. Your weather for today, partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid. A few pop-up showers possible this afternoon and a high of 86. We'll have Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up in just a few minutes. We have learned that it was a Georgia Tech student who was shot in the head during an argument at an off-campus student apartment building. Atlanta police say they responded to the Connector Apartments on Spring Street just before 7 last night. There, they found a young man with a gunshot wound to the head. He was not conscious but was breathing when he was taken to the hospital. Police are not giving an update on the victim's age or condition. The building located a couple of blocks from Georgia Tech's campus. A 4-year-old boy is killed when the ATV he was riding in crashes in Forsyth County. According to police, a 16-year-old from Cumming was driving the vehicle, the 4-year-old the passenger. This was on Valley Stream Drive. The 16-year-old hit the brakes, then turned sharply to the right. The ATV was traveling too fast and overturned, according to police. Both boys were thrown from the vehicle. The 4-year-old pronounced dead at the scene. The 16-year-old taken to North Fulton Medical Center with minor injuries. So far, no names have been released. And changes take effect at MARTA's 5 Point Station. It could impact your next trip in downtown Atlanta. A series of downtown bus routes are now being detoured as a massive renovation project gets underway at the station. They're also planning to close every access point to the station except for the one on Forsyth Street. You can find a list of routes, detours, and other changes at WSBRadio.com. It is 12:32.
It's Eric here, and with the election ended, there is change in the air. A new day dawns for American businesses. New regulations, new deregulation, new tax plan, new tax cuts. You may be smelling opportunity in the air. You may be seeing opportunity. Now is the time to consider reaching out to First Liberty Building and Loan and see if they might be able to help you put your plan that's in your head down to paper and see if they can help you capitalize on it. There's so many opportunities out there. If you need to borrow $750,000 or more, well, First Liberty might be able to help you. They make their own lending decisions. They've been doing it since the 90s. They know how to do it, and because the Frost family's been helping businesses since the 90s, they're still going to be there. You're not going to have lender rollover like you've had at other places. Reach out to them, FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com. Spend 10 minutes with them, see if you're a fit for them and them for you. FirstLibertyGA.com.
It's graduation season. This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where we've been helping Atlanta celebrate those special moments since 1939. Graduation gifts symbolize a new stage of life. For a college graduation, go with something timeless and beautiful, like a diamond tennis bracelet starting at just $21.90. Incredible jewelry doesn't have to be unaffordable, so don't compromise. Celebrate graduation with a lifelong treasure at D. Geller & Son, in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
Spring is in the air, and a lot of us are looking at things to spruce up our homes, from tweaking or landscaping, a little bit of paint. But how's your roof looking? This is Scott Slade. A new roof can dramatically improve the look of your home. Lots of uncertainties in the economy right now, so my roofer, FGA Roofing, has put together an offer you should consider. They call it the 000 plan. 0 down payment, 0 interest for 12 months, and 0 monthly payments for 12 months. With FGA Roofing, you can get a quote in just a few days and your roof installed in just a couple of weeks. And you can wait to pay until it fits your timeline. FGA Roofing specializes in slate, tile, wood shake, cedar roofs, as well as architectural roofs. The experts at FGA Roofing can lay out all the options for you, whether your roof is aging out or you just want a designer upgrade for your home, or both. FGA Roofing, where you'll get first-rate installation and quality service, always. Just search FGA Roofing to get started with a free quote today. That's FGA Roofing.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather, Alex Williams.
And they're starting to clean up this vehicle fire. They've got it cleaned up on the 285 West Outer Loop ramp to I-75 in Cobb, waiting for them to reopen that ramp. You're jammed up out of Sandy Springs. You can take 85 south to 75 north as an alternate. And all lanes blocked and reopened in Duluth. Got a crash moved off to the right now, 85 southbound at Pleasant Hill Road. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, warm and muggy, high 86. Scattered pop-up showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon.
78 degrees in Canton and Roswell. More news at 1 1 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
Smart, fearless, and occasionally funny. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Eric Erickson here across the United States of America. I have some disturbing news. My youngest might be a serial killer and is definitely a sociopath. I got the carton of eggs out of the refrigerator last night to cook, and y'all, he did it on purpose. He doesn't just take eggs like from one end of the carton to the other. He randomly pulls out eggs. So you got like one in the center, one on the right side, one kind of to the. I put a picture up on Instagram. It's absolutely insane to me how my kid pulls eggs out of the carton, and it gives my OC. Got to be a sociopath to do something like that. Oh my gosh, it gives me anxiety just looking at the picture. In any event, we must move on. We have the big, beautiful budget bill. That's right. House Republicans have advanced the big, beautiful bill. Can I just say that the whole talking point thing here is just kind of, it's one big, beautiful bill, and that's what they keep calling. Everybody's repeating the one big, beautiful bill. Why? It's such a dumb sounding juvenile. The one big, beautiful, we got one big, beautiful bill. But that's the thing. Listen, I would ridicule this if it was Democrat, Republican. It's like the Gulf of America stuff. Every boomer is now like, it's the Gulf of America. It's been the Gulf of Mexico for 500 years. I'm not going to change my mind, and I'm not going to start calling it one big, beautiful bill because it's dead on arrival in the Senate, probably. Nonetheless, it passed the Budget Committee, and here's how they did it. The conservatives in the Budget Committee fought the good fight. They deserve our thanks, led by Chip Roy and others, and Andrew Clyde in Georgia as well. Big thanks to Andrew Clyde, Chip Roy, Ralph Northam, a couple of others on the Budget Committee for saying not going to vote for it. They didn't want to vote for it because of the way they were doing cuts were to not actually cut at all. So now the Medicaid reforms that will force able-bodied people above the poverty line who qualify for Medicaid to get a job to get Medicaid. That'll go into effect 2025-26. And then the Green New Deal cuts. They weren't actually going to cut the Green New Deal. They were going to say, we'll make those cuts and grants expire in 2029. Now they'll expire in 27 and 28. So they've escalated those to save money. There's still problems along the way, but this is Carolyn Levitt at the White House this morning.
In other news, the One Big Beautiful Bill passed the House Budget Committee last night, bringing it one step closer to final passage. The One Big Beautiful Bill is perfectly named because it represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver on the Make America Great Again agenda responsible for President Trump's landslide victory on November 5th. The America First policies in this bill are the reason why Republicans currently have the majority in Congress right now. Passing this bill is what voters sent Republicans to Washington to accomplish. And that's why it's essential that every Republican in the House and the Senate unites behind President Trump and passes this popular and essential legislative package. This bill will be the single most pro-small business, pro-family, and pro-American worker legislation ever. This bill will give Americans the largest tax cuts in our nation's history. When Republicans pass the bill, Americans will be keeping more of their hard-earned money and taking home much bigger paychecks. The One Big Beautiful Bill will deliver some of President Trump's central campaign promises. No tax on tips for our hardworking waiters, waitresses, and service workers. No tax on overtime for our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, and all those Americans who are putting in extra hours to make ends meet. And a large tax deduction on interest payments for Americans who purchase American-made cars. Despite desperate Democrat lies, the biggest beneficiary of this tax cut will be working-class Americans and their families. Americans earning between $30,000 and $80,000 per year will pay about 15% less in taxes after this legislation is passed. And according to a brand new paper from the White House Council of Economic Advisors, the average family with 2 children's take-home pay will be up to $13,000 higher because of the increase in wages and reductions in tax obligations. The CEA study also said that the average overtime worker receives a tax cut of roughly $2,000. Again, this is great news for our nurses, our police officers, all those who work overtime to make ends meet across our country.
It goes on from there. But so here's the thing. It's probably dead when it gets to the Senate. It sounds very much like that. But before we get there, this is Steve Scalise, the House Republican leader, talking about it.
And, last night, Budget Committee was another big step getting the bill through. And we were having conversations, Speaker Johnson and myself, with some of the members that still have some questions that were on the Budget Committee. We had that conversation yesterday for a long time, but then we got the bill through. And now we've still this week got a number of other meetings we're going to have with different ends of our conference, everybody from the moderates to the ultra conservatives and everybody in between, because there's so many important parts of this bill. You think about it, it's tax policy, making sure nobody gets a tax increase, border policy, giving President Trump the tools he needs to secure the border, energy policy, making sure that we can produce more energy in America, food stamps, looking at the debt ceiling so that we can address and not have a debt crisis, dealing with mandatory spending. As you point out, this bond downgrade is another serious blow that shows that America needs to get its fiscal house in order. We start to do that in this bill. I wish that there was just one Democrat in the House or Senate that would join us in trying to get responsible about addressing these problems, but they're not right now. They're a party in disarray, but we're still unified. We have some issues and questions we're working through, no doubt, but every step of the way, you go back and look at the 2-step reconciliation process, the budget, then this reconciliation bill. Every vote's been tight. The margins are tight, but we're getting it done, and we're going to get it done this week in the House.
They're going to get it done, they say. We'll see. But then there's Rick Scott in the Senate, who is deeply skeptical of the plan, and he's not alone.
Yeah, look, they've got work to do in the House. Every Republican I know in the House, they want this to pass. But they know that we've got to get to fiscal sanity. I want this bill to pass. I want to help President Trump get his agenda done. But, we've had a 53% increase in spending with the Democrats in 5 years. 2% increase in population. This bill simply cuts spending by a whopping 1.7%. Look at what happened on Friday. The Moody's downgraded us. You got to balance a budget. I balanced a budget when I was governor every year. I paid off a third of state debt. I did the opposite of what's happened at the federal level. Our credit rating went up to the highest level in the country. So this is fiscal sanity is what we need to get interest rates down, inflation under control.
Okay. Let's talk on serious terms about this bill. The White House expectation is that if the legislation passes, whether it's one big, beautiful bill or whether it's broken into 2 bills as the Senate wants, but it gets passed, what's going to happen is an economic recovery where the economy grows between 3 and 4%. Now, that's actually very important, because if the economy does grow between 3 and 4%, particularly if you drop tariffs, which will help, that will generate enough revenue to the federal government to begin offsetting the issues related to the debt and the deficit. So it'll boost more revenue to Washington, D.C., will close the deficit altogether. The problem is right now the bill doesn't actually cut the deficit. It adds to the national debt overall. So the gap between income and expenditures continues to grow, where expenditures exceed revenue more and more. That then adds to the national debt. This comes on the heels of the Moody's downgrade. Now, I'm not that worried about the new Moody's downgrade because every other financial firm has already downgraded the United States. The Moody's one, you should know, I think it is fair to say the men in charge were Democrats who gave Barack Obama and Joe Biden a lot of passes, and suddenly they're worried about the U.S. economy. The problem, however, is with the Moody's downgrade, now that everyone has downgraded the American economy, every major financial institution that does those sorts of things, now that Moody's is downgraded, Interest on the national debt, the interest is up to 5%. That's a real problem because it now means less spending in Washington, D.C., or greater deficits. The other problem here is what happens if the Trump administration just decides, you know what, we need to print money to pay off our debts. Well, then that drives up inflation, and it also hurts the bondholders who devalue, their investment is devalued. Ultimately, what can happen, and this is a very big deal, this is Armageddon financially for the United States. And it could happen. It has happened before. It happened for a short period of time several years ago. It could happen again for a prolonged period of time, and it's fiscal Armageddon for the United States. And that's this. The government issues new bonds to float government debt, and nobody buys. So the government needs the money to pay its bills. The way the government gets the money to pay its bills is two ways. One, tax revenue. And oftentimes tax revenue comes cyclically, quarterly, April 15th. So in the meantime, what the government does is it floats bonds. It floats bonds with the idea of we're going to pay back those bonds when the money comes in from the taxes. What happens when the government issues bonds and no one wants to buy the bonds because they don't believe the bonds can be paid back, or they'll be paid back by printing money, which actually devalues the bond, and they'll ultimately be losing money? That's a disaster for the federal government. It means the government can't pay Social Security, can't pay Medicare, can't pay Medicaid, can't pay for roads, can't pay for bridges, can't pay for education, can't pay for anything. People just stop buying the bonds. It's happened before. It happened very briefly when Joe Biden was president. One day during Joe Biden's presidency, they had to skyrocket the yield. People started buying again. And it was a warning sign. It was interpreted as a warning sign that Wall Street and countries around the world getting concerned about American fiscal health. That could happen again. If bondholders get together tomorrow, see, here's the thing. I'm not a smart guy. I'm bad with money. I would love to win the winning lottery ticket, reset financially. I'm sure I'd dig myself a hole again eventually. I feel like I need somebody to just give me a line. I used to be great with money. I'm not anymore. So I'm not smart on this. But I know the smart people to talk to. The bondholders are the smart people. The guys who buy and sell stock and Bitcoin and stuff, they're not the smartest people. They think they're the smartest people. They're not. It's the people who buy bonds are really smart. And you can't put one over on the bondholders in the way you can on the stock market. We're getting to such a fiscal crisis, and this bill does not improve our fiscal circumstance. When the bondholders balk at buying government debt, that's game over for the Trump administration. Sure, he's elected, he stays for the term, but the fiscal disaster that happens kind of ends his presidency. There's nothing he can do. He can't spend money. There's no money coming in. The government's got to drive up taxes. They got to do draconian spending cuts, all the stuff he doesn't want to do. Donald Trump doesn't want to affect entitlements. If the bondholders stop buying, he's got to reform entitlements, whether he wants to or not. He holds the bag on all of that. There are growing concerns in Washington, D.C. Forget Wall Street. Forget the bondholders for a minute. There are growing concerns among Republicans in Congress and among those at the Treasury Department and among those at the Federal Reserve and those who whisper in the White House ear, the president's ear, the Council on Economic Advisors, that we are more and more moving towards a position where the bondholders finally have their moment. If this bill will spur economic growth, it precludes the bondholders having their moment. But if this bill does not actually explode economic growth, we're going to have a seriously hard time with the bondholders, and that's going to be fiscally ruinous to the United States. There's a serious problem ahead. There's a fiscal crisis coming, and everybody knows it, and nobody in Washington wants to deal with it, and this bill risks making it worse. We've got to hope for the best, though. I think if it establishes economic growth, we're going to be on solid footing, but they've got to get it through the House and they got to get through the Senate. And those are heavy lifts. It's probably going to change between now and then, but we've got to stimulate economic growth. Getting rid of the tariffs would help immediately. You couple getting rid of the tariffs with this bill, you will stimulate economic growth, and we don't have to worry about the bondholders. But with the tariffs in place, it anchors the economy. Now, it's time to sound the alarm on the tax bill, the big, beautiful tax bill. Yes, it's coming down the wire in Congress. My friends at Americans for Prosperity want to help you, help them, help Congress get it across the finish line. If the bill doesn't pass, the average American family is looking at a $1,500 a year tax hike. Americans for Prosperity doesn't want that to happen. You shouldn't either. Right now, members of Congress are getting shaky with special interests in Washington pounding on the door. Americans for Prosperity thinks it's time hardworking Americans did some pounding on the doors of Washington, D.C. themselves. So the AFP grassroots army is out there pushing back on crazy ideas like raising tax rates, supporting congressmen who want to cut taxes and holding obstructionists accountable. They're supporting congressmen who want to rein in the fiscal recklessness in Washington and tie it to this bill, rolling back the Green New Deal and the like. Americans for Prosperity is the only organization I know that can bring the grassroots pressure to bear to get a good deal done. If you want to join the fight to protect prosperity, go to protectprosperity.com and help President Trump with this tax plan. It's protectprosperity.com. Americans for Prosperity is the largest leading grassroots group in the country. They are fighting for common sense conservative solutions. They're fighting to get this done. They're fighting to rein in the out-of-control spending in Washington, D.C. They're fighting for families and small businesses. They'd love for you to join the fight. Protectprosperity.com is the website. Americans for Prosperity would love to get you involved. Protectprosperity.com is where you can go to encourage members of Congress to stand with the president on getting the tax bill across the finish line. Protectprosperity.com.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
1252 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Car fire cleanup is cleared off of the ramp from 285 west to I-75 in Cobb. All lanes are back open. That'll help delays improve leaving Sandy Springs. We also had a right lane stall in DeKalb County, I-20 westbound before before Wesley Chapel Road, exit 68. That as well has cleared, delays improving out of Lithonia. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off. And for UPS shipping, add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
On air,
Online,
on the app,
where you get your news.
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
That's amazing.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every
This
weekday.
is Dawn in Brazelton, and I just won $1,000 from WSB.
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 2
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
on 95.5 WSB.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading, seeing, and living through these days, from rate cuts, election season, and now a new administration, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place. You know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in will work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Have you gotten your grilling preparations and fixins for Memorial Day? It's coming up. I've got mine from Omaha Steaks, and you should too, because during the Memorial Day sale, you get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. And listen, you're going to get an extra $35 off with promo code ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout. Just look for the promo code box, put in my name, Eric. You'll get $35 off and already 50% off site-wide. So I loaded up on hamburgers and the gourmet jumbo franks. Of course, my wife loves the caramel apple tartlets. But go load up your cart with deliciousness, whatever you want, 50% off site-wide at Omaha Steaks for Memorial Day. It is deliciousness delivered to your door. I've already got my order in. I did save you guys some food, so go check it out. omahasteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. The Memorial Day sale happening right now. Use promo code ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout for an extra $35 off. Minimum purchase may apply.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Get Eric's daily show prep email. Text DATA to 33777 and you'll be in the know.
This hour of the program is brought to you by First Liberty Building and Loan. If you're buying a building, if you are buying a franchise, if you are, you need heavy equipment for your company, you need $75,000 or more for heavy equipment. You need $250,000 or more for a franchise or buying out a business partner or competitor or something like that. First Liberty's been doing this since the 90s. It's the same family still doing it. They help businesses in all 50 states. They'd love to help your business. If you're tired of your lender constantly changing at your bank that you got to deal with, you're still dealing with the Frost family, and they would love to deal with you. See if you're a fit for them and them for you. FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com. First Liberty, good people. They might be able to help you grow your business. Now, we got lots of other stuff that we got to talk about, including that hockey game last night with the Maple Leafs and the wow. So the Toronto team did not do well last night, and the poor referee nearly got his eye taken out, but he apparently is fine with a black eye. It was a heck of a game. Have you all seen the Mexican naval vessel? Here's something I didn't know. The United States of America is the last Navy on the planet without a sailing ship to train sailors on how to navigate the seas without power. Every other Navy on the planet has a vessel, and the United States Coast Guard does too. We've got the USS Constitution, but they don't use it. It's only for ceremony, which is kind of wild to me. The whole purpose of the Mexican naval vessel was for the Mexican sailors to be able to learn how to navigate the seas if there's no power. And, well, they lost power, and the ship got caught in the currents and hit the Brooklyn Bridge. 2 sailors, one of them a cadet, got killed, 19 people injured. The bridge is undamaged. The ship was headed to Iceland when it had mechanical failures pushing back in New York's harbor. And as the current was coming in, it hit the bridge, and 2 people died. Sad story, but wild that we don't have sailing ships like that. When we come back, the Supreme Court fallout of the Trump decisions.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
News, weather,
Traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news is sponsored by Window Nation. The crash of an ATV in Forsyth County results in the death of a 4-year-old boy.
The tragic accident happened on Valley Stream Drive when the ATV, driven by a 16-year-old, overturned after the teen applied the brakes abruptly and tried to make a sharp right turn. Neither boy was wearing a helmet and both were thrown from the vehicle. The 4-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene. The 16-year-old suffered minor injuries and was taken to North Fulton Medical Center. The Forsyth County Sheriff's Office is withholding names while they continue with their investigation. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
All right, so your weather this afternoon, partly to mostly cloudy, warm, and humid. A pop-up thunderstorm is possible, says WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Afternoon highs 86. In Gwinnett County, one man's being questioned this afternoon following the shooting earlier today of another man on Salem Drive in Stone Mountain. Corporal Juan Marieto with Gwinnett Police.
This appears to be a domestic-related incident between the two parties.
Now, police say the two men did know each other. No names have been released. U.S. Senator John Ossoff sounded the alarm today about corporate landlords and the mistreatment of tenants.
Stockbridge renter Shayna Brooks Wilhite says it took her landlord weeks to send someone to address a pair of gas leaks in her home.
My family lived for over 3 weeks with no stove and no heat. During the holidays, we had to eat out every day, which put enormous stress on our household budget.
Atlanta tenants' rights attorney Esther Graff Radford says she deals with this all the time.
These companies are not being held accountable.
Senator Ossoff says more than 160 people have reached out to his office to report abuse. The investigation is ongoing. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
More and more men being diagnosed with advanced prostate cancer, according to the American Cancer Society. Correspondent Michael George says even for patients with aggressive disease, treatment options are still available.
Prostate cancer surgeon Dr. Vipul Patel says the prognosis for prostate cancer today is much better, even for patients with advanced disease.
Many of the medical therapies are quite effective these days and give patients longevity, even at 82 with high-risk prostate cancer. Depends how sensitive this cancer is genetically to the treatment they give him. But the nice thing is we do have many different types of medical therapy we can use today.
And former President Biden's cancer was detected after he started having symptoms. Screening for prostate cancer is not routinely recommended for men over 70. It's 102.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
N62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
JIC, Flat Face Seal, BSP, and DIN. If you know what these are, then listen up.
I'm Victoria Holloway. We can replicate hose assembly on site with Mobile Hydraulics of Georgia.
Call 770-HYD-HOSE or try our website, HYDHOSE.com.
Heavy rains have recently impacted widespread areas of North Georgia. How did your roof hold up? Heavy rains expose roof leaks that can lead to water damage. Schedule a free roof analysis from Dave Baker, trusted and recommended, FindlayRoofing.com. Roof.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather. Here's Alex Williams with a look at the roads.
Still seeing some brake lights out of Sandy Springs into Cobb on 285 westbound leaving Georgia 400, where there's also right lane roadwork approaching Roswell Road. Once you get past that, just sluggish over to I-75 where we had that earlier car fire. 85 southbound out of Duluth. Still some brake lights from Highway 316 passing Pleasant Hill. And a little bit of volume in Midtown, 75-85 southbound from 17th Street down toward North Avenue. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, warm and muggy, high 86. A few scattered rain showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Scattered rain showers and thunderstorms late in the afternoon through the evening hours. Cooling down on Wednesday, partly cloudy, high 82.
80 degrees in Norcross, 81 in Midtown, and Villa Rica has 82 degrees. More news at 1:30, breaking news when it happens. I'm Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
1, 0, all engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program today, I would be happy to have you. As always, if you text the word DATA, D-A-T-A, text that word to the number 33777, you can get the live stream or the show notes. You can even get a discount on the regular subscription. Now, for those of you new to the program, this is important. If you text DATA to 33777 and you subscribe, $7 a month, you get the show notes that come when the show starts at noon to your email with everything I'm going to talk about on the show today and the stuff I don't get to. It is my daily stack of stuff with the videos, the audio, lots of stuff in there that nobody else gets. All you got to do is text the word DATA to 33777 and subscribe. In the stack of stuff, you will find the Bloomberg story that on Friday, about the time the show went off the air on Friday, the U.S. Supreme Court blocked the Trump administration from using a wartime law to send 176 Venezuelans to an El Salvadorian prison, faulting the government for not giving the men adequate notice about its deportation plan. Over two dissents, the court extended an earlier order barring Trump from using the 1798 Alien Enemies Act to deport alleged gang members being held in a Texas detention facility. The interim order, released around 1 a.m. on April 19th, came hours after lawyers said detainees were being put on buses and told they faced imminent deportation. The court's unsigned decision Friday pointed to the administration's insistence that it is unable to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man wrongly deported to El Salvador in March. The Supreme Court told the government last month to try to return Abrego Garcia. Quote, the detainees' interests at stake are accordingly particularly weighty. Under these circumstances, notice roughly 24 hours before removal, devoid of information on how to exercise due process rights to contest that removal, surely does not pass muster. Now, the Supreme Court didn't say how much notice is constitutionally required. They sent it back to the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals to take the first crack at it. The detainees allegedly had been given an English-only notice that didn't explain how they could contest their deportation or say how much time they had to do so. Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito dissented, saying the Supreme Court got involved prematurely. It had plucked a case from a district court and decided important issues in the first instance. Here's the thing. This is an I told you so moment, and you may get mad at me for saying I told you so, but the key paragraph is this one. The court's unsigned decision Friday pointed to the administration's insistence that it is unable to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a man wrongly deported to El Salvador in March. The Supreme Court told the government last month to try to return Abrego Garcia. And the Trump administration has basically said, we don't have the power to bring him back. We have no idea who can bring him back. Y'all, Barack Obama was able to deport over 1 million illegal immigrants, and no court stopped him. And Barack Obama gave those deportees notice and an opportunity to object. And they processed them quickly. And they did not deport people in defiance of court order. And they did not accidentally round up American citizens. The Trump administration is sabotaging itself. And what should actually make you mad, and I've got friends of mine, by the way, I can read you the group chats. I got friends of mine who are furious, say, screw the courts, ignore them, constitutional crisis, John Roberts needs to know his place, the courts have no say here, how can they allow this, what if these people, they're at war with us, could we not deport Hamas? No. The problem is, these individuals have not actually been classified as enemy invaders. They're illegal aliens. They may be gangbangers, they may be criminals. They're not enemy invaders. And you may not like to see the difference, and my friends who hate the court right now may not like to see the difference, but you're no better than the Biden administration attempting to bully the Supreme Court and discredit the Supreme Court when they didn't get their way. It's a funny mirror image here, and all my friends who are upset with the ongoing and concerted effort by the media and the Democrats to discredit the Supreme Court and attack Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito are now suddenly the exact same people in mirror image. The courts, we should just defy the courts. They don't know their place. This is illegitimate. John Roberts can't do that. Guess what? They did. And they did it because the Trump administration screwed up, refused to acknowledge it screwed up, dragged its feet, and then mocked the court system by pulling that stunt with Bukele where, I don't know, I can't bring him back. Can you bring him back? I don't know, I can't bring him back. I'm just the president of El Salvador. I couldn't bring a gang member into the United States. That'd be an act of war. I can't bring him back. If you can't understand that it is the Trump administration that did this to itself, you are a broken partisan. The Supreme Court has gone out of its way, the conservatives have, to try to help the Trump administration get it done. But then the Trump administration declared victory in a loss in the Supreme Court, and then ever since has rubbed this court's nose in its decisions and powerlessness to bring back Abrego Garcia. You know, the Supreme Court actually is powerless to bring back Abrego Garcia, but they have a lot of power in keeping the Trump administration from sending anyone else out of the country. And the Trump administration would rather behave like the progressive left and now attack the Supreme Court than actually acknowledge it made a mistake. It should never have deported Abrego Garcia, and when given the opportunity, should have promptly returned him home. You cannot interpret any of these court cases through any lens that does not involve processing how they've handled Abrego Garcia. I think the man should have been deported. I think he should have been allowed to go to El Salvador, but a court said no to El Salvador, yes to deporting him anywhere else on planet Earth. The Trump administration thumbed their nose at that, and now this is payback by the courts. And I've got friends of mine who say, well, Erickson, they should just ignore the courts, screw the courts. Except they can't. Because if an ICE agent ignores the Supreme Court and deports these Venezuelans, the ICE agent becomes personally liable for the damages. Qualified immunity goes away when the Supreme Court has said, don't deport these people. So the president orders the ICE agents to deport the people. Any ICE agent that's complicit is personally liable. Donald Trump himself would become personally liable for defying the court. So you can puff up your chest all you want to say, they should just defy the court. The court doesn't have the power. The court can't stop them. No, you're absolutely right. The court can't stop them from deporting these illegal aliens. If Donald Trump shows up tomorrow with a deportation bus, forces them all in at gunpoint and puts them on a plane and sends them to El Salvador, you're absolutely right. Donald Trump can do that. And some of you say he should. Okay, now all 179 of the people on the bus who get deported have a lawsuit individually against the individual ICE agents, the President of the United States, and anyone else. And they will get lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of money because of it. You cannot defy the courts. All of you people with your bluster of just screw the courts, defy the courts. I mean, it may make you feel good to go on the tirade, but you're not accomplishing anything. And none of you want to acknowledge the very basic God's honest truth here. It was how they handled Abrego Garcia that caused all of this. And here's the problem. It's not just Abrego Garcia that we have to worry about. It's Humphrey's executor. The president should be able to fire the Democratic appointees on the FCC and the FDA and the Federal Trade Commission and the Federal Election Commission, all those things. The president should have that power. Humphrey's executor is a case from the 1930s that says the president cannot fire anybody from an independent agency, any board member of an independent agency that is operating independent of partisanship. At this point, there really, to my knowledge, maybe are two or three. The Federal Reserve, you might be able to say. The Federal Trade Commission itself is a partisan organization at this point. The president should be able to fire those people. But you cannot tell me that John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, who have both been sympathetic to getting rid of Humphrey's executor, see what's happening with the administration now, and aren't going to say, in theory, Humphrey's executor goes too far. In practice, we can't get rid of it. Look at what Trump's doing. They don't even think about that. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. That's kind of a basic Jurassic Park moment. And the administration, in its actions, is undermining. There is no doubt in my mind, none, that there are the votes there to get rid of Humphrey's executor, or there were until Abrego Garcia. There is no doubt in my mind. I mean, just do the math. Clarence Thomas has said Humphrey's executor should go away. Sam Alito has said it. John Roberts has said it. Brett Kavanaugh has said it. Amy Coney Barrett has said it. I think Neil Gorsuch said it. Don't hold me to it, but 5 for sure, maybe 6 out of 6 conservatives on the Supreme Court have said it's time to reconsider Humphrey's executor. Now you've got the Trump administration firing everybody. By the way, breaking news, this just happened. A district court has just enjoined the president of the United States from firing the director for the International Institute for Peace in Washington, D.C., saying the president has no power because it is set up as an independent institution. And guess what? Cites Humphrey's executor. The perfect storm has come for the president to get rid of Humphrey's executor, because the president, there should be no independent, quasi-independent agencies within the executive branch. The president is the executive. The executive power is vested in the president of the United States, not in him and a bunch of bureaucrats. He should be able to fire them all. I think the Supreme Court got Humphrey's executor wrong, but I think this Supreme Court, given the way the Trump administration has shown no humility whatsoever, no restraint whatsoever, I think the court's probably now going to keep Humphrey's executor in place. I think you'll probably see Barrett and Roberts side with the 3 libs. Remember, Barrett's not the progressive Trump administration officials or Trump supporters are claiming she is, but she cares about process. And if you respect the process as a conservative, she's going to give you what you want. But Barrett, you can read in her own writings right now, does not believe the process is being respected. The process is slow by design. It's frustrating conservatives right now. It's frustrating the Trump administration. They want to move fast. But what do they do when they move fast? They accidentally rounded up multiple American citizens who were Hispanic, and they sent a guy who a court said don't send to El Salvador. They sent him to El Salvador. They didn't respect the process. Is this salvageable? Yes. They can slow down, and they can come up with a minimal process by which the individuals to be deported are given notice and get someone to file their claim with. And that claim can be a member of the executive branch whose entire job is to process their claims. And if he denies 100% of them, well, they've had their opportunity to say we shouldn't be denied. But if the Trump administration issues an order and says anyone determined to be a member of Trinidad, MS-13, or any other gang in this country illegally must be deported. Well, all you got to do is give them notice, let them forward their claim, have someone say, oh, looks like this guy is determined to be an MS-13. He's got to go home. This doesn't mean, and this is where the Trump team that's trying to get you worked up into an existential frenzy over this is obfuscating the facts. The due process claim does not mean you have to go have a trial before a judge in court. Doesn't mean that at all. Barack Obama didn't have to do that. Donald Trump doesn't have to do that. But like the left, when they don't get their way from the Supreme Court, now the progressive right is trying to discredit the court and obfuscate the facts that are very simple. They screwed up, and instead of fixing their mistake, they rubbed the court's nose in it, and the court is going to have the last laugh whether you like it or not. And for everybody who says just defy the court, screw the court, deport these people, there's nothing they can do to stop them, you're right. There's nothing they can do to stop them, but there is everything they can do to punish the individuals who participated the moment the deportations happen. And you, all of you, really, you're going to cough up money to pay the bill for each individual ICE agent who collaborated? No, you're not. You say you are, but you're not. And the Trump administration knows this, and the Supreme Court knows it. The Trump administration, if they just exercise a little humility with Abrego Garcia, would not be in the position they're in right now.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Erick Erickson Show.
121 Cool-Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Still a little sluggish out of Sandy Springs into Cobb. 285 westbound, leaving 400. Making your way over to I-75, but it looks like all lanes are open. 85 southbound out of Norcross, heading to 285 Spaghetti Junction. A little slow from Jimmy Carter Boulevard, as well as Midtown. 75-85 southbound, leaving 17th Street to North Avenue. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Oh my God, you made my day.
It's a Blitz.
Oh, that's cool.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Hey homeowners, it's Erick Erickson here. Do your windows and doors stick? Are you noticing cracks in the drywall or the brickwork? You might have a big problem. Serious issues need the serious experts at Engineered Solutions of Georgia. Their skills are unmatched, as are their foundation solutions. When these guys repair a problem, it's the last time you'll have to worry about it. Done once, done right. Start today with a free inspection. Go to ESOGrepair.com. That's ESOGrepair.com.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. 'Cause if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
For over 8 years now, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. Hey, it's Mark here. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissues in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joint. It's a powerful and potent way to give your joints new life, repairing that old tissue. Best part, with QC Kinetics, no drugs, no surgery, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural, cellular level option with lasting relief. The patient satisfaction reports are astonishing. Call QC Kinetics now and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, truly your best pain-free life. Call 770-285-8026, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Your non-stop news source, 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. You may not agree with him, but he tells you the truth. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Greetings, conversationalists. The phone number, 877-973-7425, if you want to be on the program. There is an old joke. A man is a conspiracy theorist. He has concluded that there were multiple gunmen who gunned down John F. Kennedy. Convinced. He does everything possible to disprove the idea that it was Lee Harvey Oswald himself. To no avail before he dies. And he finally gets to heaven. He is confronted by God Almighty himself on the heavenly throne. And he says, Lord God Almighty, please, now that I'm here, tell me who actually killed John F. Kennedy. And God says in his booming, godly voice, Lee Harvey Oswald, acting alone from the Texas Book Depository. And the man says, my gosh, I knew it was a conspiracy. I just didn't know how high it went. I bring up this joke because the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the deputy director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation would be Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have now both been asked, one under oath and one on the Sunday shows. Are you ready for it? Jeffrey Epstein hanged himself. He committed suicide in jail. There was no murder. Like Christmas ornaments, many of us believe Jeffrey Epstein did not hang himself. But now you got Kash Patel and Dan Bongino both saying publicly, on the record, one under oath, that Jeffrey Epstein actually did commit suicide. Make of that what you will. Now, go to Eden Pure Thunderstorms, EdenPureDeals.com. Get your Eden Pure Thunderstorm. You can get 3 of them. Save $200. EdenPureDeals.com. They're air purifiers. So they get rid of dust. They get rid of pollen. They get rid of pet dander. But they also get rid of 99.9% of bacteria and viruses that flow through the device because they generate plasma. And the plasma touches the bacteria and viruses and kills them on site. 99.9% of them. And then the Eden Pure Thunderstorm Also gets rid of odors because it generates ozone. Ozone touches ionized particles that you know as odors and wipes them out. It's very effective. No odor can stand up to it. Like motor oil and gas odors, litter box odors, pet odors, dirty diaper odors, you name it, it gets rid of them. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3. You save $200. You get them for less than $200. They pack a wallop. They're small, they're portable, they're great. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
It is 1:30. Good afternoon. I'm Sabrina Cupid. This news sponsored by Ben Hill Renovation. In Forsyth County, a 4-year-old is dead. A 16-year-old hurt this afternoon after the ATV they were in flips over on Valley Stream Drive. It happened last night. No names have been released this afternoon. In Gwinnett County, one man's dead, another being questioned following a shooting. It happened this morning on Salem Drive in Stone Mountain. Police say the two men knew each other. Their names have not been released. U.S. Senator John Ossoff saying he's highlighting what he says is mistreatment by corporate landlords here in Metro Atlanta.
Let's reaffirm at the outset that we face a housing crisis across the state of Georgia and in Metro Atlanta. Rents are too high, home prices are too high.
Senator Ossoff has opened an investigation now into the conduct of those corporate landlords. An analysis from Georgia State University finds 30% of the single-family rental homes in Metro Atlanta are owned by a large corporation. Ossoff is asking the public to file complaints with his office. In Cobb County, the government there is changing its website.
We believe moving over from .org to .gov will provide a more secure environment for those who use our services.
And that is Ross Cavett with Cobb County. He says the transition will officially take place on June 2nd. The old address will remain accessible, but for a limited time only. And DeKalb County, they have changed some of the items that can be placed into those blue recyclable bins for curbside pickup. The items that are no longer accepted include plastics numbered 3 through 7.
The vendor that we utilize, Pratt, 3 through 7 plastics, the industry market value is low for those recyclable items, and they no longer accept them as well.
Eric Holston with DeKalb Sanitation says they are still no longer taking shredded paper because of the inconsistency in the fiber. He says that customers can take these items to independent operators like Charm locations. If you put improper items in your bin, they will still be collected, but they will end up as a regular waste headed for the landfill, so they will not be recycled. It is 1:32.
It's Eric Erickson here. Every single day now, I deal with a malicious request to click a link. My daughter the other day got a text message some of you have probably gotten. Click on it and pay your toll, and it's just a scam. All these things keep happening. They're preying upon the young, senior citizens, and you and me. But there's good news. Vision Computer is here to help you. If you have their managed service, you're never alone, and in just 15 seconds, expert tech support is at your fingertips, ready to protect you from online threats, scams, and computer problems. And you don't have to take my word for it. We're a Vision Computer household, but they've got thousands of 5-star reviews beyond my household reviews, but I'd give them 5 stars too. They've got thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews because they're simply the best. Call them at 404-COMPUTE today or visit them online at visioncomputers.com, because when it comes to your security, you can't afford to wait. Vision will take care of you. Tell them I sent you. Call them at 404-COMPUTE or go to visioncomputers.com.
Heavy rain can significantly impact your septic system by saturating the soil and causing backups in your home. I'm Shannon, owner of Scorpion Septic. We can help. My licensed, insured, experienced team responds 24/7 with upfront pricing and high-quality work.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump-out charge with your repair. Details online.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. There's a new optimism in the air, and we think investors like you might have the best year ever. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan. Last year, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Everyday folks from all walks of life have enjoyed 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of small businesses right here at home. If you're a qualified investor and have a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest rates. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. We believe this is going to be a special year and a great year. We've got the projects. Now we need partners like you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com and see if our First Liberty notes are right for you. Go to FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
First Liberty notes are not obligations of or guaranteed by any financial institution and are not secured by any collateral. They are not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. Purchasers must verify their SEC accredited investor status. Securities are not being offered in any jurisdiction in which it is unlawful.
Live team coverage of traffic and weather. Alex Williams in the WSB 24-hour traffic center.
Seeing a few brake lights out of Buckhead into Midtown on 400 southbound starting before Sidney Marcus Boulevard. That's also got the Beaufort Spring connector slow. Right lane roadwork in Roswell, Holcomb Ridge Road eastbound at Old Alabama Road. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, warm and muggy, high 86. Scattered pop-up showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon.
More news at 2 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. 95.5 WSB.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, even when it isn't popular. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Hello and welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, but before I get to any phone calls at all, there is some breaking news at this moment. The United States Supreme Court showing it can actually be reasonable on the issue of immigration and the president's powers in an 8-1 decision. There's only a 2-paragraph unsigned court order. The Supreme Court has allowed the Trump administration to terminate temporary protected status for 350,000 Venezuelans who were protected from deportation and allowed to work in the United States. The court approved the administration's request to lift a lower court's order that barred it from ending the protection. In their application to the High Court, lawyers representing the government said the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California undermined the executive branch's inherent powers as to immigration and foreign affairs when it halted the administration's efforts to end work permits. This is from the court. Quote, the application for stay presented to Justice Kagan and by her referred to the court is granted. The March 31st, 2025 order entered by the United States District Court for the Northern District of California is stayed pending the disposition of the appeal in the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit and disposition of a petition for writ of certiorari if such a writ is timely sought. Should cert be denied, this stay shall automatically terminate. In the event cert is granted, the stay shall terminate upon the sending down of the judgment of this court. This order is without prejudice to any challenge to Secretary Noem's February 3rd vacatur notice insofar as it purports to invalidate EADs. Now, that's Justice Jackson would deny the application. That is a very, very convoluted, very legal statement. Let me explain this to you basically. It says there is an appeal pending to the U.S. Court of Appeals over the district court saying the administration has no power to get rid of temporary protected status. And what the court is saying is that this injunction against the administration goes away. There's an appeal pending, and it could make its way to the Supreme Court, but they're not going to stop the administration from revoking temporary protected status of these Venezuelan nationals as the appeal goes forward, which is in large part an indication what is one of the rules here. Your injunction by a district court is applied when the district court believes it is highly likely that you're going to lose otherwise. So the district court enjoins the Trump administration from deporting these Venezuelans because the district court concludes it is highly likely the Trump administration doesn't have the power to do it. What the Supreme Court is saying is actually it's highly likely the Trump administration can get rid of temporary protected status. Therefore, the district court's injunction is invalid. In other words, 8-1, 8 members of the United States Supreme Court, this is happening, just happened during commercial break. 8-1, the U.S. Supreme Court rules it is highly likely that the President of the United States does have the inherent power to get rid of a temporary protected status, which the prior president granted. Therefore, an injunction against the president from doing so, from preventing the president from doing so, is invalid. There's an appeal, still got to wind its way through the court process. But it looks like the Trump administration, the Supreme Court is signaling that this is a thing. So big breaking news right now. And again, This doesn't mean the president will immediately be able to deport these 350,000 people. What it means is that he cannot now be stopped from attempting to deport them. What the Trump administration needs is they need to certify some members of the executive branch as due process reviewers for deportation. You could nationalize the National Guard. You could take the National Guard tomorrow. This is my advice for the Trump. For those of you who are upset and you think we need Article 3 trials, no, that's not what you need. What you need is nationalize the National Guard, call them up to active duty, and say your role is to process all the claims. We say this person is going to be deported. Now we want that person, when they file their objection, is going to go to you, National Guard member, and your job is to see, are we deporting the right person who came over illegally? And if so, send them on their way. There's your due process. We've nationalized the National Guard. We federalized it. And that's what's going to happen. You do not need an Article 3 hearing before a judge and jury to do this. Just roll up the National Guard, federalize them, and say your job is to take the claims and make sure we have the right person to be deported. And if so, authorize it. And away that person goes. They've had their due process claim reviewed now. This isn't hard unless you're being lied to and obfuscated about the process. But now there are 350,000 more Venezuelans that the president gets to deport if he wants to deport. That's a big win from the Supreme Court. Now we have to shift into what I intended to talk about, because this too is another big story. The New York Times has a big profile on the Project 2025 plan to crush the pro-Palestinian movement. Here's the subtitle in this piece. Even before President Trump was reelected, the Heritage Foundation, best known for Project 2025, set out to destroy pro-Palestinian activism in the United States. Now, in late April, this is from Katie Baker, the New York Times. In late April, the Heritage Foundation dispatched a team to Israel to meet with power players in Israeli politics, including the country's foreign and defense secretaries and Ambassador Mike Huckabee. The conservative Washington-based think tank is best known for spearheading Project 2025, a proposed blueprint for President Trump's second term that called for reshaping the federal government and an extreme expansion of presidential power. An extreme expansion, my foot. Now the Heritage contingent was in Israel in part to discuss another contentious policy paper, Project Esther, the foundation's proposal to rapidly dismantle the pro-Palestinian movement in the United States, along with its support at schools and universities, at progressive organizations, and in Congress. Drafted in the wake of Hamas's attack on Israel in 2023 and the mounting protests against the war in Gaza, Project Esther outlined an ambitious plan to fight anti-Semitism by branding a broad range of critics of Israel as effectively a terrorist support network, so that they could be deported, defunded, sued, fired, expelled, ostracized, and otherwise excluded from what it considered open society. Project Esther's architects envisioned outcomes that at the time might have seemed far-fetched. Curriculum it believed to be sympathetic to a Hamas support narrative would be taken out of schools and universities. Supporting faculty would be removed. Social media would be purged of content deemed to be anti-Semitic. Institutions would lose public funding. Foreign students who pushed for Palestinian rights would have their visas revoked or deported. Guess what? It has worked marvelously. Robert Greenway, a Heritage National Security Director who co-authored Project Esther, said it was no coincidence we've called for a series of actions to take place privately and publicly, and they are now happening. But wait, there's more. You know who one of the chief architects is? You, if you're a longtime listener, know the person. Because the person happens to be a very good friend of mine who has been on this program repeatedly. That would be one, Dr. Victoria Coates, former National Security Advisor to Mr. Trump, Vice President of Heritage, who oversees Project Esther. Mr. Greenway is a former senior national security official who ran the Abraham Accords Peace Institute. Mr. Flesch is a policy analyst at the foundation who's written about his experience as an American Jew who served in the Israeli Defense Force. Project Esther also benefited from a private advisory committee that include unnamed former NSC members from the first Trump administration. Ms. Coates holds 3 degrees in Italian Renaissance art history and planned on being a professional academic until she grew uncomfortable with the very noxious anti-Western worldview of the University of Pennsylvania. She has an incredible pedigree. She wrote, now they write, blogging about missile defense led to a job. No. She was one of the best writers we had at redstate.com. She wrote under the name Academic Elephant. Don Rumsfeld's staff called me when he left the White House to ask if they could connect me to that guy. I said, it's not a guy, it's a woman. She's an art history professor. He was intrigued. Then she started working for Ted Cruz. She's worked for Rick Perry. She's worked for Donald Trump's transition. She worked in the first administration. And 2 months before October 7th, Victoria Coates became the vice president of a division of Heritage that focuses on foreign policy and national security. But her interest in Israel and in fighting anti-Semitism predated that role. She traced it back to her grandfather, who fought in the D-Day invasion during World War II and was a Nazi hunter. In her recently published book, The Battle for the Jewish State, she's been on this program to talk about it. Victoria described herself as a Christian and religious person, wrote the biblical values on which our civilization rests, have always promoted an alliance between Christians and Jews. And now Heritage is trying to attack her, or the New York Times, rather, is trying to attack her and the Heritage Foundation for doing something good. You know, the New York Times in this piece highlighting the role that Victoria, Robert Greenway, and others have played, and that Heritage has played, and Kevin Roberts deserves immense credit for getting this off the ground at Heritage. They they actually do downplay what they've actually fought against. You know, these students who are being deported, we've got many of them on video talking about how they are in this country to destroy the United States. They're in this country not just to kill the Jews, but destroy the United States. You've got faculty members getting videotaped on these campuses saying all sorts of offensively anti-Semitic things. The very call, River to Sea, is a very subtle call for the abolition of the Jewish state. And you got a bunch of idiots on college campuses saying, I had no idea. Look at a map, you idiot. If you're saying a Palestinian state from river to sea, you're saying the end of Israel, you idiot. You know exactly what you're doing. And the fine folks at the Heritage Foundation decided they were tired of playing the scam. They were tired of pretending that these people didn't know what they were doing, and they pushed back. And when they put the spotlight on these people, we found not just a bunch of anti-Semites, but a bunch of people who also hate the United States, who many colleges have allowed to come. You know, by the way, why these colleges allow these kids to come. It's no great conspiracy about them trying to undermine the United States or anything like that. The whole reason these colleges are allowing these kids to come to the United States is very simple. Because these kids pay full tuition. They're not getting scholarships. They're not getting student aid. Their mommies and daddies have a lot of money in Middle Eastern countries, and they're sending them to these Ivy League institutions, and they're paying full price to get their education. And so the universities love them. They don't have to give a scholarship away. They don't have to worry about dealing with the federal government and loans, no strings attached. It's just pure, hard cash. That there are a bunch of anti-Semites and terrorist supporters coming, these universities don't care. And they've catered to them by enhancing the amount of anti-Semitism on campus to make these kids feel right at home. And now the New York Times is upset. The Heritage Foundation has come up with a successful way to shut it down. And they're attacking. Really what they're doing is they're elevating. You know, I've had a lot of criticisms lately of the Heritage Foundation for its move towards populism, support of tariffs. Heritage has a very long history of criticizing tariffs and recognizing how bad tariffs are. In the last couple of years, they've come out and just want a seat at the table, and so they've been willing to pretend that tariffs aren't all bad. They've been cheering them on, and it's very disappointing to see. This is something very good to see. This is something very good from the Heritage Foundation. This fight against the anti-Semites on college campuses that has the New York Times essentially doing a hit piece on the Heritage Foundation over it is very, very good to see. You've got good people involved doing good things at the Heritage Foundation still fighting anti-Semitism. It's just delightful to see them put points on the board in this. a lot of the people who work at the Heritage Foundation, they come from Hillsdale College. A lot of Hillsdale kids go to D.C. They get internships at the Heritage Foundation, and Hillsdale's offices are right across the street from Heritage. A lot of interaction there, and Hillsdale is fantastic. And right now, you can take one of 40 free courses from Hillsdale College. You get a certificate of completion from Hillsdale, and it's completely free. What you do is you go to ericforhillsdale.com, ERICK, ericforhillsdale.com, and you just pick one of the classes. They got a great one on capitalism. They've got Athens and Sparta. They've got one on the Roman Republic. They've got one on Shakespeare or C.S. Lewis. There's one on Genesis, the theology and literature of Genesis. One on the early American Republic. One on the Constitutional Convention. They've got one on basic economics. One on basic chemistry. They've got great classes. There's got to be a topic. There are 40 classes to choose from math to history to physics to chemistry to literature to philosophy to theology, you name it. There's got to be a subject you're interested in. You want to improve your mind. Well, it's the best faculty at Hillsdale College. Video lectures, you do at your own pace. You get a certificate of completion. It's completely free. All you have to do is go to ericforhillsdale.com. That's it, ericforhillsdale.com. You sign up, pick your class, do it at your own pace, get the certificate of completion from Hillsdale. You will have improved your mind and developed deep knowledge. That's not indoctrination, but solid education, all available for free at ericforhillsdale.com.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
151 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. Heads up if you're heading into Midtown. Traffic troopers report a stall 85 southbound right around 400 in the center lane. Haven't gotten my eyes on it yet, but we're going to keep our eyes out for it. If you're traveling I-20 westbound into Cobb County, it's slow through Lithonia, approaching Panola Road in the work zone there, exit 71. And now a crash 85 southbound Highway 211 in Barrow County leaves only a center lane open. Use Highway 124. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
When traffic hits.
I-75 completely shut down north and south between McDonough and Locust Grove.
The Triple Team Traffic Center has you covered.
Brake lights fill in on 316 westbound at Sugarloaf Parkway.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic.
Heavy police fire department activity.
Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Right now, get 4 windows free with every 4 you buy, plus no interest for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
A word of caution for motorcycle riders. Remember, 18-wheelers have bigger blind spots and it takes them longer to stop than a smaller vehicle. Eric Von Hassler here to remind you that if an 18-wheeler forces you to lay your bike down, you need to call in Steel Horse Law. Attorney George Stein is a motorcycle rider and he understands bikers' needs. Get more info and request a free Rider's Advantage card at steelhorselaw.com.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the best CT imaging in the Southeast with 98% accuracy and low radiation. Virtual imaging's LD CT whole body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 404-678-SCAN. That's 404-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
Y'all, it's Eric. I know as a homeowner, you start seeing the cracks in the wall or the door start sticking. You wonder what's going on. You could have a foundation problem. Engineered Solutions of Georgia is the only foundation repair company in Georgia with licensed engineers on staff providing the highest quality of work. If you got concerns, reach out to them for a free inspection. Go to ESOGrepair.com. That's ESOGrepair.com.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be delighted to have you. When we come back, I want to talk about, some requirements are actually not easy things that you've got to do in life, and yet you still got to do them. I do want to thank everyone, though, real quick. I want to thank you, my friends Brent and Candace. That I've been mentioning the GoFundMe account. If you want to text donate to 33777, I encourage it. They are longtime friends of ours, and she has been battling brain cancer, and she's having short-term memory problems and motion problems, seizures from medicine. It's not been good. We've been in a lot of prayer for him, and Brant is having to take a leave of absence from his job to be home, and obviously they need a lot of help. They need a lot of prayer, a lot of help. So if you text donate to 33777, appreciate it. But we've been able to, with that GoFundMe, they set the original goal at 10, and I asked them to up it. They upped it to 30. They crossed that goal late yesterday. Man, brain cancer is a terrible thing. And I mean, the president's cancer now, President Biden, metastasizing to the bone. I got to imagine at his age, they're not going to do aggressive treatment. And I do actually wonder if all those trips to Delaware were for treatment. I mean, there were many times he came back to the White House and had bruises on his hand, like where someone would have connected an IV. I know those bruises well because my wife, when she goes for her oncology screenings for the CT scanner and stuff, she very often gets her IV in her hand because she has terrible veins and oftentimes forgets to hydrate as well as she should, and has had so many, she gets them in her hand, and those are the bruises that you get. And anyone who's ever had a family member who's experienced that, you recognize that stuff. Like, there's more to this. And those of us who mentioned it for a long time were hectored by the Democrats to shut up, and turns out we were right the whole time. Now, you will be right if you go to omahasteaks.com and load up for Memorial Day, because everything right now site-wide is 50% off, and at checkout, if you use promo code ERICK, ERICK, you're going to get an extra $35 off. Minimum order required. omahasteaks.com. Everything on that site is 50% off. So you can get my wife's favorite, the caramel apple tartlets. They're individual little handmade apple pies you put in the oven. She'll put them in the oven. She loves them. You'll get the bacon wrap fillets that my kids and I love. You put them on the grill. The bacon gets crispy. The filet is perfect. It's deliciousness. Or the New York strip. I put the New York strip, so I've got a wood-burning pizza oven outside. I fire that sucker up, put a cast iron skillet in until it's smoking. I put the New York strip in, throw in some butter, some garlic, some rosemary. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. You get it all from Omaha Steaks. Load up. Memorial Day is coming. Surely you're going to be grilling for Memorial Day. So you go to omahasteaks.com. You put in ERICK, ERICK, as your promo code at checkout. Get an extra $35 off already site-wide, 50% off. Lots of deliciousness at Omaha Steaks. When we come back, doing hard required things.
I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell.
And I'm Monica Pearson. Dale and I have worked together for years, first at WSB, and today helping you find Georgia's best companies and sharing why they're the best.
Monica, one of the first companies I researched and recommended is AMCO Transmissions and Total Car Care. For more than a dozen years, they've consistently met my 7-point standard and honored my Make It Right guarantee. And I know you believe in AMCO just as much as I do.
Dale, over the years, we've both reported about people getting taken advantage of. So I'm keenly aware what it takes to deliver not just great performance, but great customer service. People who follow my advice literally stop me on the street and thank me for referring them to AMCO.
We all need mechanics we can trust for correct diagnosis, efficient repair, and fair price. Not just for transmission repair, but engines, brakes, check engine lights, and so much more. Call the locally owned AMCO near you.
And I know their nationwide warranty protects you everywhere.
That's AA.
MCO.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 2 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. Looking to stop hackers, Cobb County is changing its website.
In an effort to increase security, the county is transitioning from cobbcounty.org to cobbcounty.gov.
Bad actors can often get in and spoof domains from other like we're .org right now or .com. They can spoof those domains. They can't do that with .gov.
That's Ross Cavett with Cobb County. He says the transition will officially take place on June 2nd. The old address will remain accessible for a limited time. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
86 degrees in Atlanta, watching for more scattered showers and storms this afternoon. Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. This just in, there could be progress to end the Russia-Ukraine war after President Trump's nearly 2-hour phone call with Russian President Putin today.
The president says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start ceasefire negotiations after what he described as an excellent call. Putin said Moscow is in favor of a peaceful settlement, but says compromises would need to be found to suit both parties.
CBS's Stacey Lynn reports Trump is suggesting talks could take place at the Vatican. One man is dead in a domestic-related shooting in Stone Mountain. Gwinnett County police say they have another man detained for questioning.
Investigators tell me that the person that's detained is believed to be the shooter.
Corporal Juan Matiedo with Gwinnett Police says the shooting happened in the area of Salem Drive before 8 this morning. The body found in front of a home. Police say the two men knew each other. Metro Atlanta police tracked down a kidnapping suspect out of South Carolina. A woman told someone at a rest stop on I-20 in Morgan County she had been kidnapped and asked them to call 911. Covington police later spotted the suspect's vehicle on I-20 and tried to make a traffic stop. The suspect took off and was chased into Rockdale County, where a deputy used a pit maneuver to end the chase. Suspect Charles Davis was tased as he tried to run. The kidnapping victim is okay. Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff is highlighting what he says is mistreatment by corporate landlords in Metro Atlanta. Shanna Brooks Wilhite, a renter in Stockbridge, is among those speaking out today.
We're not humans to them. We're dollar signs.
Ossoff has opened an investigation into the conduct of corporate landlords. An analysis from Georgia State University finds 30% of the single-family rental homes in Metro Atlanta are owned by a large corporation. Ossoff is asking the public to file any complaints with his office. It is 2:02. This news is sponsored by Brett Beckers. Up next, live team coverage of traffic and weather.
Have you gotten your grilling preparations and fixins for Memorial Day? It's coming up. I've got mine from Omaha Steaks, and you should too, because during the Memorial Day sale, you get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. And listen, you're going to get an extra $35 off with promo code ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout. Just look for the promo code box, put in my name, Eric. You'll get $35 off and already 50% off site-wide. So I loaded up on hamburgers and the gourmet jumbo franks. Of course, my wife loves the caramel apple tartlets. But go load up your cart with deliciousness. Whatever you want, 50% off site-wide at Omaha Steaks for Memorial Day. It is deliciousness delivered to your door. I've already got my order in. I did save you guys some food, so go check it out. omahasteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. The Memorial Day sale happening right now. Use promo code ERIC, E-R-I-C-K, at checkout for an extra $35 off. Minimum purchase may apply.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
You've had your windshield wipers on high a lot lately, and they're getting the job done, but how is your roof holding up after all this heavy rain? Dave Baker here for Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Extreme weather can really challenge your roof. After storms like that, think of Findlay first and schedule a free roof analysis. Findlay has installed over 65,000 local roofs. They've mastered roof replacement and do impeccable, high-quality work. Schedule now at FindlayRoofing.com. Roof.
It is 2:05, time for live team coverage of traffic and weather in the 24-hour traffic center. Alex Williams.
Hey, good afternoon, Bill. Some better news in DeKalb County out of Lithonia. Hero just got a stall off to the right, I-20 westbound before Panola Road exit 71. Delays from Turner Hill will start to improve. Trouble also just moved off to the right in Clarkston, 285 southbound the inner loop before Memorial Drive, and 285 southbound the outer loop getting slow over on the west side from South Cobb Drive down toward I-20. We'll check on any new trouble there. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, warm and muggy, high 86. A few scattered rain showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Scattered rain showers and thunderstorms late in the afternoon through the evening hours. Cooling down on Wednesday, partly cloudy, high 82.
85 in Duluth, 86 in East Point, 83 in Cartersville. More news at 2:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
It's the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is loot. L-O-O-T. Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBRadio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is loot. L-O-O-T. Join me live at 3 for the Von Haessler Doctrine, and I'll have your next keyword and chance to win at 5.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Greetings, conversationalists. It's Eric Erickson. The phone number, 877-973-7425. There is some breaking news. I warned you this was coming earlier in the program. The 30-year yield of the 30-year bond is top 5%. Now, it's fallen just below 5%, but again, it comes after the Moody's situation, and that means it becomes harder and harder to finance debt in the United States and more expensive to do so. We're keeping our eye on that number. Pay attention to the bond market more than the stock market right now. I want to talk about something else. It needs to be said. I mentioned at the very beginning of the program, our first reaction to news of, for example, Joe Biden being diagnosed with a very aggressive prostate cancer is pray for him. I want to read you tweets. One is from Taylor Lawrence, the weird girl who has all sorts of psychological issues. Woman, I guess I should say. She's old. She pretends not to be old, but she says, hopefully he rots in hell and rests in pee. That weird. Very, very weird. And then there is one from Talcomex, that would be Sean King, who says, I was a chaplain at a hospital. Before that, I was a counselor at a children's hospital. Never in my life have I cared less about someone having an aggressive form of cancer than I do about Joe Biden. I hate him. He's a genocidal monster, and I hope his final days are painful. And then I saw someone else, I didn't save the tweet, but basically saying that Joe Biden funded the genocide of Gaza and he can rot in hell. Those are from the left. I've seen people on the right say, I was radicalized by what Joe Biden did. Screw him. I hope he dies painfully. Someone else saying, I don't care what you say about me. I will never think nice thoughts, say kind things, or pray for Joe Biden. Now, this is where we separate people who authentically live their faith in life from the others. It is actually easier to not be a believer at times like this. Because, let's admit it. Those of us on the right, we didn't like Joe Biden. And yet we're told in Scripture, the Sermon on the Mount, not just to love our neighbors, but also love our enemies and pray for our enemies. And what some people try to do, which is even worse than the pagans who say, I'll never pray for this man, he can burn in hell, is to say, well, I'm going to pray for him, but I'm only going to pray in this particular way that makes me feel morally superior. It's not right either. Sometimes the required things in life are hard to do, particularly when those things are by faith. Turning the other cheek. Let's dwell on that for a minute, because there are a lot of people, you go online, and there's actually a movement of people, Christian nationalists, self-identified Christian nationalists, who are like, you know what, that turn the other cheek thing, that it doesn't apply right now. We got to fight. We got to do something. So it is human nature to seek retribution. If someone does something to you or your family, you have a right in nature to respond. It's not a God-given right, it's a right in nature. It is very old. The Romans had a right of retribution. Hammurabi's Code had a right of retribution. Retribution is actually baked into the natural law of the planet. Someone does something wrong, you're allowed to respond. You're allowed retribution. And here comes this Jesus dude who says, let God be the one to punish them. You turn the other cheek. And that's a very hard concept, particularly in Western society in the 21st century, for a person of faith to understand. How can I not right this wrong myself? I've been slighted. I want to be the one to feel better by the retribution. And Jesus is saying, turn the other cheek. And then he's saying this weird thing called love your enemy. I'm reminded of Peter. Like, we historically know that the Apostle Peter existed. In fact, we historically know from the Roman records he probably was transported to Rome for his execution. And we have found underneath the Vatican, where they claim that he was buried, bones of someone from Judah from about 2,000 years ago, set aside in a particular tomb that historically people have said was his. It probably actually was him. We know he chose to be executed through crucifixion upside down. He was executed upside down because he did not feel himself worthy enough to be executed like Christ. And he was killed. And we know that he, knowing he would be executed, still said, pray for the emperor. Not pray against him, not pray that he changes his mind. Pray for the emperor to be an agent of God. Pray for the emperor. Pray for the emperor. Pray for the president. Pray for Joe Biden. Now, that doesn't mean we can't ask the tough questions. It doesn't mean we have to abdicate asking who covered it up. It doesn't mean we have to question whether or not he lied to us. It doesn't mean that at all. You can pray for someone and still demand accountability. You can pray for someone and still be committed to the truth. You can pray for Joe Biden and his family for his comfort, for his salvation, for cure, for treatment to be successful. You can pray for his doctors, and you can still also say, and we need questions answered about when did he know. We need questions answered about what were those trips regularly to Delaware for in light of this news. Was he getting treatment? Why did they not do a PSA test on a man that age? Why was it not in his record? Did they choose not to? We can ask all of those questions. But it still, for people of faith, doesn't abdicate us from praying for the man. Praying for his wife, praying for his son. Love your enemies and pray for them. Love your neighbor and pray for them. You know, it's kind of interesting timing to be talking about this today, because yesterday in church, this subject came up. Our Pastor Justin was talking about this passage in the Sermon on the Mount and the whole love your neighbor as you have heard. And he was saying that one of the things that you got to remember is you go back to historically 2,000 years ago, the Pharisees had essentially said, who is your neighbor? They defined your neighbor as the people who you choose to surround yourself with and you choose to agree with. In other words, in today's environment, our neighbors in our minds would be our social media friends. The people who look like us, who sound like us, who think like us, who believe like us, who engage like us, who like us, the things of this world. And everyone else is our enemy. It's very common thinking on the right and the left these days on social media. It's become very tribal. You know, for the longest time, I actually followed pastors on social media because I thought, this is better for my edification, sanctification, all that, following pastors. I got to tell you, I have started unsubscribing from following pastors on social media because they're as broken as the rest of us when it comes to politics. They are all about the political arguing these days. Instead, I follow the golf accounts, and we can argue over the PGA and LIV, and we can argue over the holes and Rory McIlroy's driver and Scotty Scheffler's driver and all that. Far better, entertaining, interesting stuff, and then golf architecture I'm fascinated with. And you get outside of the R versus D, left versus right, progressive versus conservative arguments of the day, where everything is tribal, everyone tries to divide you, and your job as a believer, and I realize not all of you are, but for those of you who are, is to navigate a path through this world where your tribe is with eternity, it's not with the here and now, and that sets you apart from everyone else, and then makes it very difficult for you to navigate politics. I got to tell you, I'm having an email back and forth with a friend of mine who's retired from politics, very famous person, y'all would all know, hadn't talked to her in a while. And she said, you know what, I keep my grandkids in bees now. Politics has just gotten too much. It has. And there are days I'm like, really, Erickson? You got to come in and unintentionally make people mad because there is no way to keep everybody happy these days. And I'm a people pleaser to begin with, and it just gets exhausting to know that, yeah, I'm right, and I'm going to get a lot of hate mail from people because I dared to criticize the people that they like, even though the people they like are wrong. And if it was the other side doing what they're doing, well, they would agree with me, but now it's our side, so it's tribalism. And I'm just not into the tribalism. I can't be, because truth has to be more important. I go back, so I'm actually speaking at my church in a few weeks. You're welcome to come wherever you are. It's a men's only event. It's called Man to Man. It's this thing down in Macon at my church, and talking about just faith and living out life. And I've mentioned this before on the program that, if you go back into the Old Testament, go to Leviticus. Yeah, Leviticus. Fun book of the Bible. That and Numbers. Super fun books of the Bible. There are all of these rules on how the Israelites were supposed to live and set themselves apart. The tattoo rule. The no mixed fabric rule. The no eating shellfish rule. Delicious, yummy, red Argentinian red-tailed shrimp that you can get from Omaha Steaks. They're delicious. And the Israelites told you can't have those delicious shrimp. You can't get a tattoo. Team Israelite on that one. No mixed fabric clothing. All of those rules were designed to set them apart from others. There's this great story in the Old Testament about the word shibboleth, that the Israelites could make the sh sound. The tribes around them could not. And so, as the Israelites were crossing the River Jordan, they were being followed. People were trying to claim that they too were Jews so they could come in and kill the Israelites. And so the guards at the river would say the word shibboleth. And those who were not of the kingdom of David would say sibboleth, and they were killed on the spot. Shibboleth became a tribal identifier, the sh sound. So did no tattoos, no mixed fabric clothing, no eating of shellfish. It was a way to identify the Jews from everyone else. So essentially what it was saying is the other tribes, the non-Israel tribes, they were probably covered in tattoos. Archaeologically, we actually know this was true. The Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Canaanite tribes, the Amalekites, you name it. I started to say the Mennonites. Wrong one. Moabites. They had tattoos. They had lots of tattoos, and here the Israelis didn't. And you could point to the Israelites and say, these must be Hebrews because they don't have tattoos. Now, you fast forward to the 21st century. It is almost impossible to have a youth minister on stage at a large evangelical church without tattoos, piercings, and flannel shirts. They look just like the world around them. They wear mixed fabric clothing. They eat shrimp at the crawfish boil. And they got lots of tattoos. Because today, it's not our outward appearance that matters. It's our outward behavior that matters. It sets us apart from the world. If you're a believer, you can't really get angry at the politics of the day because you're on the winning team already. You got the ticket home. If you're a believer, you can't just curse Joe Biden and wish him poor health and pain because you're a believer. You're commanded to love your neighbor. If you're a believer, it's hard. You know, Tim Keller has a great quote that Christians are actually the only real atheists. You know, the Romans actually, one of the reasons they persecuted the Christians were because they were accused of atheism. Because to the Romans, your God had to have died to be a God. And since the Christians said they worshiped a living being, there's no way he could be a God. They had to be atheists. But also there's this. Every religion on planet Earth gives you a rule book. Do this to find salvation. You do this to find salvation. And here with Christianity, we don't have a religion, we have a relationship. Have a relationship with an individual. And that individual does all the work for us and works through us. But one of the things that individual does tell us is he's working through us, and to be more like him, you got to love your enemies. So you can't, if you're a person of faith, just condemn Joe Biden. You can demand the truth. You can ask for the truth. You can demand accountability. You can say he lied. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you can't find it in your heart to say this man is suffering cancer, we should be in prayer for him and his family for what they are now going through and probably where this heads. You might need to ask yourself some tough questions if you can't bring yourself to do that. And if you don't make a claim as to your faith, no big deal. This is the best life you're ever going to have, though. It's all going to be downhill the moment you're dead. But if you actually hold yourself out as someone of faith, and you just don't want to say something nice about your enemies where you want to caveat in such a way to make yourself feel morally superior to them, you might need to examine your heart, because we're living in an age where it's a whole lot easier for people to conform to the tribe now than to actually conform to what they're called to be. It's not easy to do the right and necessary things, but you've still got to do those things, including loving people who will not love you back.
Follow Eric on X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Search EW Erickson.
221 Cool Day Carrier WSB 24-hour traffic center. Getting a little heavier over in that east side perimeter. 285 southbound brake lights filling in, leaving I-85 Spaghetti Junction down toward Highway 78, with southbound delays picking up into town on 400 south from Lennox Road. On and off that brake pedal, passing 17th Street down to North Avenue. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off. And for UPS shipping, add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
It's the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. This hour's keyword is loot. L-O-O-T. Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is loot. L-O-O-T. Join me live at 3 for the Von Haessler Doctrine, and I'll have your next keyword and chance to win at 5.
Just a word of wisdom from your friend Mark Aram. A damaged roof doesn't always lead to an entire roof replacement project. As a full-service Atlanta roofing company, my friends at Dr. Roof offer comprehensive roof repairs that will lengthen the lifespan of your existing roof and ensure that it will continue to protect your home as it should. It's storm season. Get peace of mind from my friends at Dr. Roof. They've been in business for over 35 years. And Dr. Roof offers up to a 5-year warranty on roof repairs. Get all the info online at drroof.com.
When markets get rocky, the worst thing you can do is nothing. Hi, I'm David Nicholas, president and founder of Nicholas Wealth Management. Times like these demand action and a plan you can trust. That's why we rely on our trademark Retire Ready Bucket strategy. This strategy is designed to place a percentage of your portfolio into lower risk, income producing income bucket, aiming to generate steady cash flow for the first 10 to 15 years of retirement. Meanwhile, your growth bucket is filled with dividend and growth stocks, which has time to recover when markets are going crazy. So call Nicholas Wealth today at 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com to schedule a time to sit down with our team to review your plan. This strategy was crafted by experience. It's battle tested, and it's how you aim to keep your retirement on track even when the markets are not. So call Nicholas Wealth today at 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com. At Nicholas Wealth Management, we're prepared. Are you? Don't wait for the next headline to shake your confidence. Call Nicholas Wealth today, 678-990-8500 or visit nicholaswealth.com. Nicholas Wealth Management. Retire ready.
Nicholas Wealth Management is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Neither the information nor any opinion expressed is to be construed as solicitation to buy or sell a security or personalized investment, tax, or legal advice.
It's Eric Erickson here. Every single day now, I deal with a malicious request to click a link. My daughter the other day got a text message some of you have probably gotten. Click on it and pay your toll, and it's just a scam. All these things keep happening. They're preying upon the young, senior citizens, and you and me. But there's good news. Vision Computer is here to help you. If you have their managed service, you're never alone, and in just 15 seconds, expert tech support is at your fingertips, ready to protect you from online threats, scams, and computer problems. And you don't have to take my word for it. We're a Vision Computer household, but they've got thousands of 5-star reviews beyond my household reviews, but I'd give them 5 stars too. They've got thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews because they're simply the best. Call them at 404-COMPUTE today or visit them online at visioncomputers.com, because when it comes to your security, you can't afford to wait. Vision will take care of you. Tell them I sent you. Call them at 404-COMPUTE or go to visioncomputers.com.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz, and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no, and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
All the news, weather, and traffic you need. 95.5 WSB. Join Eric's army of activists and let your voice be heard. Text ARMY to 33777.
Hello there. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be very happy to have you. Don't forget, if you text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777, you get so much stuff. The social media links, you get the podcast links for Apple and Spotify, you get the links to the 24/7 stream where the show repeats until noon the next day and starts over fresh with the new show. And the very top link is the morning briefing email and the daily show notes. You sign up for it and you get taken care of. Great stuff. Now, when we come back, I will take your phone calls. This is a very short segment. I went long in the last segment, so I don't have time to take all of your phone calls right now. But I will tell you again, as I mentioned to you and warned, the Dow's up right now. S&P and NASDAQ, they're down. But the big issue is the bond market is starting to get a little spooked by interest rates, by the Moody investment. A lot of it was baked in. But this deal, if the House Republicans and the Senate Republicans can't rein in some of the federal spending in this deal, they're going to risk financial turmoil, and there actually is real concern about the government's ability to meet its obligations, and that's causing all sorts of market chaos. And that market chaos is causing gold prices to go up as a hedge. Swiss America has been the trusted leader in precious metals for 40 years, and they've been warning people about a secret war on cash for some time. If you're interested in safeguarding your hard-earned cash from the secret war on cash, you need their free report. They're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. They can educate you on protecting your assets. All you got to do is get the Secret War on Cash report. What you do to get it is you go call them at 800-289-2646. The report is completely free. It takes less than 15 minutes to read. It can save on your retirement and finances and essentially educate you on how the government is trying to steer your spending through credit cards and the like, get you away from cash and get you away from sound investments. It does absolutely apply to crypto as well. So you get the report completely free, The Secret War on Cash. All you do is mention me, Eric, when you call or text 800-289-2646. The phone number again is 800-289-2646. Just text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 800-289-2646 or call them and say Eric Erickson sent you. You'll get the report completely free. Again, 800-289-2646. If you text Eric, follow the link back, get the report. 800-289-2646. Message and data rates may apply.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 2:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top story. President Trump says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start ceasefire talks after what he calls an excellent call with Russian President Putin. The two leaders spoke for about 2 hours today, and Trump is suggesting the talks could take place at the Vatican. President Trump says he spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky and other world leaders after the call with Putin. Cobb County government is changing its website.
We believe moving over from .org to .gov will provide a more secure environment for those who use our services.
Ross Cavett with Cobb County says the transition will officially take place June 2nd. The old address will remain accessible for a limited time. One man is dead in a domestic-related shooting in Stone Mountain. Gwinnett police say they have another man detained for questioning. The shooting happened in the area of Salem Drive before 8 this morning. Police say the two men knew each other. DeKalb County changes some of the items you can place into the blue recyclable bins for curbside pickup.
What has changed is our recycle curbside collection. We no longer accept plastics 3 through 7 on the recycling symbol. Only plastics that are 1 and 2.
Those numbers are all listed on plastics. Eric Holston with DeKalb Sanitation says they are also no longer taking shredded paper because of the inconsistency in the fiber. Douglas County is looking to help out laid-off federal employees find new jobs. Commission Chair Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones says they're partnering with WorkSource Georgia and Elevate Douglas to help connect former federal workers with new employers. Jones says this can be a scary and stressful time for those who are out of work. It is 2:32. This news is sponsored by FGA Roofing.
Hey, homeowners, it's Eric Erickson. You wouldn't trust Mac with a jack to fix your home's sinking foundation problem, would you? I certainly wouldn't. Serious issues need serious experts at Engineered Solutions of Georgia. Their skills are unmatched, so are their foundation solutions. When these guys repair a problem, it's the last time you'll have to worry about it. Done once, done right. Start today with a free inspection. Go to ESOGrepair.com. That's ESOGrepair.com.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor. Rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early while it's still a simple repair and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where we know gifting isn't just about the latest styles and best quality, it's also about the best prices to make your occasions memorable without breaking the bank. Diamond studs are the perfect gift. They start at just $275 and have 100% upgrade value for life. We have a great selection of diamond and sterling silver jewelry with necklaces as low as $110. So don't compromise on your big occasions. Stay in your budget with something they'll cherish from D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
At 2:34, Alex Williams in the traffic center.
Just found some trouble up in Ackworth. It's a crash, 75 southbound, just past Highway 92, exit 277. Right now it's on the left shoulder, but it is causing a little bit of delay there coming down from Lake Albatuna and filling up downtown southbound from the 85-400 merge, getting even slower as you make your way down toward I-20. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, warm and muggy, high 86. Scattered pop-up showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon.
86 in Dallas, 80 in Waleska, 89 in Conyers. More news at 3 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Smart, fearless, and occasionally funny. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Hello and welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. There is breaking news happening right now. The President of the United States announces on social media he has talked to Vladimir Putin. This is the President's tweet. Just completed my 2-hour call with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. I believe it went very well. Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and, more importantly, an end to the war. The conditions for that will be negotiated between the two parties, as it can only be, because they know the details of a negotiation that no one else would be aware of. The tone and spirit of the conversation were excellent. If it wasn't, I would say so now rather than later. Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when the catastrophic bloodbath is over, and I agree. There's a tremendous opportunity for Russia to create massive amounts of jobs and wealth. Its potential is unlimited. Likewise, Ukraine can be a great beneficiary on trade in the process of rebuilding its country. Negotiations between Russia and Ukraine will begin immediately. I have so informed President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, President Emmanuel Macron of France, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy, Chancellor Friedrich Merz of Germany, and President Alexander Stubb of Finland during a call with me immediately after the call with President Putin. The Vatican, as represented by the Pope, has stated it would be very interested in hosting the negotiations. Let the process begin! Exclamation point. Now, how is this being taken? Here is the Wall Street Journal headline: Trump-Putin call yields no immediate breakthrough. President Trump says he had an excellent 2-hour phone conversation by phone with Vladimir Putin, though the two failed to agree on an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine that had been pressed by the Trump administration and European allies. After the call, neither Trump nor Putin signaled they had reached a breakthrough. Trump said Ukraine and Russia will continue their conversations, and the Vatican offered to host negotiations. Moments earlier, Putin thanked Trump for his peacemaking effort and said that a ceasefire for a certain period of time is possible if appropriate agreements are reached. The Russian president repeated earlier assertions that broader conditions must be agreed upon before a wider peace agreement can be reached. Russia will propose and is ready to work with the Ukrainian side on a memorandum that would outline their position for a possible peace treaty, Putin told reporters. The memo could include a possible peace agreement and so on, including a possible ceasefire for a certain period if the relevant agreements are reached, he added. But the question is exactly what Putin wants. There is a real fear, I've mentioned this before, that Vladimir Putin really doesn't want peace in Ukraine. And he doesn't because he would have to repatriate a lot of battle-hardened soldiers who he let out of prison who were really criminals, and now they're more proficient at killing. We will see how this thing winds up. Hopefully, we can get some level of a peace deal out of it. Hopefully, we're just not sure. And again, we're not completely sure because Vladimir Putin often says he's willing to work for peace, and then he never actually does. So stay tuned. The phone number here, 877-973-7425. If you would like to be on the program, let me go to John, calling in Palm Coast, Florida. John, you're up first today. Welcome to the show.
Oh, good afternoon, Eric. I thought I would give your audience and yourself, well, I know that you have personal experience with this, but I mean, cancer is such a devastating disease. I was fortunate. I had been diagnosed with Gleason level 9, and it only goes up to 10. Mm-hmm. So I know how serious Biden's condition is, plus the fact that it has metastasized into his bone. And that's one of the things that will happen with that disease if it's not medicated, taken care of quickly. Generally, anything under a PSA of 5 is considered safe. But once a man's score starts climbing, as mine did, that's not good. And I had various things done along the way. But once I got up to the Gleason level of 9, my doctor put me on hormone therapy, which was not fun. And then I had 48 treatments of radiation. Now, this past February was my 5th year since the end of the treatment, and so far I'm still okay. But my point is, this doesn't happen overnight. It's not like, you catch the flu or you get a cold and in a couple of days you're sick. It takes time to get to that. And how the President of the United States, who I'm no fan of, but I feel very bad that he's so sick. And frankly, I don't think he'll survive this because it's going into his bone. But anyway, I mean, the president has gold care when it comes to health. How could he have gotten to that level of disease and no one knew about it?
Right. Yeah, look, I'm glad you said that because it really is, it's highly improbable. And I mean, lots of doctors have now come forward and said that. And John, that's probably a good cue for me to replay this conversation. This is from Morning Joe this morning. It's with Zeke Emanuel, the man who helped design Obamacare. He's Rahm Emanuel's brother. He's a medical expert and also a leading oncologist in the nation. And this was their conversation.
Zeke, you're an oncologist, obviously. Incredibly respected. You believe that it is likely, just for those just tuning in, you believe it is likely if this prostate cancer has spread to the bone that he could have had it for up to a decade, but certainly it's likely. Would it be fair to say it's likely to have had this for at least several years?
Oh, more than several years. You don't get prostate cancer.
So I just want to stop you. So this is not speculation. If you have prostate cancer that is spread to the bone, then he's most certainly, you were saying, had it when he was president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency in 2021. Yes, that I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
I mean, that's Zeke Emanuel. Whether you like him or not, he's an expert on this issue. He actually is a world-renowned oncologist. That Biden probably had it when he entered the White House in 2021. The cover-up is staggering. And take Joe Biden out of the equation. Because, you can't really talk about it now because poor Joe Biden. Take Biden out of the equation. There was a mass cover-up of people inside the presidential administration to keep all of this secret from us. We were lied to. The American public were lied to. And those lies amounted, for you Democrats out there, those lies amounted to getting Donald Trump reelected. You should be furious if you're a Democrat with this. Back to the phones. Ed, you're up next. Welcome to the show. Ed, you there?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I am.
Welcome.
No, I asked your. Oh, well, thank you. I asked your call screener what current Arab nation has openly taken in Palestinians through this conflict, the war in Gaza and Israel. And the answer is zero. And it's interesting. I love history. I think, and from listening to you on the radio, you do too. Back when Jimmy Carter was president, and he was allowed to bring the Palestinians and Israel together, he had the backing of the Arab nations, because at that time they weren't taking the Palestinians either.
Right.
And I draw a comparison of then and now is because back in the 70s, colleges other than Berkeley and some in California weren't as liberal. So you didn't have this growth, this massive wave of sympathy toward the Palestinians as you do now in the United States. So
right. Well, and you know,
I
so
think,
Ed, the larger issue here is I think people don't understand how there really is no such thing as a Palestinian person. Now, there are people who now use that identifier as that's where they're from, but the Palestinians are actually a group of disparate tribes of Arabs who happen to live
They were nomads.
Yes, who happen to live in the area. The Romans, because they hated the Jews, the Romans renamed Palestine, so they refer to themselves as Palestinians, but they're actually from different tribes that themselves internally disagree. Say what you will about the Egyptians, but an Egyptian is an Egyptian, a Syrian's a Syrian, a Jordanian's a Jordanian. A Palestinian happens to be from an Arab tribe that lives in Palestine that is not actually a united people. And we in the West tend to forget this. And also, at the Palestinian leadership level, they tend to deny that that's the case. But, I mean, you talk to them, that's the truth. I mean, I grew up with these people. So what happened is the people that we refer to as Palestinians, they still have the keys to their homes, many of them, and it's a ritualistic ceremony many of them go through and every year celebrate or mourn the loss of. It's a sad celebration. It's a remembrance, I guess you could say. In the 1950s, essentially what happened is the Arab nations said, hey, you people move into our land, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt. We're going to invade. We're going to wipe out Israel. You'll be home next week. So these people literally left their homes in what became Israeli territory, took their house keys with them for their houses, thinking we're going to be back next week. And guess what? The Israelis won. Then when the Israelis won, they said, sorry, you're not allowed back now. This is our land now. And they took over the houses. And so you got these Palestinians who carry their family keys around as heirlooms. Oh, the tragedy. Oh, they took our home. You know why they took your home? Because you were given advance notice to leave so the Jews could be murdered. And it turns out the Jews won the war. No sympathy for these people. And they've been rewriting history with a propaganda campaign ever since. Have no sympathy for them. Love your neighbor and pray for them, but recognize God also has a sense of humor. These people packed up and left in the middle of the night, so it was the Israelis who would be murdered by the Arab nations. The Arab nations attempted to invade. The Jews repelled the invasion and took the land and said, oh, you guys gave up your right to come back home. So these Arab nations were stuck with Palestinian refugees. They didn't want them. They never wanted them. They had no desire for them. They were stuck. And over time, what actually happened is the Israelis said, you can go to Gaza or the West Bank. You might be able to return to your home if a Jewish person's not living there, but you're not going to be a nation state. By the way, we now know from the recovered records of some of the Hamas leadership that they actually intended their October 7th, 2023 invasion to... They were worried about Saudi Arabia normalizing relations with Israel. And one of the reasons they invaded was to stop that. And it worked at a great cost. And now there are rumors the Saudis, because of this documentation, realizing that they actually were played by Hamas, might actually recognize Israel. They just might do it. They should do it. It's the right thing to do. The United Arab Emirates has done it. Egypt has done it. Bahrain has done it. Oman has done it. Jordan has done it. It's probably time for Saudi Arabia to get on board. We should not give a homeland to Hamas, and that's all a unified Palestinian territory with nationhood would do, is it would set Hamas up for even worse. So maybe go on and recognize Israel and stop this fantasy about a Palestinian nation. You know, there was a rumor circulated that before Donald Trump left the Middle East from his trip, he was going to recognize the Palestinian territory as a nation. It did not happen. Of course, it was not going to happen, but they tried to claim it was going to happen, and it did not. Time to end the fantasy altogether. There doesn't need to be a Palestinian nation state. Now, I got to tell you about Vision Computer because they would love to do business with you. They'd love to build you a computer, upgrade your computer, give you their great tech support. All you got to do is go to visioncomputers.com or call them at 404-COMPUTE. 404-COMPUTE or visioncomputers.com. If you call them at 404-COMPUTE, tell them Eric sent you. They're going to save you some money. Don't go to the big box store to buy your computer. Call Vision Computer. Anybody nationwide can do this. 404-COMPUTE. They're headquartered in Atlanta. They'll send you the computer. It's going to be better than what you get at the big box store. And you're going to get their tech support where you get a special number. You call that number. You ever have a question, not even a problem, just a question. You can't figure something out. You call them 15 seconds or less faster than a Google search. You're going to get the answer. It comes with the computer for free. They have thousands of 5-star reviews. If you just want the tech support, you've got an existing computer, but you need their tech support for your parent, for your kid. You've given a computer to your parent and you're tired of being tech support, let Vision help them. Call them at 404-COMPUTE or go to visioncomputers.com. By the way, for your office, let's say you can't afford 6 figures for the in-house IT guy. $179 a computer, you pay Vision, they become the tech support. And so your employees are really good at their jobs, and Vision's really good at their computers, so your productivity goes up. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. Find out how they can help your small business. 404-COMPUTE or visioncomputers.com. Tell them Eric sent you. You'll save even more money.
You're at the intersection of politics, news, culture, and current events. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
251 Cool Ray Carrier, WSB 24-hour traffic center. New crash, Highway 78 eastbound before Mountain Industrial Boulevard, exit 4. Left lane knocked out, should be clearing soon. A few brake lights coming over from Brockett Road. 400 southbound's gotten slow in Sandy Springs, trying to get onto 285 west, where hopefully they're wrapping up that right lane road work that's been out there since about 9 o'clock this morning. And a crash cleared 75 south in Ackworth, Highway 92. Traffic brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage for a limited time. Go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off, and for UPS shipping, add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
On air,
Online,
on the app,
where you get your news,
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
Are you serious? The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday.
OMG! Oh my goodness!
Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app.
Your next chance to win is coming up at 5.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz
On 95.5 WSB.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group, to discuss one of the biggest blind spots that people face when saving for retirement, and it's a head scratcher. Chris, how do so many people not know what they're invested in?
That's the biggest flaw that everybody runs into. They think they know what equities they have, they think they know what bonds they have, but they really don't know how those mutual funds or how those index funds are performing in conjunction with one another. So, I would liken this to a big pot of soup, and we're just throwing all the ingredients in the refrigerator in this thing. It's not very good. It's just a mishmash of stuff. And sometimes you like the way it tastes. Sometimes you don't. And when you don't know why. You don't know if you got too much chicken in there or too much vegetables in there or what's going on. And I ask every caller that comes in for an initial consultation, do you know how your portfolio is broken down? And they say, well, I've got, 20 or so options in my 401k, and I just picked 2 of them or 3 of them. I thought I needed some international. I thought I needed some U.S. equities. I thought I needed some bonds. And they're just guessing. So you have to absolutely know what you're invested in, and that's where we will run the 401k portfolio x-ray for you. because that'll break it down. If you're not proficient at investing and don't understand this world, we will walk you through it. Not knowing what you're invested in is a big hindrance to growing and protecting your money. We will run a portfolio x-ray for you and educate you on exactly what's in your portfolio.
Set up a time to get your complimentary portfolio x-ray today. Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858. That's 404-737-3858, or book online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or consumercellular.com today. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
Your non-stop news source. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
The governor of Kentucky was on television and was asked about the Trump cuts and Trump cuts to FEMA. And he said that the Trump administration FEMA response has actually been fantastic. So we have had all these worrying stories in the media designed to stress people out that bad things were going to happen and you weren't going to be able to get things done. And along comes Andy Beshear and actually says that this administration has done a good job dealing with the tornadoes.
I can't tell you the why we keep getting hit over and over, but I can tell you we are strong people. We get up time and time again. And a big part of that is the rest of the world, and especially the rest of the country, shows up to help us out.
And I know you've been complimentary of that. You've been complimentary of FEMA. The fact also is that FEMA's programs built to help recover from damage, to help survivors, has been cut pretty significantly. How confident are you that the financial help you need will be there?
Well, I'm very concerned about the future of FEMA, very concerned about the future of the National Weather Service, which tells us about these in advance. But I do want to reiterate that our current reality is that the president has approved our requests from the last two major disaster declarations. And their FEMA operation on the ground is one of the best I've seen. And that's why I think it needs to continue. They're doing a good job of helping people when they've been knocked down, and without the federal government, in partnership with the state government, they're not going to be able to get back up, at least as fast as we do. And if you think about these disasters happening more and more and more often, what could be a more sacred role for government than first protecting its people by letting them know when this is going to happen, and second, being there for them in the most difficult of days when they've lost everything, maybe even people they love, and saying, we are going to help you rebuild.
That's the governor of Kentucky praising the Trump administration's response. And you know what the Democrats are doing is, well, he's saying this now because he knows he's not going to get any aid. There's no winning here. There's no winning. And this is you go to the Drudge Report and you find out the Kentucky National Weather Service office faced federal staffing cuts before the deadly tornado hit. They're essentially trying to blame Donald Trump for these deadly tornadoes. There's no evidence of this. The governor of Kentucky is on television saying the response was great. There was no evidence at all related to downtime due to the Trump administration. Nothing at all. And yet they're constantly getting blamed. They're constantly being blamed because the media wants you to believe there's blood on Donald Trump's hands. In a way, they excuse Joe Biden, who really did have blood on his hands with those dead soldiers in Afghanistan, in Syria, and the like. They flat out protected Joe Biden, and you're going to watch a massive shift in the coverage because of the cancer news, which was by design, by the way.
WSB consumer expert Clark Howard.
If you're looking at buying a new-to-you used car, there's such a hot push by the dealers for you to buy what's known as CPO, Certified Pre-Owned. And supposedly, that vehicle has been through 100-and-something point check and reconditioned, and the vehicle's never been in a wreck and all this. And you pay more when you buy a vehicle that's CPO because, in addition, you get a little extension of warranty from the manufacturer of that brand. But here's the problem. The dealer is on its honor to do this check, to not put a vehicle in the program that's been in a wreck and things like that. But sometimes they do. That's why even when you're buying a certified pre-owned, you got to have a mechanic check it out for you to make sure it is truly what they say it is. I'm Clark Howard.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 3 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top local story. It is just in. The father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter will be tried in Barrow County, but the jurors will come from a neighboring county.
Barrow County Superior Court Judge Nicholas Prim says jury selection in the case will be held in Hall County. In his order, Prim says other counties, including Walton, Effingham, Bryan, and Glenn, were all considered, but were ruled out because of the distance that could put a strain on witnesses. Prim says Hall County is close enough so the jurors will be able to easily travel to Barrow for the proceedings. Attorneys for the accused shooter, Colt Gray, have also filed a motion for change of venue. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
87 degrees in Atlanta, warm and muggy with pop-up showers and storms. Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. President Trump has a high-stakes phone call with Russian President Putin today to discuss ending the war in Ukraine.
The president posted on Truth Social he felt the 2-hour call went very well. He says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and, more importantly, an end to the war. The conditions, he says, will be negotiated between the two parties, adding that Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over.
CBS's Stacey Lynn reports Trump is suggesting the ceasefire talks could take place at the Vatican. A kidnapping suspect from South Carolina is arrested in Metro Atlanta after a high-speed chase.
Covington police got involved in the pursuit after spotting the suspect's vehicle along I-20 Saturday morning. They pulled him over, but the suspect, identified as Charles Davis, took off, traveling into Rockdale County, where deputies joined the chase, then used a pit maneuver to stop the car. Covington Police Lieutenant Daniel Digby tells WSB after that,
he's not very fleet of foot. He didn't make it very far. He got tased and he was taken into custody.
Davis is facing charges of violating the Family Violence Act, kidnapping, false imprisonment, and a slew of traffic charges. Tina Douglas, 95.5 WSB.
One man is dead in a domestic-related shooting in Stone Mountain. Gwinnett County Police say they have another man detained for questioning.
Are they relatives or friends? It's unclear right now. We have one male that was detained, and he was brought up here to our headquarters and subsequently interviewed by our other homicide detective.
Corporal Juan Madiedo with Gwinnett Police says the shooting happened in the area of Salem Drive before 8 this morning. The body was found in front of a home. Police say the two men knew each other. A Georgia Tech student is shot in the head during an argument at an off-campus student apartment building. Atlanta police say they responded to the Connector Apartments on Spring Street just before 7 last night, where they found a young man with a gunshot wound to the head. He was not conscious but was breathing when he was taken to the hospital. Police are not giving an update on the victim's age or condition. Cobb County has a new website which should deter hackers.
If you log on to the Cobb County government website, it's now cobbcounty.gov instead of cobbcounty.org.
So there'll be a period of time there where all the old links will still work, but just bounce to the new .gov.
But Ross Cavett with Cobb County saying that will be for a limited time. The change that's been in the works for a while is being made to increase security as .gov sites are harder to hack. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
It's now 3:03. The Von Hessler Doctrine begins in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather in the 24-hour traffic center. Alex Williams.
New trouble in Doorville. Crash 285 eastbound, the Interloop, Peachtree Boulevard, exit 31. It's in 2 center lanes as delays start to get worse. Consider maybe 400 south to 85 north as an alternate. If you're taking 85 south into town, you stack in right at Georgia 400. Just all that volume for the afternoon, making that funnel into Midtown and downtown. Some northbound delays from University Avenue up to Freedom Parkway, and stall cleared out of the left lane into Cab, Highway 78 eastbound before Mountain Industrial Boulevard, exit 4. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy today, warm and muggy, high 86. A few scattered rain showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Scattered rain showers and thunderstorms late in the afternoon through the evening hours. Cooling down on Wednesday, partly cloudy, high 82.
84 in Lawrenceville, 85 in Ackworth, and 86 in Stockbridge. More news at 3:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
These people just make noise and basically waste our time.
Dear members of the media and the public, I welcome you.
Live from the heart of Atlanta, Georgia, and beyond, Hour 1 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. I am your lovable, huggable radio chat host, Eric Von Hessler. The other voices you hear are the Doctrinaires. Man of 1,000 voices, Tim Andrews. Lady of 184.7 characters, Autumn Fisher. The man behind the glass, George Clark. And the handsomest producer in all of producery, Jared Yamamoto.
Happy National Accounting Day. Make sure to celebrate that accountant in the office today.
I thought it was when we're all to be held account for our
sins,
indiscretions, the things that we know that we haven't let others know. The
Accountability
crimes.
Day.
Yes, I thought it was all about accountability. This is just about accountants?
That's right.
Woo! I'm off the hook.
We are good.
Hey, accountants. Great
That's
job.
one thing off your list.
It certainly is. I've ticked that box.
One.
Number one. This is, and it's not, Autumn is not a part of this because she's not in the room with us, but no, this is good that you're not a part of it. Because
she'll fall for anything, and I'll tell you about that often.
Hey, you stop that. You stop that.
Well, as we get a lot of information from the social medias, the brain's got to go, woohoo. Woohoo. This is, it's got to be like, what I'm reading resonates too much with me. I'm going to have to assume it's false until I find a second source. You know what? This one just came too easy.
Once a quarter.
The belief came too easy. But if the belief comes too easy, isn't that awesome? I read something that corroborates something that I've been thinking for a long time. The answer? It's not true until I find further proof that it is true. But that's a whole different thing, although related to what's in the studio as I was attacked. And Mr. Conspiracy Theory is behind the glass over there, so he wasn't a part of it. But I mean, I'm the only one trying to, Jared Yamamoto.
Battle us.
Jared
Yamamoto.
Tim Andrews. Well, he's letting Jared do most of the talking. Every once in a while he'll jump in and go, yeah, but there's this as well. But apparently, this conspiracy theory that finding out about Biden's prostate cancer is the whole concept of it being a conspiracy theory, I guess based on the idea that they must have known last year and they were going to let him get reelected. And then immediately this diagnosis would come out and Kamala would be president. And my point of view is, yes, I believe politicians are greedy, especially for power. But I don't believe that they willingly give up their own lives so that someone else gets to have the power. And I thought that was a slam dunk, not even near. So Jared and Tim believe that Joseph Biden would agree.
I don't. He does.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
Oh no, you think that they were doing treatment? They were just silent about it.
That's what I think. You too.
Oh, you do you as well.
Yes.
So there's whatever number of doctors, nurses, technicians, lab people, whatever have to go in order to treat something like this. Boy, they just so good at the White House. They just know for the next, 15, 20, 25, 30 years, none of these people are going to talk. It's never going to get out.
At that point, he'll be gone.
Have you ever tried to keep a secret?
Yeah, but I'm not in the White House.
Okay, but I'm just asking, have you ever tried to keep a secret?
Yeah.
Sure.
How easy is that? There's one way to keep a secret. That's not to tell one single person. So if there are things that you've never told one single person, I'm going to tell you right now, that's the only secret you've ever kept. If you've told one person, your secret is out to some level, because it's always going to be easier for the next person to tell your secret than it was for you. So if you could find one person to tell that secret to, certainly it's easier. It's not their secret. They're going to find one person. So my point is, the technician who could write a book and have generational wealth doesn't do it because they decided, I told people I would never tell that we were actually giving treatment to the president of the United States, and it was a ruse. We didn't even tell the people that he had been diagnosed.
Your Hippocratic Oath. Can't divulge that.
Oh, I don't know. That's the Hippocratic Oath, but
The Hippocratic Oath is do no harm.
Do no harm.
First do no harm.
First do no harm. That's not
So
the
what-
Hippocratic Oath. HIPAA laws say that.
Excuse me.
But that's, reporters can find things out. So no, you can go to a reporter, you can have a book written, you can do something like that. My point is, though, that's not even my strongest point. You really believe that Joe Biden would have been willing to just kind of sit on this diagnosis, as dangerous as that might be? That's what I don't, because obviously if something is transparent and you're being treated for something, that's the best shot of actually getting well.
You can also be treated without being transparent about it.
That's my point. But everybody involved is never going to speak. I just don't, you're not going to get me to buy that.
Eric, you always talk about how
I mean,
in
is there
Washington,
a threat
D.C.
until the day they die? Is there a threat?
No,
over them?
no,
I
no.
mean,
It's not about the threat. You always talk about how there are power-hungry weirdos up in Washington.
Yeah, but not enough to give up their lives.
If it's for the good of their party, I would not be
You're not
surprised.
there. Power-hungry people want power for, first and foremost, themselves. I mean, if
I
Joe
would put the
Biden,
party very
if
high.
Joe Biden was willing to give up his life in order to defeat Donald Trump, I think I have to gain new respect. I mean, at least he actually believed the rhetoric that was out there.
I think there are people that would believe
Would
in
you,
that cause.
though? Would you?
No, I'm not. I'm not that kind of person. though.
Okay.
I'm not.
You're not the kind of person that you don't understand, but you think that those people do exist.
I'm not in those circles, but I mean, considering how long Biden has been in power, I would not be surprised if the people around him told him that for the good of the party, this is what you need to do. You need to get treatment for this. We're not going to come out with a story until at the time when it probably came out after he would have hypothetically won the election.
Right.
Then he would have stepped down and then allowed Kamala to be president. That's kind of where I thought the story was going to go. But then, of course, the terrible debate performance in Atlanta changed the whole
Right.
trajectory of things. And then now you have this week, you have
I don't know. I guess my
the
whole
Robert
thing
Hur
about it is
audio.
it sounds to me like this happened. That's my
No, I
because
don't
the
know.
truth is that I don't know Joe Biden, and I don't know his wife, and I'm not in that circle, and so for that reason I can't tell you that I know exactly what went on. I'm just getting a little annoyed where things go from conspiracies to being talked about as if they're fact.
Yeah,
I
don't know
and it's
for
all
sure.
based on I don't know the other way. It just doesn't feel
But
right.
certainly the spidey senses are going
my
off.
point of view?
Yes.
I think what they were going to do was the movie Dave. Do you remember the movie Dave with Kevin Kline?
Oh, you're gonna have a clone?
He
of
has
some
a
kind?
twin with dementia?
Well, no,
The better
no
twin.
they were going to hope that he got to be reelected, and instead of him, signing into office, it was going to be this look-alike that was very different, had his wits about him.
Now you're getting my other one, the lookalikes.
He had a mustache.
Come on, that's what I mean.
And then pretty soon it elevates to Dr. Jill's a man. This is like it really I really would this country has been torn asunder. The point back, the way to get back isn't to be as loud as they've been all these years and not get. I want to get my theories. The way back is starting with logic.
Agreed.
Simple logic. So I start with 82-year-old man gets prostate cancer diagnosis. Nothing in my logic says there's anything uncommon about that. It's quite common. Now, your question is, given how often a president and former president is checked up and has doctors all around them, your question is, how does it start out a 9? Like when they when
Yeah,
they
on the
how does it
Gleason
start
scale,
out?
it's a 9, which 10 being the worst.
Are you a doctor?
I'm not. But
I'm not one either. So let's throw out let's completely throw out. It just doesn't seem right. Let's throw that away as any kind of starting point, and just say, if there are any doctors out there who diagnose patients like this, and you know the answer, is it possible that you could be checked very often, every 6 months, whatever, and then the first time...
More than that as president.
What do you think? He's going for a full checkup every 2 months?
I would imagine, yes. He's the president. You
Well,
want to make
see,
sure
again,
that he's
you
healthy.
imagine, but it's not. The president doesn't. The president goes, I think, once every year to Walter Reed, and maybe as they get older, like once every 6 months. But nobody wants to have a full checkup every 2 months. And if presidents were getting them every 2 months, we'd know because it would be public. Because you would remember, it happens all the time. The doctor said Trump's the healthiest person who ever lived. You know, we get that because now you can believe it or not.
Do we believe that?
No, but that's not. That's rhetoric. That's not hiding a disease. So I just think that we should just ask a doctor that does that. Is it possible? Is it possible that even though you're checked on quite frequently, is it possible that the first time you're checked on, the first time they find prostate cancer, it can go from non-detectable to whatever this 9 to 10 means.
Gleason score.
Yeah, the Gleason score.
Leave us an open mic. Let us know.
And right. And now here's the
Yeah,
other part
I'm
of
a
that.
doctor.
Can we check your credentials? I guess it would be.
No. Board certified elder.
What we'd have to see is that maybe there were 4 or 5 and they all said one thing, and then they were, I'm a doctor. This can or can't be done. My question is, if 5 doctors that do this for a living called in and said, no, Jared, this happens all the time. It jumps up on these old people and it's aggressive. Would you then drop everything that it uses that argument as a cornerstone and just let it go behind you? Or would you still revert to, I don't know, just doesn't feel right?
I mean, I think that I would certainly feel more convinced about it. I mean, I would like to hear what a doctor has
It's
to
not
say.
surprising. He's had cancer. He had a carcinoma on his skin. He had polyps removed. So it's not.
Son died of brain cancer.
Yeah, from Iraq.
Well, that's what they say again. Show me that paperwork. I'm not saying that that's something that he... Remember, MAGA used to make fun of him because he used to say that's why he died, when in reality there's no proof of that. That's just how he thinks he got the cancer. But, he died of the same brain cancer that people that we've known over the last few years have died from, and they weren't in Iraq. So
He also said, what was it, his uncle or his grandpa or something that died because he was in there was like a tribe that got him or something.
Well, the cannibals. That's right. Yeah, that was
the
his
cannibals.
uncle.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
uncle,
no, his son was the attorney general of the state of Delaware. We know how he died.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that's the story that Joe Biden told about his.
No, I know, but how is that relevant to how his son died? I'm not getting
Because you're saying that you think that that the story that Biden was telling was that because he got this cancer from Iraq.
Oh, I see. Well,
right,
there's
so he's maybe filling in some blanks.
There's some legitimacy. The fire pits in Iraq, but there's some legitimacy.
Absolutely.
An awful lot of people.
I was just trying to strengthen your point because you were saying this is what he says.
Well,
we don't know.
I appreciate that. So I am not going to allow myself. You guys can do whatever you want, but as America goes further and further into this new dawn of God knows what, I am not going to allow myself to be swamped by conspiracy theories. If you keep coming at me, and then hammer away with evidence, and that's the only way. And if everybody just covered everything up, well, oops, talk to somebody else. You don't have, because telling me that everybody covered everybody up, when did you learn that this was evidence? It's not evidence. It's not evidence to say, I think what probably happened. Uh-oh, get out. You're not in evidence anymore. I think what probably happened. Same thing earlier. MAGA is devastated because Kash Patel.
Oh, with the Dan Bongino.
And Dan Bongino said Jeffrey Epstein, he killed himself. Now, I wasn't there, but the idea that Jeffrey Epstein had no motive to kill himself is absurd. It's absurd that you're looking at a life that used to be super yachts and having sex with people you're not even, you have such a choice in the world, you're not even allowed to have sex with some of them, to I'm going to be rotting away in prison for the rest of my life. I see that as a motive. Now, again, follow me because logic is hard. I didn't just say I believe that's what happened. I'm saying You can't walk around acting like there is no motive for Jeffrey Epstein to kill himself. As a matter of fact, Giselle Maxwell didn't kill herself. She's in jail for 20 years, and she hasn't dropped any bombshells. Why from prison? Is she not just, doesn't have to be in the testimony, just from prison. She can just start telling prisoners, you know, so-and-so who's really famous, he had sex with this underage. She could just start telling people and it would get out. But she hasn't. And you could say, well, Epstein, wouldn't he want to take people down? Well, you know what? Strangely, amongst these horrific human beings who do these horrific things, maybe there's an ethos there that says you don't. Some of us are going to get caught. Some of us are going to go down. And you go down with the ship, and part of the whole thing is that you don't rat other people out. Who knows? Who knows? But I know that he did have a motive. But again, logic is hard. Follow me. I didn't just endorse the idea that he killed himself. But I'm not going to say what he did when I don't know. And that's unlike an awful lot of fellow Americans that I know. I do know what I don't know. And the things that I don't know, I have very limited to no opinions on. I can only say, well, I need to see more evidence. But that hurts inside. And at the next party, I can't just go bah, 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 about what I know is going on. And in reality, isn't that what we're about now? It's not about a search for truth. People who believe Jeffrey Epstein was murdered, it's not about a search for truth. It's been years now. They're invested. It's a search for the narrative and the pieces of evidence that make me correct in all the things that I've been saying at all the barbecues for the last however many years it's been since he did this.
I'm sure that those are riveting barbecues when you're talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm sure, hey, listen, you'd be surprised. Maybe a lot of it was more 4 or 5 years ago than now.
But you can see why people would leap to the conclusion that Biden's cancer was covered up and released after bad news last week.
I can see why people would suspect it.
Exactly. That's
why
what I mean.
anybody would leap to any conclusion whatsoever about anything they don't have hard evidence on. Eric Von Hessler never understands.
I meant suspect.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I get why they
It's
suspect.
gonna be suspicious
But
about
my
it.
problem is people go from suspicion to talking as if it's the thing that happened. It's like you cannot build an argument on suspicion. All you can do is be suspicious until you find the evidence that either proves or disproves your suspicion. My point is this is more about fun than for a search for truth.
Sure.
It's fun. Conspiracy theories are many of them have turned out to be true. But you don't know it till you know it. And I'm willing to wait for the evidence. A lot of things politically are just called conspiracy theories when they're not. Like doctors who say, I disagree with Dr. Fauci. Well, let's look at that doctor and that doctor's history. Oh, no conspiracy theories. But the media jumped in and labeled any doctor. The doctor knows more about doctoring than the anchor of a television show, for instance. But any doctor that doubted what Fauci was saying was thrown into the bin of conspiracy theorists and all this. So sometimes conspiracy theories turn out to be true. And once you know they're true, that's when you can go to stage 2, which is building arguments based on it, because now you know it's true. But building an argument based on a suspicion is silly. And I'm looking around in America and seeing a lot more silly than sane. And that's what's driving me crazy. And look, in the end, you can blame it on the government and the people who engage in these psyops and these stupid political narratives. I've brought it up many times that, you know, if you read the book Fight, Barack Obama, first black president, black man, most famous black man in America. Or I should say, the black man who reached the highest office ever in the history of, in America, black men. Behind the scenes was doing everything he could to make sure that Kamala Harris didn't get the nomination. And then after she got the nomination and they looked in the research and they saw that they were losing black men, he went out and gave us several speeches where he admonished black men for not supporting a strong black woman. Now, when you have all of that kind of nonsense and the psyops and all of the political rhetoric that's out of bounds going on, I understand it. I get why people have conspiracy. But you just say, why would I trust anything the media ever says to me ever again? Okay. How are you going to build an argument on that, though? Based on something you heard from a media source. It's like yes, we should suspect everything the media tells us, given what's happened in the last 10 years or so.
For sure.
But that's still not logical thinking. You still have
Safe to say that there are more questions that need to be asked.
That's fine, but questions are questions until you have answers.
Amen.
But people act like a question is an answer and then build their arguments based on it. That's why every world leader has doubles and everybody's wife is a man.
Macron's wife is a man.
She's not.
I don't know. Take a
She's
look.
not. Huh?
Candace Owens has receipts.
Oh, does Candace Owens? Okay, great.
By the way, I have that audio of Kash Patel.
There's one way you could prove to me that she's a man, and she's probably not going to do it.
Here's Kash Patel and Dan Bongino confirming how Jeffrey Epstein killed himself.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Well, release what they can of the files. I mean, I would be all for transparency.
Still don't believe it, even though they got a video of him doing it. Fake.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be suspicious about. And I'm not saying he didn't. What I'm saying is you still, even if people are trying to cover things up, if you're going to use logic, the onus is still 100% on you to dig through that and find the evidence before you present it to me. For me, it stands as, that's pretty suspicious. And that's like a stasis that it can't get out of. It's not like 2 years later, well, that's been suspicious for 2 years, so now it's just a fact and I'm going to build my arguments based on that. With everything that's going on right now, it is so hard to know what's real and what isn't real. I just think throwing conspiracy things in the air constantly is not helping you individually or any of us all together. It just adds more just garbage out there. I really wish that more people cared about logical thinking. I really do. I'm not perfect at it, but it's something I kind of strive for. Just striving for it means you're going to do better than most people. But your initial knee-jerk reaction to almost anything is almost never 100% correct. And finding out why it isn't fun. Going with the feeling is a blast. And everybody's got social media. Everybody's got an opinion on everything.
People like to gaslight, too.
Yeah. And nobody's reading anymore. Okay, if you noticed, I mean, I just read, apparently, basically, there are going to be some people, obvious, painting with a broad brush here, but you can make this statement. Just basically, every college student is cheating in America with AI. And that's helping them get better grades. But they don't have to source anything. They don't have to do the deep reading. And the deep reading that you hate during the all-nighter because you got a test tomorrow, a lot of those kind of days for 4 years in a row come in handy. What you had to go through mentally when you're 40, 45. You keep using ChatGPT to do everything, then you're going to be the easiest generation in history to manipulate. And all generations have already been easily manipulated. You'll just be the easiest.
Hey, it's Belinda. When I built my home 21 years ago, I called Arrow Exterminators. And guess what? Still no bugs. Spring pests are here. Termites, mosquitoes, ants. But Arrow's got you covered with the most effective and environmentally friendly solutions available. And they offer a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com for your free pest inspection. And tell them Belinda sent ya.
When everyone in the family wants something different from this year's vacation, there's only one thing to do. Plan for Pigeon Forge. From gorgeous mountain views, shows, and shopping for leisure lovers to coasters, a 200-foot swing, and hundreds more rides for adventure seekers. Plus Dollywood's epic array of fun. There's plenty of variety for the whole family, all in one place. Unique experiences, quality time, and memories for years to come. Find your personal favorites. Plan your getaway at mypigeonforge.com.
Even good people can find themselves in a bad situation. Hey, it's Eric Von Hassler. If you've got a DUI problem, you need George Stein. He literally wrote the book on DUI defense in Georgia. Go to georgestein.com.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz, and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no, and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
From house hunting to boxing up your entire life, moving is hectic. That's why when my family and I moved, we chose Scana Energy as our natural gas provider. Their dependable customer service and great options made things really easy for Mama Bear and me. Now, if only they could help me find where the Cubs put the packing tape. Oh. For a limited time, receive a $60 bill credit when you sign up. Call 1-877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/mover60 for details. Limited time offer. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Sale ends soon only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 3:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by Vincent Financial. Our top local story: a judge rules on a change of venue request for the father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter. The trial for Colin Gray will remain in Barrow County, but the jurors will come from neighboring Hall County. Gray's trial is scheduled to begin in September. There could be a plea in the case of suspected shooter Colt Gray. A Rockdale County man with HIV is granted bond in the death of his wife.
Bond is set at $800,000 for Cleveland Brody. He's the Conyers man charged with murder in the death of his ex-wife Denise. Prosecutors saying he infected her with HIV knowingly. The defense saying her cause of death was related to other health complications and that he told her about his HIV in a letter. Superior Court Judge Maureen Wood also ordering Brody to not have sexual relations with anyone while awaiting trial, and he must continue to take HIV medication as prescribed. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
President Trump is reporting progress in efforts to end the war in Ukraine after his phone call with Russian President Putin today.
Putin told Russian media the over 2-hour talk was very informative, very open, and overall very useful. He said Moscow is ready to work with Kyiv on a memorandum as a prelude to a possible deal, saying it could outline the principles of settlement, the timing of a possible peace agreement, and include a possible ceasefire for a certain period of time if appropriate agreements are reached.
CBS's Stacey Lynn reports Trump is expected to also speak with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff is highlighting what he says is mistreatment by corporate landlords in Metro Atlanta. Shanna Brooks Wilhite, a renter in Stockbridge, is among those speaking out today.
We're not humans to them. We're dollar signs.
Ossoff has opened an investigation into the conduct of corporate landlords. An analysis from Georgia State University finds 30% of the single-family rental homes in Metro Atlanta are owned by a large corporation. Ossoff is asking the public to file complaints with his office. It is 3:32. This news sponsored by George Stein, Steel Horse Law. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather in the 24-hour traffic center. Alex Williams.
Travel advisory 285 eastbound, the inner loop, but right in Dorville, it's a crash. They held all lanes. They just opened a few left lanes. Right now, they're about to open all lanes for this crash right at Peachtree Boulevard, exit 31. But nonetheless, it's stacked up the ride back from Georgia 400. People have been using 400 south to 85 north as an alternate. Delays will improve now that lanes are opening. Travel advisory in Lithonia. Crash in 2 left lanes, I-20 westbound between Turner Hill Road and Evans Mill Road. You start to jam in right at Turner Hill, so no big need for an alternate just yet. And stacked in downtown, southbound from the 85 400 merge, getting down toward I-20. Northbound delays, University Avenue up past Freedom Parkway. Alex Williams, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy, warm and muggy with a high of 86. A few pop-up showers and thunderstorms with the heating of the day. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with a high of 89. Watching for scattered rain showers and thunderstorms late in the afternoon through the evening hours. Wednesday cooling down, high 82.
It's 85 in Alpharetta, 86 in Villa Rica, 86 in Snellville. More news at 4 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hey, y'all. Belinda Skelton for Four Seasons Home Care. And I'm not going to cry in this commercial, I hope. As many of you know, I lost both my parents recently, but I am so thankful they were able to finish their lives at home where they wanted to be. It's all because of the incredible caregivers who came to see them every day. I am so grateful to Four Seasons Home Care. This is a real family-owned company that vets and hires every single one of their caregiving specialists. They don't have contractors. They're not some national corporation. They are simply the best here in Georgia. And a lot of you have asked me about my journey. And if home care is right for your aging parents, I'll tell you what I tell them. Call Four Seasons Home Care and just start the conversation. It's a 100% free call that can change everything. Google Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta. That's Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta.
Attention seniors, do you want more personalized healthcare with more one-on-one time with your doctor? Then join us at the grand opening of CenterWell Marietta. CenterWell offers senior-focused primary care that's centered on you. Celebrate with us Tuesday, May 20th, near the Walmart off Highway 41 here in Marietta from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Enjoy food, music, and more at this free community event. Plus, tour the new doctor's office and meet the care team. For details, visit CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. That's CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com.
If you've been in a motorcycle accident, move swiftly to protect your rights. It's Eric Von Hessler, and I recommend Steel Horse Law, motorcycle injury lawyers who ride. They're 100% local, the only firm that's a major part of the North Georgia motorcycle community. At your next local bike night, ride, or charity event, stop by their booth and say hello. Steel Horse Law can help you get back on your feet, medical bills paid, back to work, and your case resolved. Request a free Rider's Advantage card at steelhorselaw.com.
Hi, I'm consumer investigator Dale Cardwell, and for over a decade, I've trusted America's best choice for windows, doors, siding, and decks. They've built their reputation on quality craftsmanship and honest pricing, and I've seen firsthand how they put customers first. That's why I proudly certify them for windows, doors, siding, and decks. And with ABC's 3-way warranty, which includes my $10,000 Make It Right guarantee, you can invest with confidence.
Spring is the perfect time to update your home, and America's Best Choice makes it easy with these spring specials. Highest quality, energy-efficient windows starting at just $299. Take 10% off a new deck and create the outdoor oasis of your dreams. Enhance your home's curb appeal with limited time spring pricing on siding and doors. No pressure, no gimmicks. Visit abcwin.com today to schedule your free consultation. America's Best Choice. Quality you can trust. Prices you can afford.
What was that, Eric?
I said, I'm looking forward. My lovely wife's coming back into town. Getting on a flight.
You
in a
miss
few
her
minutes.
when she's gone.
I do. You know,
can finally eat.
Yeah. Finally, I can
spending
get to.
$80 on cheeseburger.
I
delivery?
did. You know what? I did give in to the DoorDash craziness a couple times this weekend without my wife. Just twice. That was, what did I spend?
$100 later.
No, yeah, basically, it's basically, 30 some odd dollars for, I don't know how much it cost me for a burger and a shake. I don't even want to talk about it. It still hurts.
From where?
I think it was
Fast
Shake
food?
Shack. I
Okay.
never got one from Shake Shack before.
Good, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
Not worth $80.
no,
No,
not
$80.
quite.
No.
Not worth more than 75. I'd have to say.
Yeah.
Tell you this,
You know, there are
right
good
now.
restaurants that you could get DoorDashed. You don't have to do garbage.
Well, I understand that, but that's even more expensive. So, I mean,
If you're already going for it.
yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But another way is that I'm feeling really, really bad as I'm pushing the button. You know, I
Oh,
feel
so you
like
want to like
I'm
Punish
like
yourself
crying.
a little bit.
I'm like Irene
I don't
Cara.
deserve, I'm
the,
already doing this bad thing. I don't deserve
Yeah.
good quality burgers.
Is there you don't like Shake Shack, I guess. I guess you're not
No,
a fan.
Shake Shack's fine, but I'm
Yes.
saying you as an
Quality
adult man
burger.
could also order a quality burger.
Well, I
from a
also could
real
put my
place.
shoes on and just drive somewhere and get
That's
it too.
absolutely true,
Or
too.
I could leave my shoes off and actually make something
You
in my
could
own
go to
kitchen.
Trader Joe's and get some beef tallow and potatoes and make your own fries and then get organic milk and organic ice cream
I
and
could
make
have
a
done.
shake
Yes.
and then
Yeah.
organic burger and make your own. See,
Yes, RFKJR.
and
that
cheap,
is true, but I-
a lot cheaper.
I was trying to plow my way through an entire season of the White Lotus. So
Oh,
I didn't
never
have
mind, I
I
get
didn't
it.
have a whole lot of time.
I don't get up either.
I still have two. I have two left. And,
Did you like that episode with the brothers?
I had kind of seen. I saw the one before where the thing went down. I didn't realize in the next one through flashbacks.
Yeah, I couldn't watch
You
that
see
one.
a lot more. Oh, you have a little
It's
trouble with that one.
A little disturbing to see your son. Yeah, it's gross.
I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be stronger than it turned out to be. But
It
then
was
again,
sort
still
of like a fever dream.
Still kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Very awkward, as a matter of fact.
I wonder
it
if
was in
Greg's
your
finally
life.
watched White Lotus.
Oh, you're trying to? Is that your way of telling me that we have to do this? Oh, I turned to George and he just was not. He was not having it. He's just.
I'm
he's,
looking up this Biden
He's
stuff.
listening to something else. He's listening to some other whatever. Hey, Greg, how you doing? Okay.
Monday edition.
There you go.
He's a misanthrope. He has a dark heart. And he needs a good psychiatrist. It's Greg Russ with stories from Studio B1.
Monday edition.
All right, Greg Russ. We started the week off, I wouldn't say at one another's throats, but with a good debate going on.
I missed it.
Well,
I
you
was
didn't.
packing because
where are you
I
going?
procrastinate and I don't pack until I'm going to Greece for a wedding, a destination wedding. I think if anyone has a destination wedding and they get divorced at any point in their lives, they should pick everyone back.
Absolutely.
Oh, I like that.
Are they really good friends? And is this about you or your girlfriend as far as ties go?
It's Christina's friends.
And now you got to go and be the good boy. You have no
I mean,
interest
really,
in going to Greece.
going to Greece. I have to get on a prop plane at some point, though.
Ooh.
Oh, so you're going to
one
want
of
like the remote islands, yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
great. The ones that take off sideways. Go
Yeah,
back
the
the other way.
islands. The islands earlier this year had like 40,000 little earthquakes because the whole island chain's a caldera, and they sent people off the islands, and now they're safe to go back to. So
For now.
so
well,
hopefully I'll be fine.
You'll only be there for a couple of days, right?
Yeah, 4 nights.
What are the odds? 4 nights. Wow. You're
Say
going
hi to
for
my
a
folks.
long-
My folks are in Greece right now, too.
Oh, yeah. Say hi to his folks if you come across them.
Where are they?
They're in Ikarina.
Yeah, go over
I
there.
won't see 'em.
Too bad. So close and yet so far away.
Say yasas.
Yeah, I think it's rude to have destinations. So neither of them are from Greece or have families in Greece?
No.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I would never
I've-
go.
I've-
I would never go. I would never
Here's-
go.
Here's the trade-off. So they're also so this was a very small affair, and then not this weekend because this weekend is the Greece wedding. Next weekend they're having a local New York wedding for the larger crowd of people. So I bargained with Christina. I said I'll go to Greece. I'm not going to the second
You
wedding.
shouldn't have to.
Yeah, well, I would have bargained. I would have made a better bargain. I'm not going to Greece, but we'll go to the New York one. That's the one that's down the street.
Is it so terrible to go to Greece? I don't know.
I mean,
It's a great time of year to go there, too.
It depends
It'll
on
be
who
a
you
cool
are.
thing to do.
Yeah, you're gonna go. I mean, well, you're gonna be on this chain of islands, so you're not gonna be going to the tourist spots that you've probably already seen.
It's
so
not like he's going to
doesn't
Mykonos
matter.
or anything like that, where all the clubs
Oh,
go
he's
until like
going
4 or
to
5 a.m.
What island are you going to again?
Santorini, so
Yeah,
it's
so he's
touristy,
already
but I
going,
think
he's
in
going
May
to a
it's
touristy
fine.
island.
Oh, is that a touristy? Well, if it's a destination
beautiful.
wedding, I'm sure it would be.
beautiful.
Well, I'm sure you'll have fun. But what's this costing? You know,
Yeah, all
generally,
in flights and hotel, not adding the meals and stuff because we don't like $4,000.
It's a lot to attend somebody's wedding.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're going, hey, we wanted to go to Greece anyway. I'll knock this out of the way, and she can't.
Well, that
bother
was
me about
Christina's
that.
feeling. Christina's feeling was she wanted to go to Greece because everyone else, and I feel bad for the couple, kind of backed out, but they also did it crappily, where they didn't tell them until like a week before. Like,
Wait
no,
a
we're
minute.
not gonna go.
What?
What?
Wait a minute. It's a destination wedding that's going to cost you a couple around $4,000, and they tell you like 14 days before the wedding.
No.
No, the people that
we've
aren't
known
going
for a
decide.
year.
Oh.
All the other people here were supposed to go backed out like last minute. Even though they knew for months they weren't going to go, they didn't tell them.
That's jerky.
No, it's not. No. They didn't want to hurt the feelings. It was the couple who created the destination wedding. They created the problem. They asked. I'm sorry. They asked too much from their friends. I mean, let's say, how many people do you think? Let's say that 20 couples come, right?
It's not even that. Oh, at this point, it's going to be us and like 2 other people.
I'm saying
you're talking on a good
if
case
they've gotten a
scenario.
good
Best
pace. 20 couples. What's 20 times 4,000?
80,000.
So you'd be looking out and saying that people had spent $80,000 to attend this wedding for no good reason when you're going to have
Pretty
another
cheap
one in
wedding.
New York?
But you get the chicken or the steak option.
Well, that's true.
Do you want
Oh, you're making it
chicken or
fancier. You're making it sound fancier than it is.
Oh, yeah, you'll probably
shawarma, cucumber and feta, or olive oil.
you'll probably end up going just to some kind of like cafe or something.
Gotta get some Gallic-Burico for dessert.
Panakopita and a glass of olives.
I just don't like the way you guys are stereotyping the Greeks.
How about some sliced wet potatoes to dip in?
Oh, yes, perfect.
Yes, they're not fully
Am I
cooked.
to believe Socrates spoke this way?
Yes, he did.
I make a lasagna, except it's not lasagna made of eggplant. God bless.
The lamb and grease is fire. Get some lamb while you're there. It's delicious.
Oh, yeah. Well,
When I eat, my food needs to be fire. I don't eat anything less than fire.
Totes fire.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely.
Fire.
Yeah.
It is fire. That is your thing, Jerry. You say
it's the
fire
best.
a lot.
I do.
You said
This lamb is bussin'.
he told me
It's got Riz.
he told me like 2 episodes into the 2nd season of The White Lotus. He goes, "Oh, Jennifer Coolidge, she's fire." I didn't really know what that meant. Didn't really know what
Was
that
she,
meant.
though?
It's like the
Was
straight
she?
version of Slay.
No, I'll tell you, the Jennifer Coolidge thing from The White Lotus, everybody told me how hilarious she was. I found her character to be absolutely tragic. I mean, I think she was great, but I did not see it as a comedy kind of tour de force. I thought her character was just very, very tragic, and I thought that
That's
she did a
because-
very good job of playing it. But I mean, it's not like Best in Show where she's obviously hilarious. You know,
No,
we eat
people aren't
soup.
open to darkness. They hate darkness, so they interpret things as comedy.
I
If
guess.
they really sat there and watched it, like, oh,
My wife
this
was
is making me feel bad.
I was watching it in bed, and one time my wife was laying next to me, and everything Jennifer Coolidge said, she was like laughing out loud. I'm like, this is tragic. What is?
I think
what's
it's
hilarious about this?
I think it's season. So you're right about season 1. Season 1, her arc is not great. It's a sad arc compared to season 2. Season 2. I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil
Okay,
for
that
those that haven't
wasn't a
seen-
sad arc?
I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil
Even
season
I know
2.
how season 2 ended.
I know. I don't
Without
wanna
seeing
spoil.
it, I'd say that's a pretty sad arc.
I don't want
She
to
made a
spoil.
splash.
Season 2, I found her how aloof she was to be funny.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I mean, that's why she did a great job.
Yes.
But I didn't find it a particularly hilarious character in The White Lotus. Like Autumn said about the soup and Best in Show.
We could talk or not talk.
She was hilarious in that because it was a comedy character.
Where you get your news is where you win.
Download the WSB app and get ready for the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Amazing. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words. 5 times a day. Every weekday.
Thank you.
Just enter the word at WSBRadio.com or on the WSB Radio app. The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
On 95.5 WSB.
Looking to get organized in style? The brand new Artisan Custom Closet showroom is now open near Trillet Studios in Fayetteville. Come experience the Artisan difference. Meet with a designer for your free consultation and start your custom project today. See more at artisancustomclosets.com.
We are here with CFP Matthew Decker of the Vincent Financial Group and host of Retire ATL. And Matt, you've said that income is the outcome that matters the most in retirement. But what income streams require the most attention?
Yeah, so if you've got a pension or if you're living off of Social Security, you kind of know those income streams show up in your mailbox. That's mailbox money. It's almost like you're still working, and it doesn't really require that much attention. But most people that come into the office today, they are having to use their 401ks, their IRAs, SEP Simples, 403bs that are invested in the market to generate income. And anytime you're going to use a market-linked asset where you have to go in and decide when you're going to buy and sell to generate your income, it takes a ton more effort energy and attention to get that piece of the puzzle right, but it doesn't actually have to be that way.
So, Matt, the number one fear of adults in retirement is outliving their money. How do we get started building income today?
Well, you can get started today. You'd call us for a no-cost, no-obligation retirement roadmap. We want to build a GPS for you that's going to help navigate retirement, and it's going to have a focus on building and preserving income. 770-280-1488. We've got a representative standing by to talk to you right now. 770-280-1488. Our home office is in downtown Woodstock, but we are available across the metro Atlanta area to meet with you at a time and place that fits your schedule. Again, 770-280-1488 or online at retireatlradio.com.
The team at Vincent Financial Group want to help preserve your assets while building retirement income that lasts as long as you do. Call today for your complimentary retirement roadmap, 770-280-1488. And you can always get more at retireatlradio.com and join us for Retire ATL Sundays at 6 p.m. right here on WSB. Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. Neither the firm nor its agents or representatives may give tax or legal advice. Individuals should consult with a qualified professional for guidance before making any purchasing decisions.
A DUI conviction is life-changing with serious ramifications both personally and professionally. Hey, it's Eric Von Hessler. Make the smart call to George Stein, the DUI lawyer. You've got a 30-day deadline to save your license. Go to georgestein.com.
With our weather extremes, I wanted windows that would stand the test of time. Hi, it's meteorologist Glenn Burns, and I found them. I love my Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows from North Georgia Replacement Windows. I was blown away. They're energy efficient and incredibly durable. 8 times stronger than vinyl, so they last. Experience the fiberglass difference in your home or in their new Alpharetta showroom.
Infinity from Marvin, replacement windows, yeah!
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
I don't know if I want to hear this open mic. My understanding is the word treason is in there.
It's a very logical open mic.
I'm so sick and tired. Every president gets impeached. Everybody's guilty of treason. Meanwhile, your kids can't read.
That's a politician's fault, too.
Maybe just, how about put yourself inside your own home a little bit?
No, that's good. The books are poisoning their minds. So,
got
to stop them from reading.
Well, the best part is the way the minds are going with social media and AI, there'll be nothing to burn. There will be nothing to burn in the future.
What will people burn?
Not brain cells.
My clothes.
That I can tell you. They're not going to be around. All right, so this person, was this going back to our argument?
Yes, from the
Which
first
I'm
segment.
sure I'm completely misunderstood. I'm only arguing for a logical way of thinking and not just going on leap, well, it seems funny to me, and then building arguments based on that. If it seems funny to you, tell people it seems funny to me, and that's it. That's all you got to say. It just seems funny to me. But now this guy, this is about, the whole thing is a conspiracy with Biden and the cancer and
Pretty
whatever.
much.
My personal thing.
Hold on a
this whole
second.
Joe Biden-
I don't know if I want to know about his personal thing.
I
would
do. It
never.
could be helpful.
It's
because
a
I could be
rash.
suffering.
Yeah.
It could be suffering from the same. And we can
Okay, that's right. You could,
commiserate.
at the very least, you could know that you're not alone.
My personal thing with this whole Joe Biden deal is I think they're just saying prostate cancer because they said aggressive. It's already spread to his bones, yada, yada, yada. He doesn't make it because technically I think they're covering up the fact that they knew he had advanced dementia and they didn't want that getting out because if that got out, then they're all going for treason. That's
they?
my thing.
Are they?
Peace.
Treason?
Are they? Now, have you really looked up the laws around treason and what?
I have.
Or you have, like, you've really looked into.
I have.
That would be treason.
It would be.
Politicians
First
lying.
thing, line item 1, treason.
Politicians lying is treason.
Yep.
People around the president spinning events in his favor would be treason.
From the aide all the way up to the vice president.
That all
of them.
You know,
Lock them up.
You know, for you, man, you know, Trump did say he was going to end the war in Ukraine before he took office. That hasn't happened yet.
He's working on it.
Isn't that treason?
It ain't a lie. Well, it ain't a lie.
Isn't
He
treason
thought he could.
Isn't treason pretty narrow in the
I
Constitution?
would
think
think-
it's levying war against
It is,
the country
because
or aiding enemies.
Aiding and
Yes.
abetting enemies. Yeah, it's not covering up a medical condition. I don't think that's covered in treason. But that's what I mean. It's just people just throw words like impeach and treason around now. Like it's nothing because it is nothing. You all made it nothing by using it so often, just like everything else in the world, ideas and processes can be watered down. And so now you have like a couple of Democrats who try to submit bills to impeach Trump, and immediately the Democrats are knocking them all down because they realize we're the boy who cried wolf. No one's going to take it seriously. Doesn't matter what Trump does. If Trump actually does the thing that is absolutely impeachable, he will not be impeached because the other party has watered that down and people don't take it seriously. By the way, started with the Republican Party who did it with Clinton because basically you should never impeach if you don't basically know that you can remove. Impeachment just means indicted. You don't got to go anywhere. You're going to pack any bags. You're going to do anything because you're about to go to trial. And when the House impeaches, they know. The senators, they sit there like it's a real trial, but they all have the information before it starts. So they can basically do the head count before it starts. And if you were a responsible party, you would not impeach a president if you didn't have very good feeling that you could remove the president. And so now it's just been indictment after indictment. That's what impeachment means. So Clinton was indicted, and Trump twice. And now they wanted, and several wanted to go. Republicans did a whole effort to try to impeach, to get evidence to impeach Biden.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was part of that.
Right. And what it is
circus.
so Marjorie
She's in
Taylor
the
Greene,
circus.
Yep,
and
it is.
And all the Democrats, impeachment means nothing because of you. Did it bump you up? Whether you're on the left or the right, did you get more subs? Did you get more national limelight?
Yes,
Then
I
okay,
did.
then it worked
Getting
for what?
reelected too, Eric.
Oh, very good. What it didn't do is come near removing a president. So it's been watered down, and it means
It's
nothing.
never about that. It was about me, and I've got 6 more years.
That's
Well, I guess
right.
it'd be 2. I guess it'd be 2 in the House.
It's always 2 for
Yeah, it's
everybody.
House.
The
The
entire
House
House is up
The
every
House
2
is
years.
the clowns. The Senate is too, but
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Wow, they're all clowns.
Yeah, that's what
None
I
of
said. They
them
all
do
lie.
anything. What does the Congress do? Every president just goes in and rules by fiat, executive order. Those have no standing once the next president of a different party shows up. And so the next president just, first thing you got to do, have a bunch of executive orders that overturn these executive orders. Now I got to go and do my own executive orders. And Congress just keeps piling in the BS and convincing people to keep reelecting them. And they get to go to the Super Bowl for free. That really seems to be what it's all about. Somebody who wants some law to go some way has access to Super Bowl tickets. And that's basically what being in Congress is.
What about the big, beautiful bill with everything in it?
Is it a big, beautiful bill?
It's the most beautiful big bill ever.
It's kind of, well, if it's that big and it's that beautiful,
Right.
it ought to slide right on
Well,
through.
I hope they pass it.
Well, yeah. No, you don't hope they pass it. You're going to look to ruin the careers of anybody who stops it.
Well,
from
that
passing.
too, yeah.
Yeah, so-
I'm talking to you, Johnson.
They're calling him Magic Mike now, by the way. It's his nickname, Magic
oh,
Mike,
yeah.
because
Is that
he's gonna flip the votes.
Is that his porn handle?
Probably. Magic Mike Johnson.
I'm afraid. No, I don't ever. Are you kidding me?
Let me call my son.
Only in the actual act of love. That's the only time. Look at me. I'm a Boy Scout. He must be a Boy Scout. He looks like a Boy Scout.
He does.
Never trust an Eagle Scout.
You mean a scout?
Oh, whatever. I'm talking about his days and my days.
Okay.
Well, you
now,
were tenderfoot.
He's probably, well, I reached the tenderfoot levels.
I was the tenderfoot.
Yeah.
I bet you were, Lindsay.
Stayed tender.
I made it all the way to Eagle.
From Eric von Hessler, he attained tenderfoot and basically self-actualized. There was no reason for me to stay in the Scouts anymore. I basically had done everything I come to do, which was tie one knot, go on a summer camp, and build a bridge at a jamboree that a fat guy fell off. That was my... I don't know how...
Should have got Eagle for that.
I don't know how Mike Johnston's career went, but that was my scouting career.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
This is Jonathan Geller at D. Geller & Son Jewelers, where we know gifting isn't just about the latest styles and best quality, it's also about the best prices to make your occasions memorable without breaking the bank. Diamond studs are the perfect gift. They start at just $275 and have 100% upgrade value for life. We have a great selection of diamond and sterling silver jewelry with necklaces as low as $110. So don't compromise on your big occasions. Stay in your budget with something they'll cherish. From D. Geller & Son in Kennesaw, Sandy Springs, and online at dgeller.com.
This is Greg Trzynski from the Original Mattress Factory. A few years back, there was a surge of online mattress companies offering a one-feel-fits-all mattress. Eventually, they all added more selections. Why? They discovered what we've known for over 30 years. Everyone has unique preferences. At the Original Mattress Factory, we handled a range of comfort choices so that you can select the one that suits you best. Don't rely on someone else's opinion. Try out a variety of options and find the one that's right for you. OriginalMattress.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk. News, weather,
traffic. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's news and talk.
At 4 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by D. Geller & Son Jewelers. Our top local story, the father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter will be tried in Barrow County, but jury selection will be held in a neighboring county.
The order from Judge Nicholas Prim says Hall County was selected after courthouses in Walton, Effingham, Bryan, and Glenn counties were ruled out due to the distance, which the judge says would put an increased burden on witnesses and limit community access to the trial. Because of the close proximity, Prim says jurors from Hall County will be able to easily travel to Barrow for the proceedings, which are set to start in September. Attorneys for accused shooter Colt Gray have also filed a change of venue motion. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
87 degrees in Atlanta. Scattered showers and storms possible again tomorrow before it begins to dry out. Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. This just in, the Georgia Department of Public Health confirms a fourth measles case in the state. It is a Metro Atlanta resident who is not vaccinated. They got the virus after traveling overseas. The Department of Public Health is working to identify anyone who may have been exposed to this person between May 10th and the 18th when they were infectious. An ATV crash in Forsyth County kills a 4-year-old boy.
A 16-year-old was driving the vehicle on Valley Stream Drive with a 4-year-old passenger on board. Neither boy was wearing a helmet. The teen made an abrupt stop while turning to the right, causing the ATV to overturn, and both boys were thrown from the vehicle. A statement from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office says the 4-year-old died at the scene. The teen taken to North Fulton Medical Center with minor injuries. Names are being withheld as the Sheriff's Office continues an investigation into the incident. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
One man is dead in a domestic-related shooting in Stone Mountain. Gwinnett police say they have another man detained for questioning.
Investigators tell me that the person that's detained is believed to be the shooter.
Corporal Juan Madiedo with Gwinnett police says the shooting happened in the area of Salem Drive before 8 this morning. The body was found in the front of the home. Police say the two men knew each other. Metro Atlanta police tracked down a kidnapping suspect out of South Carolina. A woman told someone at a rest stop on I-20 she had been kidnapped. kidnapped and asked them to call 911.
The citizen that the victim spoke to at the rest stop in Morgan County was able to provide us a good enough description of that vehicle.
Lieutenant Daniel Digby with Covington Police says that they spotted the suspect's vehicle on I-20 and tried to make a traffic stop. The suspect took off and was chased into Rockdale County. Suspect Charles Davis was tased as he tried to run. The kidnapping victim is okay. Looking to stop hackers, Cobb County is changing its website.
In an effort to increase security, the county is transitioning from cobbcounty.org to cobbcounty.gov.
Bad actors can often get in and spoof domains from other, like we're .org right now or .com. They can spoof those domains. They can't do that with .gov.
That's Ross Cavett with Cobb County. He says the transition will officially take place on June 2nd. The old address will remain accessible for a limited time. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
There could be progress to end the Russia-Ukraine war after President Trump's nearly 2-hour phone call with Russian President Putin today.
The president says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start ceasefire negotiations after what he described as an excellent call. Putin said Moscow is in favor of a peaceful settlement, but says compromises would need to be found to suit both parties.
CBS's Stacey Lynn reports Trump is suggesting the talks could take place at the Vatican. Many are questioning when former President Biden's doctors knew about his prostate cancer. CBS contributor Dr. David Aga says it is possible an aggressive form of cancer can suddenly appear.
I have seen patients that have been normal 1 year, and then a year later, because the normal cadence for screening is yearly, it has exploded into a Gleason 5+4 metastatic cancer like happened in this case. I've seen it, and it does happen.
Biden was diagnosed with an advanced form of prostate cancer last week. DeKalb County is changing some of the items you can place in the blue recycling bins for curbside pickup. It includes some plastics and paper.
We no longer take the shredded paper at curbside collection as well.
Eric Holston with DeKalb Sanitation says plastics numbered 1 and 2 will still be recycled. Those numbers are listed on plastic items. It is now 4:04, and the Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Some better news with a few crashes I've been watching, Bill. The one just moved off to the right in Doraville, 285 eastbound, the Interloop Peachtree Boulevard. Just seen that volume fill in out of Dunwoody into Doraville as you approach I-85 Spaghetti Junction. You'll stay on and off the brakes down to Highway 78, the Stone Mountain Freeway in Clarkston, and recovering nicely out of Conyers into Lithonia. Earlier crash, it was in 2 left lanes, 20 westbound at Turner Hill Road. That is all gone. I-20 westbound, the West Freeway. Starting to see that volume fill in before and after Thornton Road there in Lithia Springs. How are things looking this Monday afternoon through downtown, Andrew Seco?
No crashes or stalls to worry about, Alex. Just the car in front of you. Got some volume, 75, 85 north and south. Northbound, we're slow leaving East Point just past University Avenue. Southbound starting just south 400 on 85 proper. You're slowing and going all the way down towards I-20. From the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
I'm WSB meteorologist Christina Edwards. Partly to mostly cloudy this evening with a few rain showers and thunderstorms moving through. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy with scattered rain showers and thunderstorms late in the afternoon. High 89. Drying out and cooling down on Wednesday. Partly cloudy. High 82.
It's 89 in Tucker, 88 in Lithia Springs, and 87 in Fayetteville. More news at 4:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 2 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. Greg Russ is with us. And Greg, you have some good stories in your bin, and I want to make sure that we get to at least 1 or 2 or 7.
So one in mind that you...
No, I just remember them from this morning. I remember there were some good ones, but I specifically do not recall. So you choose. You know what? It's dealer's choice before you get on that plane to Greece.
Yeah, flying over the briny deep tonight while you're tucked in bed.
Yep.
10 hours, 11 hours.
Enjoy it. Now, what do you do? Do you do that thing where you build up a big pillow and then lean forward on your tray to sleep? How do you do it? Are you a head cocked backward kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't even like leaning back because it really does go into the other person's space
I don't
so
do
much.
That. Yeah,
now, if the person in front of me leans back, I kind of have no choice, and then I'll just turn around and warn the person and kind of apologize. But yeah, I do the thing where I fall asleep and then you jerk awake and your neck hurts and your head's rolling around.
Are you on? Where are you on the plane?
Oh, just old coach.
Wow.
I think I'm that fancy. You think $8,000 a person for the first class lie flights?
Yeah, you know what? You know what? I got to a point where, I don't fly that often. So if I'm gonna fly, I'm done. I'm done with the. Are you taking a like a discount airline or something like that? Or
No, it's Delta.
Okay.
Atlanta's hometown airline.
Absolutely. fine airline, I've found.
They got me. I hate this too. I'm in their ecosystem with the points and the status. I'm silver status. And once you're in that, good luck. I'll pay more to fly Delta now. Exactly.
I know, me too.
They have me exactly where they want me, and I know it, and I still don't change.
It's like a web. Exactly. You're like, well, if I fly with somebody else, then I won't get points.
Yeah.
So I got to get the points because then I want to fly later on this year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And also, it's the thing and the quality is going to be a certain quality.
Well, that's
you
a
don't
good
have to,
reason.
You're not rolling the dice on whether it's going to be
Yeah.
weird or not.
And that's a good reason. That's a good reason. I mean, you like the service, and it meets. At the very least, the floor of their service is fine for you,
Right.
and then it can get better or worse. Beyond that. Look, some of these discount airlines. I mean, honestly, if I want to be on a city bus, I don't want it to be in the sky. And so I'm well graduated beyond that, and I don't fly that much. See, you guys fly a lot, so you need all that kind of stuff. And probably since I'm deciding I'm flying the furthest up in the cabin as I can, maybe I should join one of these things and get like perks and things like
Oh,
that.
yeah, you'd be crazy not
But
to.
I don't fly that often. I only fly when I have to. That's my whole thing. I don't turn things down because I don't enjoy flying. But the other side of it is I only fly if I have to. I never get, hey, you know what? There's a fare. Let's go to blah, blah, blah. Just for
Well, I
the
don't
fun
do
of
that
it.
either.
No,
I don't see a fare sale and say, let's go. But
Yeah.
they're
That's how
places
Clark
and
wants
things
people to do it. Look for a fare sale, then just go to that place.
Look, $39 to San Antonio.
No frivolous flying. That's the way that I put it. No.
Go to Kiev.
It's a great time of year.
Do you have another trip planned? I thought going to Spain would open you up. That wasn't so bad. That was fun.
Since then, I've gone to Phoenix, but I don't know that I have anything. I don't think I have no plane tickets right now. Everything I'm doing in the next few months is drivable. But now I'm open to. What happens is people come to your thing, and then you have to go to their thing. That's what I found myself in the middle of. Everybody flew to my 60th, and now I got to fly to everybody else's 60th. As we all
That's a good thing.
turn
It's a good
60.
trade-off, right?
Well, it's one of those things that says, well, I'm not going to not do it just because I don't enjoy flying. So it does get me over that hump. But no one's going to get me into frivolous flying. Hey, let's just go here for the weekend. Nah, I'm on a plane because I have to be. And I recognize, and don't put me through Newark.
What's wrong with Newark?
What's wrong
Oh,
with
yeah, that
Newark? The fact that their communications just go out for 2-3 minutes at a time. They don't know where any
Just make
plane
sure
is.
everything's plugged in before you go. Just call Newark and be like, hey, is everything good? You need an extension cord? Or
Yeah, or hey, are you like you're looking at your what do you call them up
Radar?
there? The people up in the
Air traffic
controllers. Yeah, you got those guys. Anybody look really stressed out like the last few weeks? Everybody seem like they're in a good mood? Everybody good? Okay, I'll fly. Okay, we'll fly through Newark, I guess.
Nah, I avoided it. JFK. I'm not going to Newark.
Yeah, you might as well. You might as well do JFK until they figure this out. Why it keeps showing up in Newark, I can't understand. It's not like the rest of the system is on, AI. Most of the rest of the system is exactly the same. Some parts from the 50s,
I think
some
about
from the
that
60s.
too. I think about that too. It's like, yeah, I can fool myself. JFK is safer. Is it really?
Really, it just hasn't, it hasn't corroded to the point of Newark
Well,
yet.
if you feel unsafe at JFK, at least, Greg, you got another choice. You got LaGuardia there, too.
Oh, yeah.
Not for international, really, though.
Do you think people would feel safer if it were done by AI
No.
instead of humans?
No.
No.
Do
And
you think that
strangely,
it would
it would be
actually be-
safer.
It would
probably
be.
would
yeah,
be safer.
would it be safer?
It probably would be safer.
Yeah.
But I think people just want to know that people with souls, human beings, are involved at some level. But at some point, AI is going to be doing everything.
Yeah.
Did you see that story today? I was talking about it earlier, Greg, that basically all college students are cheating now.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But I mean, there's going to be no knowledge. Like it happens immediately that the next generation graduates, and they have no knowledge of anything. They got great grades on literature, and they could summarize this book, but they just haven't read the book, and there's no experience whatsoever except knowing how to get a good grade.
My neighbor's an English teacher at a college, local college, and he's now thinking that he's got to ask them to write all of their papers, like in with a pen.
Right? But you could still use AI and then just copy it.
You could, but I mean, have him do more stuff in class. Like they're spitballing with all the.
Well, I know
the
a
rest
lot
the
of it
professors.
is like they'll do, just sort of pop tests. Like you can't really call it a quiz in college all that much, but I mean, like just sort of do things where people have to stand up,
Yeah,
present
he's already
their
started
evidence.
doing that where when they turn in a paper, he's got questions to ask them about whatever they're
Right.
talking about, so that they present that they've got some sort of knowledge before he goes and reads their
Right,
paper.
but my understanding is it's very hard for a professor to actually prove that something wasn't done by you. So you start getting into an area now where I think an awful lot of professors are just throwing up their hands and saying, we can't beat this. You know, the kids in college, I call them
These kids.
the kids, they have, now there are AI systems that will de-AI the
That's what I was gonna
essay
say.
that AI wrote for you.
Yeah, you get AI to write the initial draft, and then you go back and you say, make this sound like it wasn't written by AI.
Yeah, or
change it.
there's a story in there where the kid actually says, make this sound like a first-year English student. You know, so
Yeah.
you can tailor it to have like, oh, so what you're telling me is throw a few mistakes in there, like a first-year student would.
Yeah, forget a comma here, period there.
Yeah.
If you make them write it out by hand, even if they do it AI and then write it, they're still going to get a little knowledge because they have to read it and write at the same time.
It just might not be retained.
Right.
It's not
Is that worth
through it.
going into hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt?
Well, if you're writing
No.
it in class, like George was alluding to, that's smart because then the professor can eliminate all the computer usage, can eliminate phone usage.
Yeah, but
You
then you
just-
can't teach. How long is it? Hey, write an essay. You've got an hour.
Yeah.
Then you can't teach.
I think the value's barely there for college anyway, depending on what you do. Obviously, there's the careers where you need it. But it's
Lawyer,
barely
doctor,
there.
some
and so if
engineers.
you're going and you're paying a lot of money just to handwrite what AI is, it's not worth the money you're spending.
Yeah, but usually it's not your money. For a lot of people, it's just their parents' money. And what they're doing is, Dad and Mom want me to go to college because they want to tell their friends that I'm in such and such college. So I'll just go to that college. They're not really, I mean, do people forget being young? As much as I complain about this, I am absolutely dead sure that if I was 20 years old, I would be cheating in college. How often I would hold out when, I can do it in an hour and a half and go to the party tonight? I mean, we're talking about
you got the
people who are
fine
between the
sorority
ages of
formal.
18 and 24 years old. Think of yourself at that age. You know, I would have taken shortcuts. I certainly would have. But it wouldn't have been good for me.
He's also mentioned there's a program where they write out the paper and you get like basically a video of what they've written, so you can see the progress they've made.
Wait, you got to what? You have to video yourself actually writing
or typing. So you would see
Right.
the progress that they're making. And
You would see So there the should be a screen, not
corrections,
necessarily
like,
the
it's almost
person.
like a video of.
I see.
of the essay being written.
How long will it take? Okay.
Until AI makes
I
it,
say
yeah,
AI writes the essay. Okay, now do the screenshots needed to make it seem like, and I'll just load that into my computer. I mean, there's no beating.
It's a never end. It's a what is it? An arms race.
It's an arms race that we can't win.
AI will
because
win.
it's an arms race against the smartest person. We're a couple years away. That's probably already there now. Certainly, AI, just say like ChatGPT, has more knowledge than Einstein ever did, but it can't do quite what Einstein did. We're only 2 or 3, 4 years away from it eclipsing the smartest people who have ever lived. And so if there's an arms race between Einstein and the dumbest guy you've ever met, who do you think is going to win that arms race? Hello to Alex Williams. Alex is checking the ride to the northern suburbs.
Hey, good afternoon, Eric and gang. Yeah, we just found new trouble. Traffic Trooper Rich spotted it and called us, and now we see it on the jam cam. It's a crash heading up into Swanee, 85 northbound, Highway 317, exit 111. It knocks out the center lane, slow in the ride back toward Old Peachtree and Sugarloaf Parkway. Before that, you're a little slow, 85 north from Chamblee Tucker, trying to get up to Jimmy Carter Boulevard and Norcross, 400 northbound, brake lights filling in Sandy Springs from Abernathy, passing the North Springs MARTA station. 75 northbound, just sluggish this afternoon so far between Marietta and Kennesaw. Checking the ride on I-20, it's Andrew Seco.
Brake lights either side between Thornton Road and 285 as you leave and head out of Lithia Springs. Inside the perimeter, I-20 looking A-OK. But through the mall of Stonecrest in and out of the work zone, the brake lights coming back on and off between Wesley Chapel Road over towards Evans Mill Road, exit number 74. This is sports sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about essential warm weather styles, $30 and under, like dresses, shoes and bags, men's and kids looks. Find the latest trends, new arrivals, and great prices at a Macy's Backstage near you. From the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Listening to 95.5 WSB pays.
The The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
That is awesome.
5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Download the WSB app and get ready for the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
Oh my God.
From 95.5 WSB.
Just like your car, your septic system needs regular maintenance. Hi, I'm Shannon, the owner of Scorpion Septic. If you're seeing bubbles in your toilet, pooling in your yard, slow draining, or your toilet won't flush, you need Scorpion Septic.
Take the sting out of septic service with Scorpion Septic, where there is never a pump out charge with your repair. Call for more information. ScorpionSepticServices.com.
ScorpionSepticServices.com. Skip the hassle of constant cleaning and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, this is Mark Spain. With a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can sell your home stress-free, make the most money, and move on your timeline. One of our clients, Tyra, said, thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be and close in as little as 21 days. There's no obligation. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com. And start packing.
Mom and Dad seem different after a European-style holiday on MSC Cruises.
Call us Cloud and Yvette.
The ship had restaurants, shops, and nightlife.
La Galleria.
And of course, American touches, like an aqua park and a sweets shop.
American je ne sais quoi.
Mom, you're from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Kevin.
Book now and save up to 30% off, plus kids sale free.
MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
For over 8 years now, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. Hey, it's Mark here. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissues in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joint. It's a powerful and potent way to give your joints new life, repairing that old tissue. Best part, with QC Kinetics, no drugs, no surgery, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural, cellular level option with lasting relief. The patient satisfaction reports are astonishing. Call QC Kinetics now and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, truly your best pain-free life. Call 770-285-8026, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026.
The Lloyd Advisory Group has a question for you. Is your retirement inflation-proof? Here's what we mean. In retirement, chances are you're on a fixed income with unpredictable expenses. So how do you not run out of money when the cost of just about everything continues to go up? You inflation-proof it. Financial advisor Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group can show you ways to help fight inflation so it doesn't outpace your income. Call us today at 770-766-5611. Inflation could take a huge chunk out of your retirement savings, but it doesn't have to. With some simple planning, inflation can go from being a major disruption to a minor annoyance. Call Mark Lloyd and the team at Lloyd Advisory Group now to start inflation-proofing your retirement today. 770-766-5611. That's 770-766-5611. Insurance products and services are offered through the Lloyd Advisory Group. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal.
Cancer upends your life. We're doing all we can to change that. At Winship Cancer Institute of Emory University, we're reimagining the care experience to ease the burden of cancer. With experts in your cancer and the research, trials, and treatments you can only get here. All so you can focus on what matters most, the best chance of living a full life. Winship Cancer Institute of Emory University. Cancer care designed around you and your life. emoryhealthcare.org/Winship.
Now, this article that I was referencing, I believe it's from Wall Street Journal. This student, Sarah, said she used AI for all her classes. Indigenous Studies, Law, English, and a hippie farming class called Green Industries. My grades were amazing, she said. It changed my life. Sarah continued to use AI when she started college this past fall. Why wouldn't she? Rarely did she sit in class and not see other students' laptops open to ChatGPT. Toward the end of the semester, she began to think she might be dependent on the website. She already considered herself addicted to TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and Reddit, where she writes under the username, I won't put it out there now. She said, I spend so much time on TikTok, she said, hours and hours until my eyes start hurting, which makes it hard to plan and do my schoolwork. With ChatGPT, I can write an essay in 2 hours that normally takes 12. Well, at least she has her priorities.
Yeah, she's innovative.
And,
She figured it out.
Some people, my wife was asking, well, why don't we just stop this? If it has such a detrimental effect on everything and nobody's going to learn and the reason is for one reason, and that's because all of these technologies end up in the military. And if they don't end up in your military, they end up in the militaries of other countries. So because we have to make sure that we can always out-bomb other people, and they will always try to out-bomb us, none of these technologies that could make us dumber, could take us over one day, there is no stopping it, because if you stopped it, China won't stop, Russia won't stop, no other country will stop, and you'll soon find yourself, left behind and maybe taken over by another country that has a technology and power that you don't have. That's the whole thing about the human condition. We have to be ready for war, so we have to put up with anything that those technologies bring us on our way to war. Yes, Greg.
So you're accepting of Palantir now. You appreciate the job.
No, I accept that it's inevitable, but I just someone needs to call this guy Alex Karp out. I know I'm a teeny little voice. Because
he's a creep.
People are falling for his I'm a hippie Dr. Strangelove act.
He was a selling point early on. That's one of those stocks that everyone on Reddit talks about, and people got in early. I think it's up to like $140
of course it
a
is,
share
because
now. But
they basically do
They got in
everything.
at 7, and that CEO. My point is they loved him. They loved that guy.
Yeah, man. He's either killing people in some country where we don't care about the people, or he's out back playing hacky sack.
He's relatable.
He really is, man. I'd love to have Alex Karp come over because he could talk about murdering innocents or, the latest video game. I mean, this guy, he's so like you and me, except that he makes it possible to kill innocents all around the world. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? Might as well be a cool hacky sack guy.
Can't they force these guys, the government force these guys to,
and gals,
to pay
and
UBI?
Gals.
Thank you.
UBI?
Yeah, because if thousands and thousands of people are going to lose their jobs to AI, and these companies are going to make tons and tons of money.
Who are they going to pay it? Who's going to pay it?
Well, people they're going to need UBI to cover
But
people.
that's going to be the government, though. You're not going to get a
Well, the
private
government
industry.
could force them to do it.
How?
I don't know. They're going to have to do something.
I mean, that's a larger question. That's what do you do when people want to work, but there's no job? So that's a total flip. We've been through the welfare thing, forever. What do you do with people who can work?
Universal basic income.
Well, that's right. What I'm saying is universal basic income was first introduced as a way to deal with welfare and stuff. Now, and you can argue an able-bodied person ought to be working. They shouldn't have my money. That's an easy argument to make. What do you do when it's flipped? The script has been flipped. And able-bodied people who want work, there are no jobs for them because it's all been computerized and mechanized and all this. That's a question that's coming somewhere. I mean, if your job is coding right now, AI can do that. Now, as a human being, you may be adding more to your job that AI can't at this time, and maybe you can for the next few years.
Yeah, for
But
now, not much longer.
15 years from now? I mean, what is this
That
world?
seems like long.
Yes, it does.
5?
Maybe 5. So what do you do when you have a lot of people who went to school, they're willing to work, and there just are no jobs? Those are big questions for the future. But no question for Greg Russ. He's just going to get on a flight and sleep all the way to Greece.
Yes, and then I'll try to do the show from Greece. I'll talk to you soon.
That'll be awesome. Have a great flight.
Thank you.
Alex Williams is watching the brake lights through downtown.
Yeah, slow and go this afternoon, Eric. You're stacked in southbound from the 85-400 merge. 75 delays start approaching Howell Mill. Northside Drive exit 252. Not going to find any relief till you get down to I-20. Northbound slows from University Avenue. Just all volume trying to make your way up into Midtown. We've also been watching trouble on I-85 into Suwanee, Andrew Seco.
That we have. Got a crash block in the center lane, says Traffic Trooper Rich. 85 northbound at Lawrenceville-Suwanee Road, exit 111. Backdoor taking you towards Sugarloaf Parkway, exit 108. No need for an alternate, though. Just a quick tap of the brakes approaching 985. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage on any age, system, make, or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Right now, get 4 windows free with every 4 you buy, plus no interest for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
At Kroger, we've lowered prices on over 1,000 items across our stores so you can save even more. Whether you're shopping in-store or online at Kroger, we've lowered prices on thousands of the items your family wants and needs. And with lower prices, your dollar goes further every time you shop with us. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Check out this fresh deal on General Mills Giant Size cereal. Select 20 to 29 ounce varieties or 3 for only $10 when you buy 3 with your card. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
This is Scott Slade. Nothing takes the place of time when it comes to spotting problems with your health, especially cancer. The earlier, the better. Like me. My doctor saw one lab work number that led to a diagnosis early enough, so I still had options. Now, that's where virtual imaging comes in. They've got the safest CT imaging option in the Southeast with 98% accuracy. Virtual Imaging's LDCT body scan can be invaluable, giving you time and options for early treatment. They can detect tumors as early as precancerous virtually anywhere in your body, and aneurysms you may not even know are there. For a limited time, Virtual Imaging is offering their LDCT body scan for only $995 per scan. That's a $2,495 value. Now, appointments must be scheduled in May. There are a limited number of scans available at this price, so a few minimum requirements may apply. Don't put this off. I've done it. Call 770-678-SCAN. That's 770-678-SCAN. Or make an appointment by visiting their website at virtualimagingatl.com.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 4:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by Hoffman Financial Group. Our top story, President Trump says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start ceasefire talks after what he describes as an excellent call today with Russian President Putin.
We just spent 2.5 hours talking to Vladimir Putin, and I think some progress has been made. It's a terrible situation going on over there. 5,000 young people every single week are being killed.
Putin says Moscow is in favor of a peaceful settlement, but says compromises would need to be found to suit both parties. It is 88 degrees in Atlanta. Do the storm chances stick around for a few more days? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta's most accurate and dependable forecast coming up. A judge rules on a change of venue request for the father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter. The trial for Colin Gray will remain in Barrow County, but the jurors will come from neighboring Hall County. Gray's trial is scheduled to begin in September. There could be a plea deal in the case of the suspected shooter, Colt Gray. A Conyers man with HIV charged with murder is granted bond.
Prosecutors say Cleveland Brody knowingly infected his ex-wife Denise with HIV. She died. He's charged in her death. The district attorney's office wanted bond denied, saying Brody is a significant danger to women as he infected at least 2 women with HIV. The defense saying Brody told his ex-wife about his infection in a letter. The judge set bond at $800,000 and ordered Brody to continue taking HIV medication as prescribed and avoid sexual relations while awaiting trial. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
It is now confirmed a body recovered from Lake Lanier last week is a kayaker who was missing for several days.
The Forsyth County Sheriff's Office says the body they pulled from the lake Friday is that of 43-year-old Dustin Valencia of Cumming. He disappeared mid-last week after leaving home in his car. It was found near Lanier's shore. His kayak and paddle were later recovered from the lake by a dock worker. His body was found 51 feet underwater in a nearby cove. The sheriff's office says his death is still under investigation. Austin Eller, 95.5 WSB.
2 would-be robbers are sentenced to life in prison plus 5 years parole. Gwinnett police say in April of 2023, a robbing crew broke into the mobile home of a drug dealer in Stone Mountain and tried to rob him. The dealer had a gun, and so did the would-be robbers. Shots were exchanged, and one of the robbers was shot and killed. 21-year-old Miles DeMonta Costin and 22-year-old Gino Gerard Hall Jr. have been found guilty of murder and the death of that third robber. Local renters speak out about mistreatment by corporate landlords as Georgia Senator John Ossoff shines a light on the problem.
Stockbridge renter Shayna Brooks Wilhite says it took her landlord weeks to send someone to address a pair of gas leaks in her home.
My family lived for over 3 weeks with no stove and no heat. During the holidays, we had to eat out every day, which put enormous stress on our household budget.
Atlanta tenants' rights attorney Esther Graff Radford says she deals with this all the time.
These companies are not being held accountable.
Senator Ossoff says more than 160 people have reached out to his office to report abuse. The investigation is ongoing. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
An investigation is just getting started after the deadly crash of a Mexican Navy ship into the Brooklyn Bridge in New York. Michael Graham with the National Transportation Safety Board says their team is coordinating with Mexico.
We are currently working with our counterparts with the Mexican government to gain access to the ship. We are optimistic that we will have that access very soon.
The collision snapped the tall ship's 3 masts on Saturday night, killing 2 crew members and injuring 19 others. North Carolina's governor is asking the state legislature for more money to help areas in the western part of the state recover from Hurricane Helene.
We're coming up on 8 months since the storm. That is more than enough time to comprehend just how much we lost during Hurricane Helene.
Governor Josh Stein is asking lawmakers for another $891 million. The North Carolina legislature has already approved more than $1 billion for hurricane recovery. It is 4:34. Time now for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Still watching delays up into Suwanee out of Duluth. 85 northbound slows just north of Highway 316. Crash off to the right at Highway 317. Lawrenceville Suwanee Road exit 111. Also getting a tad slower in Sandy Springs on 400 northbound from 285. Breaking free just past Northridge exit 6. 75 northbound. Toughest part of that ride is getting past 575 between Marietta and Kennesaw. Found new trouble on 285 into Cobb County, Andrew Seco.
That we did. As I'm speaking, though, just moved off to the shoulder. All lanes reopening right now. 285 east, the outer loop at Flat Trails Road, exit 48. Delays not too bad either. Seeing the brake lights as you pass Boulder Crest Road, exit 51. From the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
This is WSB meteorologist Christina Upwards. Partly to mostly cloudy this evening with a few rain showers and thunderstorms moving through. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Watching for scattered rain showers and thunderstorms late in the afternoon through the evening hours. Drying out on Wednesday, high 82.
It's 88 in College Park, 87 in Norcross, 90 in Woodstock. More news at 5 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Attention seniors, do you want more personalized health care with more one-on-one time with your doctor? Then join us at the grand opening of CenterWell Marietta. CenterWell offers senior-focused primary care that's centered on you. Celebrate with us Tuesday, May 20th, near the Walmart off Highway 41 here in Marietta from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Enjoy food, music, and more at this free community event. Plus, tour the new doctor's office and meet the care team. For details, visit CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. That's CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com.
When defending bikers' rights, trust is everything and results matter. SteelHorseLaw.com.
When my grandfather, Jim Ellis, started our business in 1971, he knew it would be difficult to please every customer. However, that didn't stop him from trying. Hi, I'm Stacy Ellis, Vice President of the Jim Ellis Automotive Group. For over 50 years, we've built our reputation on honesty, effort, and doing what's best for our customers. That means transparent pricing and a commitment to making your car buying experience quick, easy, and convenient. We work hard to help you find the right car at the right price with a shopping experience designed around you, whether you shop in person or online at JimEllis.com. Are we perfect? No. Sometimes things don't go as smoothly as we hope. Maybe there's a miscommunication or an unforeseen hiccup. We get it. When that happens, we don't make excuses, we work to make it right. That's why last year we earned nearly 14,000 positive reviews from customers who trust us to do the right thing. When you're ready for your next vehicle, trust the name that's been doing right by customers for more than 50 years. Jim Ellis Automotive, where you can always expect the best.
Dave Baker here for Artisan Custom Closets. Spring cleaning is here. Let Artisan Custom Closets help you maximize your space and get organized. Artisan will work with you to design an affordable luxury custom closet where you'll be able to see all your accessories, clothes, and shoes without rummaging through the clutter. Don't use the pricey West Coast closet company that doesn't customize or the cheap closet companies with pushy salespeople and pricing games. Artisan Custom Closets, affordable luxury. ArtisanCustomClosets.com.
Funny little paragraph from that AI story I was referring to earlier. A philosophy professor across the country at the university, compared to where they were talking about earlier in the story, a philosophy professor at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock caught students in her ethics and technology class using AI to respond to the prompt, briefly introduce yourself and say what you're hoping to get out of this class.
Wow.
We're going to expect these people to repair things and give us health care in the future?
Maybe they're very anxious kids, you know, like they don't like being put on the spot. So ChatGPT was there to help them not be put on the spot.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. We're screwed. But hey, it isn't just us, it's the whole wide world. So I think the best thing to do is just, if you have the money to do it now, just kind of quit and go live on some island somewhere and just enjoy yourself.
With good health care.
Well, go to a nice island where a lot of doctors who are tired of the nonsense have gone to as well, so that you can, you can try to survive that first heart attack.
Yeah.
I think most people don't, actually. In my mind, I have it to where I want to be able to survive that first one. But I honestly, you know, when I talk to people and they get too negative, like, oh my gosh, there's no hope, because I joke around and say there's no hope, but I don't know that there's no hope. I do think of that the future could have some element in it that we just can't imagine that could lead to more jobs or some positivity. I mean, I've talked about this before. There's no, if you go back to 1980, none of us could have imagined this world where we talk to people by this device that fits in the palm of our hand and we can see them and we do all of our email, mail meant writing something, put it in the mailbox, waiting 7 days for it to get to the other person, then waiting for them to write back, and then them putting their mailbox, another 7 days to get back to you. I mean, it was just, you could not imagine the internet world, and then the internet begat the social media world, and we know all the damage that's done, but also there were a lot of jobs. There was an explosion in the 90s because of it. And so there could be something that's coming up that we just can't imagine that will bring prosperity. I don't have a lot of hope for that, but I have to hold out that that is a possibility, because if you tried to explain the world that we live in now to a 16-year-old Eric von Hessler in 1980, I mean, it wouldn't have computed. I mean, it would have been like the craziest, weirdest sci-fi movie I've ever heard of. So I wouldn't have bought into it. I wouldn't have believed it. So that's the other side of all this negativity about the AI. Maybe something is out there that actually adds to the gross domestic product, gives people jobs, makes people happy. I don't know.
Hey, flying cars coming out next year.
How is that going to make the world anything but worse?
$800,000 for your own flying car. You could go over Atlanta traffic.
Well, you'll have a lot more EMTs.
Yeah, they'll have a lot less to do once they arrive at the scene, because everybody's going to be gone after dropping 100 feet out of the sky.
The Hero units can fly, too. They can go right over.
Refuel us? Yeah. So, I saw that story and the idea that, we can just buy a flying car, but, what are the routes you're allowed to use? Like how high are you allowed to go? Have we even regulated this sort of thing?
Yeah, just fly over Hartsfield.
Yeah. So, is there any kind of governance on this whatsoever? And there's no. By the way, say goodbye to fender benders. No such thing. Every wreck has a casualty now.
Yeah.
And people that are on the ground. I think flying cars are possibly the worst idea. Imagine a world that actually has dragons. That's flying cars. Everywhere you go, in the sky, there are vehicles that will kill you if they fall on you. Constant. I mean, you could say there are planes up there, and I know that there's a route that goes over my house because I can hear it every once in a while. But, you know, they're up there they're pretty high.
Yeah.
So I'm not thinking about them. Can you imagine opening your door, walking out, and I don't know, like 100 feet over your head?
Hey, there's Jim Henderson right there. Jim Henderson flying in.
But not even just like everybody's doing it. You know, it's just be like those sci-fi movies from the 30s where it's like, or The Fifth Element.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you open your window, there's a traffic jam, and you're on the 5th floor.
And you you step out of your apartment, get in your car, and just fly away.
Yeah, that's
never going to happen.
Well, it's going to happen in some time, I guess, but nowhere near now. And I don't even understand the idea that somebody's going to spend this money on a flying car.
Well, what's so cool about this car is it's technically a hybrid, so it takes 1 minute to convert from like flying mode to driving mode, so you can drive it on the road too.
Yeah, I get that because you're not going to be able to fly into your driveway. So I get. So then what happens to things like 400? Because you're not going to want to come down on Roswell Road either. So it's just always going to be interstates, large highways. You know, how does that work? Oh, somebody's trying to land. Slow down.
You would see people immediately speeding up to try to block you from landing. Too.
Yes, absolutely. I don't because it's probably going to take a moment of transition where they're really slow when they.
I ain't letting this jerk in.
Now I got to worry about people merging from left and right now above me. They're trying to merge in. It doesn't make any sense. People talk about this stuff like it's a real thing. The first 3 people who burn up in a horrific death crash, and basically we know that it's already dangerous, but there are such things as fender benders. You know, most car accidents, I don't think most people die in every car accident, but every accident from a flying car will almost certainly produce death.
Well, it only goes 155 miles per hour. So
yeah. Dropping at 200 feet, 150 miles an hour. I don't see what could go wrong for the people on the ground or in the car.
You have choices in horsepower between 280, 320, and 340 horsepower.
I wouldn't fly around Newark, but I guess.
Just fly over it.
I guess.
I wouldn't get one either. You have to do it yourself? No thanks.
If
they were automated, maybe.
Oh, you mean you got to get a kit and put them together?
No, you got to fly it yourself.
Yeah, well.
And if you just got in, turned it on, and it did everything itself, that's one thing.
You get a license for it. Just like, you know, they'll have up in the sky, you'll see like, you know, the student flyer. Please, please show courtesy. You know?
As you're like squinting to see it, you're like, what? What's that? By the way, this is called the Air Car 2. So the Air Car 2.
One did so well. I guess they sold out.
Clever name.
Yeah.
Air Car 2.
Air Car. Well, it's like,
car in the air.
We're trying to sell these. Like, you want to know why hotcakes sell like hotcakes? Because they're called hotcakes. People know what they are.
Cake.
Yeah, I don't even know what a hot cake is. It's a pancake, right?
Yes.
Same thing?
Yes.
Flapjack.
Flapjack, hot
Flapjack,
cake.
I thought was corn or something.
That's a Johnny cake.
That's a Johnny cake.
Oh, it's a Johnny cake.
That's right. You got to brush up on your pioneer eating habits.
You're right.
You used to be
idiot.
You used to be so good with that. You're slipping, I got to say.
I know. You know, you get older, your brain starts slipping.
What happens? Get frazzled. Alex Williams is watching the brake lights through downtown. He's doing it for you.
That we are, Mr. Von Hessler, and we are seeing those brake lights starting on I-85 southbound right at Georgia 400. 400 southbound even a little sluggish as you leave a Lenox Road with a 75 delays from Howell Mill, about 25 minutes from there for the ride down to I-20. Just volume, though. 75-85 northbound delays start at Highway 166, Langford Parkway, and it's going to break free up around Peachtree, Pine Street. A little bit sluggish, though, up through Midtown, trying to make your way past 85 and 17th Street. And I know we got some better news with that crash on 285 in the cab, Andrew Seco.
That we did. We just watched it clear to the shoulder. All lanes back open. Once again, 285 East, the outer loop at Flat Shoals Road, exit 48. Delays already recovering through here. Second worst of it looks to be leaving Doraville. You're slow in the inner loop from Beaufort Highway down to the Stone Mountain Freeway and moving through Sandy Springs. The brake light's taking you from 400 past 75 all the way down towards I-20. From the Courier Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Topical.
Basically, the text of the email reads like this.
Local.
Someone bought a car with my credit and someone tried to file a tax return.
Mark Arum.
I'm a simple man with simple needs.
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
How is your roof holding up after all this heavy rain recently? After storms like that, think of Findlay first. The Roof guys. Extreme weather can really challenge your roof. Schedule a Findlay Roofing free roof analysis, findlayroofing.com. Roof.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals on the Skyway Fishing Pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, just a short drive away, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Book your summer getaway at visitspc.com.
For over 8 years now, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. Hey, it's Mark Arum. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissues in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joint. It's a powerful and potent way to give your joints new life, repairing that old tissue. Best part, with QC Kinetics, no drugs, no surgery, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural, cellular level option with lasting relief. The patient satisfaction reports are astonishing. Call QC Kinetics now and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, truly your best pain-free life. Call 770-285-8026, 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026.
This is Monica Pearson for Superior Plumbing. When you have plumbing problems, you need it done quickly and on your schedule. Superior Plumbing will work around your schedule night and day. They've served Atlanta for almost 40 years. They want to be your plumber for life, and they'll earn your trust by doing the work correctly the first time. So do what I did and call Superior Plumbing night or day to have a trusted plumber fix your plumbing issues.
Superior, the honest one, call 770-422-PLUM.
When everyone in the family wants something different from this year's vacation, there's only one thing to do. Plan for Pigeon Forge. From gorgeous mountain views, shows, and shopping for leisure lovers to coasters, a 200-foot swing, and hundreds more rides for adventure seekers. Plus Dollywood's epic array of fun. There's plenty of variety for the whole family, all in one place. Unique experiences, quality time, and memories for years to come. Find your personal favorites. Plan your getaway at mypigeonforge.com.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I know the whole Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark thing is good for the WNBA, and I suppose that it is. I don't like the race angle.
The internet loves it.
I wish that they were both the same race. It could be either, but I wish they were both the same race because this country's not really smart enough to deal with that.
They were at one point when it was Larry Bird and Magic Johnson.
Yeah, but it was a different deal.
Different time,
Also, the association was just much more accepted as a whole thing. You got to remember, WNBA is still getting its credibility with a larger fan base as a thing to do on a Friday night or a thing to gamble on or whatever. So this is really – so by the time Magic and Larry Bird come along, this is after there have been several of these, in the history of, that the association. This is really it's the first one people are paying attention to because people basically didn't pay attention to the WNBA by and large. So there may have been beefs between players in the past, but most people didn't know it. So what happened? It was a hard foul by Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, so Angel Reese had a wide open layup that she was going to take, and Caitlin Clark addressed it after the game. She ends up fouling her.
Right. But that's what you do in basketball.
Yeah, you don't want to give a layup to somebody. And
you force them to the line.
And
right?
so Angel Reese gets in Caitlin's face for a second, and then the center for the Fever ends up coming and kind of separates the two of them, ends up getting a technical. Angel gets a technical as well. And Caitlin Clark addressed it. She's like, yeah, you don't want to give an easy layup to the opposing team. I'd rather them shoot free throws.
I don't see Caitlin Clark as a brawler.
No. She immediately was whisked out of that situation.
Really skinny, tall people are rarely brawlers.
No.
It's like whether male or female. But
Angel was heated in that moment. She was definitely.
She always is heated.
Well,
she's not like that foul.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it's good for the game. It's good for the WNBA. People are talking about them, the next day. Rivalries are good. I just could do without the added layer of
she also
race added into the whole
I've got to
thing.
confirm this, but there was also a post where LeBron posted something with Caitlin Clark, and then Angel jumped in the feed, jumped in the comment section. I got to double check on that though. Where apparently, Angel was like, MJ never lost the finals or something like that, and wrote it because it's Caitlin Clark and LeBron James on LeBron James's Instagram, and she's talking smack.
I'll say, but how many has she won?
0.
Okay, see, that's what you gotta. See, Tom Brady can say whatever the hell he wants about any quarterback in the history of the game because nobody has as many rings as he does.
Right.
It's when you're playing the game and you don't have championships, you probably shouldn't just be a sports pundit, all the way, because just like you're going to be judged on your career. I've never seen either of them play. I take it they're both really good basketball players.
They're fun to watch.
I assume. And I would hope that, in 15 years, they're going to be on panels together and laughing and talking about how they brought credibility to a league that didn't have it before.
They'll have the Caitlin and Angel show. It'll be like the Manning cast. It'll be on the
exactly.
secondary
stream. But that's how usually these things go. Years later, these rivalries, except for Michael Jordan, who just has to hate somebody to get the energy to get out of bed every day. I mean, he never lets anything go. But most of NASCAR's like this. It's now these old timers they're getting too old and we're losing them. But in the early 2000s. There's just a lot of great panels with guys who used to brawl and battle and whatever, and they're old men, and they're kind of sitting around, they're laughing, they're telling stories. You would hope that ultimately this goes that way as well. But
I think it will.
Is it going to get me to ever watch a WNBA game? That's the question.
Hey, the Dream, we did lose our season opener. We're 0-1, by the way.
All right, well, there's probably only 155 more games. I don't know. How many games do they play in WNBA?
I think it's only 30. I think it's only 30 games, 30 or 40. I'll double check during the break.
If only we had a machine that would fit in the palm of our hands that would give us these answers.
It's not as many as you think.
One day. Autumn won't weigh in because she loves the WNBA because she's a woman. And
I love ladies playing basketball.
Yeah, because doesn't it make you know that if you have dreams, you one day could fulfill them as well?
It makes it possible that maybe I could be tall one day.
That's right, and get into a rivalry with somebody else who's tall.
Cool.
Doesn't that make you feel good about yourself?
Yeah, and I love hearing about women fighting about something.
Yeah.
By the way, you told us the other day that your daughter's in STEM. In this AI thing, it says all the STEM kids are using AI. You better keep your eye out. Alex Williams says there's trouble on 575 in Woodstock.
Yeah, we're looking at it on the jam cam right now, Eric. DOT is reporting it's a gas leak, and it's got the 575 northbound ramp to Ridgewalk Parkway shut down. Also looks like most of Ridgewalk Parkway, westbound at least, even some of eastbound lanes are blocked there. Avoid it all if you're traveling 575 north. Use the exit before that, which is Town Lake Parkway, exit 8. That also runs adjacent to Ridgewalk Parkway, so Town Lake Parkway, a great alternate there. Elsewhere, 75 northbound, on and off that brake pedal, starting in Marietta from South Marietta Parkway up toward Barrett Parkway. Checking the ride on I-20, it's Andrew Seco.
Seeing some brake lights either side, east and westbound between Thornton Road and 285 as you leave and head out of Lithia Springs. Gonna pour through some Jam Cam, see what's what. We're between Riverside Parkway and Six Flags Parkway. No need for an alternate right now. Just a quick tap of the brakes, maybe an extra glimpse of Goliath on your way to and from 285. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Spring is in the air, and a lot of us are looking at things to spruce up our homes, from tweaking or landscaping, a little bit of paint. But how's your roof looking? This is Scott Slade. A new roof can dramatically improve the look of your home. Lots of uncertainties in the economy right now. So my roofer, FGA Roofing, has put together an offer you should consider. They call it the 000 plan. 0 down payment, 0 interest for 12 months, and 0 monthly payments for 12 months. With FGA Roofing, you can get a quote in just a few days and your roof installed in just a couple of weeks. And you can wait to pay until it fits your timeline. FGA Roofing specializes in slate, tile, wood shake, cedar roofs, as well as architectural roofs. The experts at FGA Roofing can lay out all the options for you, whether your roof is aging out or you just want a designer upgrade for your home, or both. FGA Roofing, where you'll get first-rate installation and quality service, always. Just search FGA Roofing to get started with a free quote today. That's FGA Roofing.
Attention men, are you suffering from ED or PE? Here's an important message from Choice Men's Health.
I'm Dr. Katz and I'm the Chief Medical Director at Choice Men's Health. Are you performing the way you want to in the bedroom? If the answer is no and you've tried Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra and were disappointed, then you need to come see us immediately. If you don't see results on the first visit, then there's no charge. Many of our patients have medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and prostate problems. I'm happy to say that we have 98% success rate with all our patients. Our customized solutions will allow you to perform within 10 minutes and last an hour and even longer. You can regain your love life and tackle your ED and PE problems. Guys, your partner will never complain again. Our clinic has the most affordable prices, so if you visit other clinics and you're not completely satisfied, then you need to call Choice Men's Health.
Regain your love life regardless of your age or medical history. Choice Men's Health guarantees results on your first visit or you pay nothing. Call now, 404-400-1170. That's 404-400-1170.
Storm season officially here, friends, and it wreaks havoc on your house and your roof. It's Mark Aram here. If you truly want peace of mind about your roof, and for many years to come, ask Dr. Roof about their lifetime warranty. Dr. Roof's warranty means they have your roof covered for the lifetime of your roof, and if anything comes up, Dr. Roof will take care of it. You never have to worry about a thing. They stand behind it since they've been in business for over 35 years. Now that is peace of mind. All the info online at drroof.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Brian Parks, head of commercial banking in Atlanta for Ameris Bank. I've been in banking for over 30 years, and my team and I know that businesses have the best results when they work with local bankers who know the Atlanta market. Bankers who will work to understand your business operations and bring good ideas to the table. At Ameris Bank, we do that. I invite you to reach out so we can start a conversation. Visit amerisbank.com/yourbusiness or a local branch near you. Ameris Bank, fiercely yours, member FDIC.
News, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 5 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by QC Kinetics. Our top local story, a new case of measles confirmed in Georgia. Here's a report all new at 5 o'clock.
This fourth case is in a person from Metro Atlanta who was not vaccinated and contracted measles while traveling overseas. The Georgia Department of Public Health is now working to identify anybody who may have been exposed to this person between May 10th and the 18th when they were infectious. The health department urging Georgians not to go to the doctor or clinic without calling first if you suspect measles, as it is highly contagious for those who are not vaccinated. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
87 degrees in Atlanta. More scattered storms possible tomorrow. When does a cold front bring us cooler conditions and less humidity? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. A Barrow County judge makes a ruling today in a request to move the trial for the father of the accused accused Appalachia High School shooter.
Barrow County Superior Court Judge Nicholas Prim says jury selection in the case will be held in Hall County. In his order, Prim says other counties, including Walton, Effingham, Bryan, and Glenn, were all considered, but were ruled out because of the distance that could put a strain on witnesses. Prim says Hall County is close enough so the jurors will be able to easily travel to Barrow for the proceedings. Attorneys for the accused shooter, Colt Gray, have also filed a motion for change of venue. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
A kidnapping suspect out of South Carolina is caught in metro Atlanta after a chase down I-20.
Police say the woman was forced out of her home in Lexington County, South Carolina by suspect Charles Davis. They headed west on I-20 but then made a stop in Morgan County.
The citizen that the victim spoke to at the rest stop is able to provide us a good enough description of that vehicle.
Covington Police Lieutenant Daniel Digby says his car was pulled over briefly, but Davis took off, stopping only after Rockdale County deputies used the pit maneuver. He tried to run but was then tased and arrested.
I think this is an ongoing abusive relationship.
The lieutenant says the woman is okay. Davis remains in custody. Tina Douglas, 95.5 WSB.
A Georgia Tech student is shot in the head during an argument at an off-campus student apartment building. Atlanta police say they responded to the Connector Apartments on Spring Street just before 7 last night, where they found a young man with a gunshot wound to the head. He was not conscious but was breathing when he was taken to the hospital. Police are not giving an update on the victim's age or condition. The building is located a couple of blocks from Georgia Tech's campus. President Trump has a high-stakes phone call with Russian President Putin today to discuss ending the war in Ukraine.
The president posted on Truth Social he felt the 2-hour call went very well. He says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start negotiations towards a ceasefire and, more importantly, an end to the war. The conditions, he says, will be negotiated between the two parties, adding that Russia wants to do large-scale trade with the United States when this catastrophic bloodbath is over.
CBS's Stacey Lynn reports Trump suggests the ceasefire talks could take place at the Vatican. Now, WSB Money Update. Georgia Power customers are getting some good news. The utility provider will not try to raise rates for the next 3 years. Liz Coyle with the consumer advocacy group Georgia Watch tells WSB this is welcome news.
If the company had filed their rate case this year, which was due to be filed July 1st, I think there was a real sense that they'd be asking for yet another rate increase. People have seen their power bills go up steadily over the last 3 years.
There could still be specialty increases like to cover costs for overruns for storm damage recovery. Cobb County government is changing its website.
We believe moving over from .org to .gov will provide a more secure environment for those who use our services.
Ross Cavett with Cobb County says the transition will officially take place June 2nd. The old address will remain accessible for a limited time. Douglas County is looking to help out laid-off federal employees find new jobs. Commission Chair Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones says they are partnering with WorkSource Georgia and Elevate Douglas to help connect former federal workers with new employers. Jones says this can be a scary and stressful time for those who are out of work. It is 5:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, Triple Team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Trouble in Woodstockville. DOT and Cherokee County authorities tell us it's a gas main break on Ridgewalk Parkway at I-575. It's got the 575 and northbound ramp to Ridgewalk Parkway shut down. Also might be impacting that southbound ramp because I'm starting to see delays there. Ridgewalk Parkway westbound over 575 also shut down. Town Lake Parkway just south of there is an easy exit to take. Also runs horizontal to Ridgewalk Parkway, so you can use that. Other slowest part of the ride at the northern suburbs, it's got to be 400 northbound in Sandy Springs. You're on the brakes as you leave 285, braking free as you approach Northridge exit 6. Watching the brake lights through downtown, it's Andrew Seco.
Still looking really tough, only going to get tougher as the afternoon gets a little bit later. Volume always the strongest in the downtown connector. Southbound, we're jammed back into Buckhead as you leave 85 proper towards the downtown connector. Northbound, feel the pinch out of East Point. Brake lights start catching you at Langford Parkway, exit 243. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta. Here's meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this evening with a few scattered rain showers and thunderstorms moving through. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Watching for scattered storms to fire up late in the afternoon through the evening hours. A cold front moving through on Wednesday will bring dry, cooler conditions. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, high 82. Thursday, morning low 63, afternoon highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Friday and Saturday, morning lows in the 50s, daytime highs in the mid to upper 70s.
Kennesaw, 85 degrees right now, 86 in Chamblee, 87 in Union City. More news at 5:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Hour 3 of the Von Hessler Doctrine begins right now. As usual, Hour 3 corresponds with the 5 o'clock hour, and that's why I'm ready to give you this hour's keyword in the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. That word is beach.
What'd you call me?
Not as in son of a. B-E-A-C-H.
Oh, okay.
This hour's keyword is beach. Like, I wanted to get some sun, so I went to the beach. There's your something like a sentence. Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. Again, that keyword is B-E-A-C-H, beach. You want to do some What's the Buzz?
I say so.
Why not? Why not?
What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening.
Come on, Jerry, tell me what's happening.
How about if you tell everybody? Let everybody know. What's the buzz, Jared Yamamoto? What's happening?
From the Times of India, Elon Musk is
Can I
finished.
stop for 1 second? I see a lot of stories out of the Times of India. Can you look it up? Like, who owns it? It appears to be kind of a little bit on the right. A little bit.
That's the vibe I get when I read
It's
their
like
stuff.
if you ever want stuff to match with the right in this country, out of India comes the stories from Times of India that will match what your notions were. Now, that doesn't mean maybe it's the most independent source. I don't know. But I don't know who's behind. Is it like...
the Bennett, Coleman & Co. Limited, media conglomerate in India.
Okay.
Primarily controlled by the Jain family, with Vineet Jain serving as the managing director.
Well, I don't know the Jains.
The company, also known as the Times Group, operates various publications and media ventures, including the Economic Times and Times Now.
Okay, so I don't know if that explains anything to anybody or not, but it
I'm going to do Times Later.
Times Later?
Times Now?
Times
Later.
Times Later is great. Although, you want the kids to be in bed before you start checking that
Ooh,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, things get
Times After Dark.
Oh, yeah. Gets a little... So go ahead. I mean, it just seems a little bit, I don't know, I'll call it center-right. Seems to be. I don't know. Go ahead.
Elon Musk is finished. He's done. He's gone. MAGA insiders reveal how he's faded into the background. That's how their headline reads.
There's
the
a
Times
couple
of
of
India.
those, couple of stories out there like this, and that all the people in the administration hate him or whatever. I think it's pretty simple. He's been rather quiet since he found out how much his stock fell. Which
nobody's buying the cars anymore. So.
Yeah. So your job as leader of Tesla is to help sell cars, amongst many other things.
This Trump is awful. One of the things I was sort of duped.
Yeah.
And I don't like him at all.
Oh, he's coming back. It's time to get that price back up.
Yeah.
So I think that has more to do with it. The Doge stuff is still going on. And who's someone told me that somebody's in Doge that's like controversial.
Oh, yeah, the CEO for Airbnb. He's part of it, and it's been quite...
that can't be helping.
It's not. But
that company's so well run.
I think that company has been very quiet about it, too.
Yeah.
Like, like I had to look into it, and I'm like, oh, I did not realize he was connected with this.
Well, it doesn't matter. Anytime you get involved in politics, especially with a 50-50 country, you're going to lose 50% of the country.
Tell me about it.
Is that
I
Mike
got
Liddell?
sued. I know my pillow. Nobody came.
Well, you went in heavy.
I had all the receipts, and the election was stolen.
That didn't even help your cause.
You're even selling My Tears now.
My tear, Michael Liddell's My Tears are fresh out of my face.
You really kind of went overboard. I don't know. That was just an association. You were kind of leading the charge out there.
I loved it.
The Fox News is still doing quite well. I'm sure that they're buying the pillows.
No,
they're still on.
No.
Even Fox News viewers
I
have
offered
abandoned.
100% MAGA discount, and nobody's buying them.
Oh, it's sad. I hope you. Well, you had a lot of money at one point. Well, you probably spent a bunch of money too, because a bunch of judgments coming against
People in Giza are losing their jobs.
Oh yeah, because of that cotton that you get from Giza.
Gonna have to use American cotton. Crap.
Garbage. Yeah. All right. What else is the buzz?
From the Hollywood Reporter, Tom Cruise intends to keep making movies into his 100s. He says,
Yes! Yes!
Awesome.
Yes!
He told us why.
Yes!
While on the Mission Impossible, I think this is Mission Impossible 5, The Final Reckoning.
Doesn't matter. It's getting, I don't know if it's really been reviewed, but the early things coming out is, this is the most amazing. It's getting like Top Gun.
Is it really?
Adventure. Yeah. Now, I don't know if that's all manufactured. I think it's, has it played at Cannes yet, or it's about to? So it's getting a good word of mouth so far.
Well, while on the red carpet talking about Mission
And that's
Impossible.
not saying anything Tom Cruise about. I'm not trying to imply anything.
They'll sue.
I know. That's just people are saying good things about the movie.
This is what he said on the red carpet.
Congratulations on this film. I know you said a couple of years ago that you would keep making Mission Impossible movies into your 80s. Is that still true?
I actually said I'm going to make movies into my 80s. I don't know what. Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe movies. Actually, I'm going to make them into my hundreds. I will never stop.
Listen, we will
I will never
always
stop doing action. I will never stop doing drama, comedy, films. I'm excited.
I don't have a soul.
Well, we will always take a Tom
nothing.
Cruise movie.
I have nothing. I have nothing. I am nothing.
Yeah,
if I'm not
that's
making,
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, being nothing, right,
yeah,
totally.
yeah. What I'm saying
I'm
is,
nothing too.
I would melt down. I would break down and recognize that I'm soulless. And so,
I know, and having no soul is crazy, right?
Yeah, yes. And,
We love a soulless Tom Cruise. Am I saying that?
I guess. I guess it's.
Yeah.
There's
You're
a
in
lot.
a deep depression. That's wow.
It's
I mean, so many of us are.
Yeah,
so.
making movies is kind of a diversion for me that I would not want to face myself.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Facing
so-
yourself is really hard, but we know you can do it, Tom.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to keep doing movies for 100 more years so that I
You're
never
so
have to face.
dedicated to your depression.
Yes.
I love it.
Everything becomes a positive. Boy, that's a reporter that's going to put him on the spot about nothing.
Right.
Yes, you're wonderful.
Wow, in your hundreds. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing penetrates me to where I actually digest it and analyze it. They're words. You're throwing
No, I
words
just
at
got a text that my parents died in a horrible crash. Back to you, Jim.
Well, when you
We
look at
all have to go sometime.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, it's true. And it's the only thing you feel sad about, I guess, is that they're not going to be able to see those movies Tom Cruise will be making for the next 40
Tom
some
Cruise,
odd years.
since I just found out the terrible news that my parents have died, but you certainly aren't dying. You're going to make movies to your hundreds, unlike my parents.
Tom Cruise has got to be looking at like Harrison Ford, right? Who's still making
Yeah.
movies, still cashing those checks.
He doesn't want to look like that.
And then Clint
Harrison
Eastwood.
Ford is barely doing. He's barely working. He might work, but he ain't working.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a Red Hulk.
How's the
I don't even know what color the Hulk was.
I'll be the Red Hulk.
He's on a show on Netflix or something. Is that any good?
I am.
Shrinkage or something?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think it's like a turnabout.
That was kind of cute.
Where the patient is teaching the doctor or something. I don't know.
Yeah, regarding Henry too, I go out for another pack of cigarettes, get shot again in there.
No, actually, I go back and I don't get shot.
Oh, this one, yeah, it's a real good movie.
It's got to be. You're putting a lot of pressure on these younger actors like Tom Cruise that I feel like they have to stay in because you're staying in, and also when you look at
told you why Tom Cruise is staying in. He's an empty shell otherwise. What is he going to do? The man just keeps trying to kill himself. Jumping out of planes and whatever, he's an empty vessel.
That's why you got stuntmen.
Well, yeah, it's why. Yeah, he does all of his own stunts.
I don't get it.
That weird thing that he did where he fell out of the airplane. I mean, that was exciting.
Dumb.
But
Where he like held onto it. You mean that one where he's like holding onto the wing?
no, there was one where it was for coming back from the pandemic, and it was people saw it in the theater. And he's obviously in a plane. He's up high,
Uh-huh.
and he's talking, and he's about exciting accident.
Right,
And then at the very end, he just lets go and falls out of the plane.
that's right. Yeah.
And by the way, there was someone was there filming too. They were pretty courageous as well. Let's not forget.
Yeah, that's true.
I watch sometimes you see these shows. I don't know. I watched a stupid show when I was in Dayton, and it was one of those. It was on Arts A&E or something like that, or History Channel. I don't know what history was involved, but they were looking for some kind of thing that they thought was deep in this cave, and it obviously wasn't there. And the whole thing was, because they never find the ghost, they never find the treasure, they never find anything. They just you go through this whole series of things. And it's all this stuff about how they got to get through these things. You could barely get your body. They're going down a mile and more into the earth, and water's dripping and everything. and we see them coming out the other side. I was like, well, there was an entire film crew that had to do exactly the same thing. Was there another route that could have been taken where you weren't because the cameras were on the other side when you got there, and they're pretty small these days, but still.
That's why if you're going to watch those shows, at least River Monsters always delivers.
Yeah, they never find the monster. You know why? Because they don't exist.
Well, Jared, do you know what River Monsters is?
I don't know what River Monsters.
He catches big predatory fish.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm talking about, we're in search of ghost or Bigfoot.
Ghost fish.
Yeah, here you go.
Ghost fish.
Before anybody in my family starts the show, so I don't want to waste your hour, but they don't find Bigfoot at the end. Alex Williams says the ride is slow on 285 through DeKalb.
Yeah, watching the brake lights, 285 southbound stacked in, leaving I-85. Actually a little slow before that, coming out of Dunwoody into Doraville. And it stays heavy as you make your way southward to Highway 78, the Stone Mountain Freeway. DOT reporting a new possible car fire on the west side outer loop, 285 southbound. Yep, I see it. Travel advisory, multiple right lanes blocked. 285 southbound, the outer loop, Highway 166, Langford Parkway. Delays in both directions. We're going to get a better hold on this. We've also been dealing with a gas leak up in Cherokee County impacting 575 Andrew Seco.
That we have right now, seeing blockage in the north and southbound ramps to and from Ridgewalk Parkway. That's exit number 9, working hard to get this contained. No estimated clearing time. In the meantime, you may want to take Town Lake Parkway or Sixes Road to hit the north and southbound sides of the Holly Springs area. This report sponsored by the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup is coming to Atlanta. Get ready for a global soccer showdown at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Don't just watch history, be there. Get tickets at FIFA.com/tickets. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Buying a new car? Need help fixing your current car? What's the safest car for a first-time buyer? The Car Guys have the answer. Join Shelley Winter and automotive expert Kevin Deutsch this and every Saturday at 12 for all your car needs. The Car Guys, presented by Butler Lexus of South Atlanta, Saturdays at noon on 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Not everything in life comes with a guarantee, but for premium local farm fresh sod that comes with a 1-year guarantee, family owned and operated, NG Turf is the only grower to consider. NG Turf sells direct to homeowners. Get your sod from a certified turf professional at ngturf.com.
WSB Atlanta, WSB BFM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
I'm here with Chris Hoffman, the founder of Hoffman Financial Group and host of Money Unleashed. Chris, with all the things we're reading, seeing, and living through these days, from rate cuts, election season, and now a new administration, now seems like a great time to make sure we have that comprehensive plan in place. You know, the one that covers all our financial bases.
There are occasions throughout the year where I feel like it's critical for people to engage their financial lives and get the information that they deserve from a financial advisory team. And this is one of those times, to be quite frank. So we ask that you call us if you have a minimum of $500,000 in your full portfolio. But we're going to do away with that minimum so that those folks can have an equal opportunity to understand what's in their portfolio as well. Now, you have to have some money, right? I can't help you to build your wealth at work, right? But I sure can help, I believe, with your 401k, IRA management. There's probably 2 or 3 things that'll surprise you that you may want to take action on. So the next 10 people that call in, we'll work up either a portfolio x-ray, or if you feel like you need a full retirement plan, go to unleashyourmoney.com, click on portfolio x-ray, or click on full retirement plan. We think you'll be impressed enough, and we want you to become a client. There's no question about it. We believe that we are a very competent fiduciary advisory team, and we want to offer that to our listeners. Let Hoffman Financial Group actually show you how we perform, and I believe we perform at the pinnacle of this industry.
Call the Hoffman Financial Group at 404-737-3858, 404-737-3858, or online at unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Hey Braves fans, this is attorney John Foy. After an accident, you want help, you want answers, and we're available to get you both as quickly as possible.
Injured? Call the Strong Arm. Attorney John Foy and Associates, proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Metallica in the round.
Full speed or nothing. Mexico.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium. One night only. June 3rd. Metallica. Special guests, those Cowboys from Hell, Pantera. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Suicidal Tendencies. Tickets on sale now. Available at Ticketmaster.com. Metallica in the rounds. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
Once again, this hour's keyword in the WSB 5K a day bonus blitz is beach. B-E-A-C-H. Go to the WSB Radio app or WSBradio.com/cash for your chance to win. So, Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today.
Wow.
2 hours. I heard it got quite personal.
Mr. President, it's Vladimir Putin. Hello? Hello, how are you? We're going to talk about Ukraine. We'll talk about Ukraine, but first I have some questions I'd like to ask you. What are you wearing? What are you talking about? What do you mean when I'm wearing a suit? Why don't you make yourself comfortable? Sit in a nice, resolute chair. Okay, I'm sitting. It's just me, Pooty Poot, here. I will now remove my shirt to show my glorious pecs. And traps. Well, I mean, you don't really have to. Why don't you take off your shirt and show everyone your pasty belly?
Here's a good question. Why don't they just FaceTime each other?
Well, that's a good point.
Well, I can't figure it out, and Barron's not here to help.
Okay.
Yeah, they're boomers. They can't do it.
That big screen on the wall or whatever, like, do we know that doesn't happen? I mean, when they say a phone call, is it all? I guess we would see, like, video if it. Maybe that's why they don't want it. You know, these days with AI and everything that can be done, you do this least amount of video presentations as you can. Maybe it's a little harder to secure. But I know that they do it with world leaders. You see shots sometimes.
Actually, now that I think about it, too, remember FaceTime is an Apple product, and Apple's American, so Putin wouldn't do that then.
Well, Tim Apple might make a,
I have iPhone. It's based in, like, the walled garden. No pornography.
Yeah.
Everything in one space.
Like Steve Jobs once asked, does pornography have to be everywhere?
It doesn't have to be everywhere. That's why we took in your former action movie hero.
Oh, you're talking about Steven Seagal?
Steven Seagal. He's very beautiful here. He's a fantastic man. We love him so much.
So Trump is saying that whatever, in this 2 hours.
Can we make it a three-way?
Zelensky, nice.
Yeah, Zelensky. What do you don't like that? Why are you saying what was Zelensky? What are you saying, George?
I don't think he's going to be happy about all this.
Well, I mean, he showed up for ceasefire negotiations, and Putin didn't. So basically, Trump's saying it's on again. All that's really being announced here is that they're going to
have a conversation
about a ceasefire. So it's not a call. It's not a ceasefire. And,
let's wrap it up.
If they want a deal, I'm just going to tell you what I know. And what I know is until we take NATO membership off the table completely, there's no chance. There's no chance. Everybody in Russia who agrees with you on everything else other than this war disagrees with you on the war. Whether we like it or not, Russians consider that a threat. I think that there's logic behind that, but I won't make that argument. I don't care. But what I know is that there is going to be no agreement that doesn't have that as part of it. Crimea belongs to Russia, and Ukraine will never be in NATO. If people aren't willing to go there, then just throw up your hands and whatever, because I'm telling you what I know to be a fact. You can yell at me, you can take it out on me because you don't want to hear it, whatever. This is not going to end until Crimea officially belongs to Russia and Ukraine will never, a guarantee is made that Ukraine is never in NATO. If you don't do those two things, the rest is just, spinning your wheels. I got to tell him a third time?
No. This is giving stuff away now.
Oh, now you want to give stuff away.
I got some Bare Naked Ladies tickets to give away.
You're confusing me.
I want those.
All right, 2 tickets to see. It's a band. 2 tickets to see Bare Naked Ladies on Tuesday, June 3rd at Synovus Bank Amphitheater at Chastain Park. Be caller number 10 to 404-872-0750. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. Alex Williams says there's a car fire on 285 on the west side.
Travel advisory with this car fire. The fire department is on scene. They're dousing it. I see the heavy white smoke as they pour water on this car fire. 2 right lanes knocked out. 285 southbound, the outer loop just below Highway 166, Langford Parkway. Already stacking up back toward Cascade Road. What is it like if you want to take downtown as an alternate to avoid this, Andrew Seco?
Wish I had some better info for you, but we are looking really tough with this volume 75, 85 north and south. Northbound, the jam starts just north of Langford Parkway, slow all the way up to North Avenue. Southbound, still seeing that pinch into Brookhaven. You're slow all the way down 85 proper, all the way towards I-20. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage on any age, system, make, or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
When my grandfather, Jim Ellis, started our business in 1971, he knew it would be difficult to please every customer. However, that didn't stop him from trying. Hi, I'm Stacy Ellis, Vice President of the Jim Ellis Automotive Group. For over 50 years, we've built our reputation on honesty, effort, and doing what's best for our customers. That means transparent pricing and a commitment to making your car buying experience quick, easy, and convenient. We work hard to help you find the right car at the right price with a shopping experience designed around you, whether you shop in person or online at jimellis.com. Are we perfect? No. Sometimes things don't go as smoothly as we hope. Maybe there's a miscommunication or an unforeseen hiccup. We get it. When that happens, we don't make excuses, we work to make it right. That's why last year we earned nearly 14,000 positive reviews from customers who trust us to do the right thing. When you're ready for your next vehicle, trust the name that's been doing right by customers for more than 50 years. Jim Ellis Automotive, where you can always expect the best.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Attention seniors, do you want more personalized healthcare with more one-on-one time with your doctor? Then join us at the grand opening of CenterWell Marietta. CenterWell offers senior-focused primary care that's centered on you. Celebrate with us Tuesday, May 20th, near the Walmart off Highway 41 here in Marietta from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Enjoy food, music, and more at this free community event. Plus, tour the new doctor's office and meet the care team. For details, visit CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. That's CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 5:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio with our top story. President Trump says ceasefire talks between Russia and Ukraine will begin immediately.
President Trump held a lengthy phone call with the Russian leader.
We just spent 2.5 hours talking to Vladimir Putin, and I think some progress has been made.
He said he also spoke today with Ukrainian President Zelensky and other European leaders.
Trying to get that whole thing wrapped up.
But while Mr. Trump was optimistic about the progress, Putin told Russian media that while Moscow is in favor of a peaceful settlement, compromises would need to be found to suit both parties. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, the White House.
87 degrees in Atlanta. More scattered showers tomorrow. When do we get drier, cooler conditions? Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. Now, WSB Money Update. Georgia Power customers may not see a rate increase for the next 3 years.
That would have Georgia Power's base rates frozen in 26, 27, and 2028.
Liz Coyle with the consumer advocacy group Georgia Watch says it's not a done deal yet. The Georgia Public Service Commission has the final say. The last increase was in January. There could still be specialty increases to cover cost overruns on things like storm damage. The Georgia Department of Public Health confirms a 4th measles case in the state. It's a Metro Atlanta resident who is not vaccinated. They got the virus after traveling overseas. The Department of Public Health is working to identify anyone who may have been exposed to this person between May 10th and the 18th when they were infectious. A Rockdale County man with HIV is granted bond in the death of his wife.
Bond is set at $800,000 for Cleveland Brody. He's the Conyers man charged with murder in the death of his ex-wife Denise. Prosecutors saying he infected her with HIV knowingly. The defense saying her cause of death was related to other health complications and that he told her about his HIV in a letter. Superior Court Judge Maureen Wood also ordering Brody to not have sexual relations with anyone while awaiting trial, and he must continue to take HIV medication as prescribed. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
A judge today rules on a change of venue request for the father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter. The trial for Colin Gray will remain in Barrow County, but jurors will come from neighboring Hall County. Gray's trial is scheduled to begin in September. There could be a plea deal in the case of the suspected shooter, Colt Gray. An ATV crash in Forsyth County results in the death of a 4-year-old boy.
The tragic accident happened on Valley Stream Drive when the ATV, driven by a 16-year-old, overturned after the teen applied the brakes abruptly and tried to make a sharp right turn. Neither boy was wearing a helmet and both were thrown from the vehicle. The 4-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene. The 16-year-old suffered minor injuries and was taken to North Fulton Medical Center. The Forsyth County Sheriff's Office is withholding names while they continue with their investigation. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
Metro Atlanta renters speak out after Georgia Senator John Ossoff calls out so-called corporate landlords.
In December of last year, Shayna Brooks Wilhite says a pair of carbon monoxide leaks were detected in her rental home. Her landlords took weeks to fix the problem.
This should never happen to another family. This wasn't just frustrating. It was traumatic.
Atlanta tenants' rights attorney Esther Graff Radford says these issues are common.
Families get exhausted fighting for every repair.
Senator Ossoff is urging the public to report issues to his office as part of the investigation. So far, more than 160 people have reached out. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
DeKalb County changes some of the items you can place into the blue recycling bins for curbside pickup.
What has changed is our recycle curbside collection. We no longer accept plastics 3 through 7 on the recycling symbol. Only plastics that are 1 and 2.
Those numbers are listed on all plastics. Eric Holston with DeKalb Sanitation says they are also no longer taking shredded paper because of the inconsistency in the fiber. It is now 5:34. This news sponsored by Findlay Roofing. Time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple team traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Travel advisory continues on the southwest leg of the perimeter. Car fire cleanup. Flames are out, but you're still got 2 right lanes blocked. 255 southbound, the outer loop just below Highway 166, Langford Parkway exit 5. Slow almost back to Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Take I-20 eastbound into town, and you can take 75, 85 south down toward the airport as an alternate. Elsewhere before that, 285 southbound on and off the brakes through Smyrna Vinings as you leave I-75. And into Cobb County, 285 eastbound delays stack up right around Chamblee, Dunwoody Road. Not going to find any relief to that until you get past Memorial Drive, making your way south of Clarkston. We've also had our eyes on trouble up on I-575 in Cherokee County, Andrew Seco.
That we have. Still looking at blockage. The north and southbound ramps to and from Ridgewalk Parkway. That's exit number 9 blocked off, as well as the bridge over 575. Possible gas main break here. No estimated clearing time of this. You want to use Town Lake Parkway to get up back towards the Holly Springs area. 75 northbound, seeing the volume we usually see this point in the afternoon. We're slow from South Marietta Parkway up towards Chastain Road, exit 271. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this
this evening with a few scattered rain showers and thunderstorms moving through. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Watching for scattered storms to fire up late in the afternoon through the evening hours. A cold front moving through on Wednesday will bring dry, cooler conditions. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, high 82. Thursday, morning low 63. Afternoon highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Friday and Saturday, morning lows in the 50s. Daytime highs in the mid to upper 70s.
It's 87 in Decatur, 85 in Loganville, 86 in Milton. More news at 6 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
You don't just ride, you're obsessed. Injured in a wreck? Call Steel Horse Law, motorcycle injury lawyers who ride.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
You've had your windshield wipers on high a lot lately, and they're getting the job done, but how is your roof holding up after all this heavy rain? Dave Baker here from my local experts at Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. It's a fact. Water is your home's #1 enemy, so weather like we've been having recently can really challenge your roof. You may not even see signs that your roof is leaking or damaged, so after weather like this, think of Findlay first and schedule a free roof analysis. Findlay will send a highly trained professional to your home who will thoroughly examine your roof. No obligation, no charge. Findlay is the best. They installed the roof on my home, and I trust them, and you can too. Findlay's replaced over 65,000 local roofs. They've mastered the roof replacement process with impeccable, high-quality work. They've seen it all and replaced it all. Schedule your free roof analysis at FindlayRoofing.com. Roof.
Congratulations to Tom Trent of Tucker. That's illiterate. Not ill. Illiterate.
Close to a tongue twister, too.
Tom Trent of Tucker won 2 tickets to see Bare Naked Ladies on Tuesday, June 3rd at Synovus Bank Amphitheater at Chastain Park. Tickets are on sale right now at livenation.com. Trump wants to investigate Springsteen and Beyonce and other celebrities who endorsed Kamala Harris. Some of this is because Springsteen was he in England or something, and he was talking about how
Manchester.
He was, talking him down, saying he was corrupt. He had corrupt leadership, and did he say treason? He might have said treason.
Treasonous.
As well, yeah. It's the new word. Everybody uses it. Who cares that it could ultimately lead to the death penalty if it were true, right? Just toss the word treason around no matter where you are. So here's the thing with Trump. Now, I think his thing is, after all the criticism, some of it quite valid, of course, some of it not. But after all of that, he's decided that anybody's going to get a hard time, at least. 60 Minutes, going to get a hard time. ABC, they're going to get a hard time. So the celebrities start rattling the stuff off. They're going to get a hard time in the investigation. Now, here's the thing about in that book Fight, and I can't remember if money was mentioned, like how much or if Springsteen, remember Beyonce showed up, I think, at one of the first rallies. And I remember from that book, it's been a few weeks since I finished it, that the Harris campaign was really, really mad at Beyonce because she didn't sing. She agreed to show up. And I think what they did, they were trying to work it out. I may be conflating stories. I think they were trying to figure out how to do Rogan in Texas. And so, but there was no reason for them to tell their donors why they were in Texas. They were going to lose Texas. There's a very limited amount of time you have. So they kind of worked it out to have a rally because Beyonce was playing. and they kind of worked it out to be the same place, same time, so Beyonce could endorse her. But there was a feeling that she was going to sing, and when they found out that she wouldn't sing, the Harris people were very, very upset. And I can't remember if there was money. And so what Trump is saying is, I think Springsteen and Beyonce and these others were paid for their endorsements, which could get in there with the in-kind campaign contribution laws. And I don't know, and I'm sure from Trump's point of view, he's thinking, I didn't pay Kid Rock a dime. So, it will.
Lee Greenwood, though, he paid a lot.
No, Lee Greenwood's just there. Lee Greenwood he's on ice. He just sits on ice for in case of Republican victory. Right. In case of Republican victory.
Or crisis.
So they, when there are Democrats in power for 4 or 8 years, Lee Greenwood is just on ice. And then when a Republican gets back in power, that's why it seems like, God, shouldn't he be 8 years older? He's he looked like kind of an old guy to me in the 80s, but he keeps showing up and he pretty much seems like he's the same age. So they have some sort of, when you're going to Jupiter or something, you're like putting that sort of
stasis.
Yeah, there's some stasis.
And then it's, break glass in case of Republican victory. And then out of ice comes Lee Greenwood. But I think Lee Greenwood is at this point an android of some kind. So doesn't need pay.
I'm proud to be an American. And at least I know I'm free.
Doesn't he have like a overly dyed hair? This Lee
It's possible.
Well, yeah, he's an 80.
I never really see him.
Yeah, so I wonder if it's like seeping into his brain, and that's like keeping him.
Like preserved.
Yeah,
in some kind of way. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible.
Would it be ironic if Lee were a Democrat?
But like he's secretly been voting. He's like a progressive liberal.
That would be great. He's like a mole.
He married somebody in 2010 or something that was a big liberal, and he turned him around. It's my brand, honey. You don't understand. I mean, I can vote with you, but I got to go out there and that would be.
The same old song and dance.
If we found out like 10, 15 years from now that would be hysterical. But so I don't know exactly the laws, but somebody shouldn't have to be paid for an endorsement. An endorsement is something, and this wouldn't. I just think it's more whether you love or hate him. There are people who will love, and there are people who will hate him for this. That's Trump's strategy this time around. You come after me, I'm coming after you. And by the way, I've got power now, and not understanding the irony of what happened when he was the victim of a sitting administration investigating the administration before. That kind of irony and self-awareness will never take hold. The thing that you complained about now you're threatening to do. But I think that what his main thing is, you can go out in public and do whatever you want, but I've got power now, and hey, Bruce, let's find out what the limits of my power on this are. Yeah. Basically is where it goes. But it'd be interesting to know, are you allowed to pay for endorsements? I don't know. I don't know what the campaign laws are, and I don't know the in-kind campaign contributions. He wants that because that's what they called the Stormy Daniels payoff, was that Cohen was giving him an in-kind campaign contribution by fronting that money, because by Trump not being on the hook, it wouldn't hurt his campaign. So if he can come back, if the laws are in there, and say, why if they paid, I think they're acting like they paid $1 million for an endorsement. I mean, what Kamala Harris's campaign did with all this money, I'm now hearing it's like almost $2 billion in 3 months.
It is legal to pay for an endorsement, but you do have to disclose that you did it.
Okay. All right. So maybe that disclosure could have been made on a tax form that no one ever saw, but now you can dig it up and it's there. But
so Taylor,
or again, we don't know. We don't know that anybody was paid. That's what he's alleging.
So Taylor Swift was not implicated in this because she was not asked to perform correctly. Because I saw that Trump on Truth Social on Friday was like, she's not hot anymore. Ever since
she's not hot.
Ever since I got in, she's not hot anymore.
It seems like Trump is saying that since the two of you appeared at the Super Bowl and he got a rousing reception and you got booed, we haven't heard much from you. Has it hurt your feelings?
No, I mean, people are allowed to have their opinions, I guess.
Yeah, but it must not feel good. I don't think it feels good.
It didn't feel great. But you know what? I was surrounded by friends.
Yeah.
And my boyfriend was playing at the Super Bowl.
How about that Brittany Mahomes? What a beauty, right? She is so smart and with it.
Are you getting along with Brittany Mahomes, Patrick's wife, who's a Trumper, apparently? Is that...
Oh, wow. I mean, listen, sometimes you just don't talk about certain things. Some conversations are just off the table. She's tried to talk to me a little bit, and I've been very supportive.
I gotta say, I think Blake Lively got to her. I think Blake Lively, with all the threats of leaking all this information, really got under Taylor's. That's why, I mean, I put that out there, but I like Taylor.
Yeah,
I mean, I get annoyed sometimes.
Yeah,
You know, like we
Let
all
it out.
do.
What?
Sometimes I get really mad at my cat.
Oh, okay. You're one of those people.
It's
too much.
You know, the cat goes in there and does their business, and then, you know, does that scraping on the kitty litter.
Yeah.
And sometimes it gets out of the box,
I
and
know.
I step on it in bare feet.
I tell you,
so annoying.
Taylor Swift, life can be tough at times. We just have to persevere.
And you know what I do when I see that? I put my one hand on my hip and I blow a piece of hair out of my eye.
Well, that'll get the job done.
Travi does not like it either when he steps in the kitty litter, right? He does not like it either.
No, he doesn't like it.
Don't you have like a entire crew to take care of your kitty litter for you? I find it hard to.
But they're sometimes busy.
Okay.
It's okay, guys. I'll get it.
Yeah, right.
Aren't you so nice?
So relatable.
Really.
Oh, thank you.
The most relatable billionaire I've ever come across, I have to say.
Yeah.
Alex Williams says, Bye. Alex Williams says there's a travel advisory on 285 near the airport.
All due to this car fire cleanup, Eric. It's 285 southbound, the outer loop just below Highway 166, Langford Parkway. Still in two right lanes, slow in the ride back to I-20. We will check that ride shortly. The rest of 285, toughest part of that is westbound, the outer loop on the north side from Ashford Dunwoody, passing Roswell Road. Southbound, still seeing some delays between Tucker and Clarkston from I-85 down toward Lawrenceville Highway. What is the story on I-20, Andrew Seco?
No crashes or stalls, just the car in front of you. You got that volume I-20 westbound. You're slow leaving 285 on your way to Thornton Road. That's exit 44 inside the perimeter. A little stoppage, likely from the alternate merging on I-20 to the downtown connector. Getting around that vehicle fire, Mall of Stonecrest area looking A-OK. Do have some scattered volume east and west taking you from 285 out towards Panola Road. From the Coolray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic 95.5 WSB.
It pays to have the WSB radio app. Download it today and get ready for the Blitz.
Oh my God.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz. 5 chances a day to win $5,000.
Oh my God, you made my day.
It's a Blitz.
Oh, that's cool.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
From 95.5 WSB.
Download the WSB radio app now.
Hey, get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and sell your home for maximum value, and that's without the stress of listing your home on the market. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, trying to sell your home can be overwhelming. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the entire hassle, get an all-cash offer, and close within days. That means no showings, no open houses, and the best part, no stress. Just go to markspain.com and find out what your guaranteed offer will be, and then you can start packing.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Do you frequently ask family and friends to repeat themselves? Do you struggle to understand conversations when you're at a restaurant, missing important life moments? Hi, this is Dr. Prince from Atlanta Hearing Associates, and we can help you hear better again. At Atlanta Hearing Associates, we combine the latest technology with compassionate care given by doctors of audiology to help you successfully manage hearing loss and get back to enjoying your life to the fullest. We offer hearing tests for individuals of all ages with easy online scheduling at hearatlanta.com. Symptoms: your hearing is muffled or words are not clear. It's difficult to hear when there is background noise. You turn the TV volume way up. If you noticed any of these symptoms, it's time to have a hearing test. Come on in and see us at Atlanta Hearing Associates. Easy online scheduling is available at hearatlanta.com. HEAR Atlanta.com.
City of Hope, a place where seemingly impossible blood cancers become treatable, curable. With more than 19,000 bone marrow transplants performed, we're the largest and most successful program in the U.S., making major breakthroughs in treating leukemia, lymphoma, and rare blood cancers, personalizing a treatment plan right down to your DNA. Now the experts striving to make the impossible a reality are closer to home. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Yeah, you know, if you read the stories about the Mexican tall ship, the sails hit the Brooklyn Bridge.
Wild, by the way.
It's a lot of story that people, we're talking a lot about AI and how it's going to eclipse us all. A lot of the eyewitnesses and people in the story that I read, most of them said, like, the first time they saw it online or whatever, they thought it was AI. And then the people who saw it in reality, they thought, well, it must be a movie set.
Yeah.
We're losing our grip on what's real already. People are watching things happen and going, oh, that must not be real. It's too spectacular. That's too much. Can't happen that way. Hey, by the way, I just saw a little bit of Trump there, and you and the Trumpster, Jared, are simpatico on the Biden, that Biden hid his diagnosis.
I just have questions about it. Today,
he
Trump...
said exactly what you said. Are you guys comparing notes? He said to come out tonight. No, that's all. That's very
it's very serious.
Considering how much of that presidency was
controlled,
clouded in secrecy. I just have my questions.
I think it's fine to have questions. I don't think it's fine to, by this afternoon, by like 7 o'clock, be talking to someone as if that what you question is actually a fact.
Agreed.
That's where my argument is now.
Yeah, that's not where
it's okay to be suspicious, but the fact that you're suspicious doesn't mean that you have the proof. That's all I'm saying, people.
Today I line
but
up
how
with
can
Trump
I go
tomorrow,
online
maybe
immediately?
not the same.
How can I go on social media immediately and if I don't act like my suspicions actually are the truth?
You could just not do anything at all and let it unfold.
Easy for you to say 5 days a week you got a microphone in front of your face and you can say whatever the hell you want. I'm always coming out with that idea.
It's very dangerous for our country to not be telling us the facts. I mean, when did they know?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
I'm just asking. I wish him well. I want him to get well.
Of course. It's a good question. And we haven't gotten a call yet from somebody who does this for a living. What I want to know is, if you're, who would you be? A urologist, oncologist? These would be the professions.
Endocrinologist?
No, I don't know.
You didn't have diabetes.
No, it would be urology and it would be oncology.
What about just a standard primary care physician, a PCP?
Nah.
Can I just get like a registered nurse?
No. I want.
She'd probably know more than the doctor.
A cancer expert.
Oh.
Or a urology expert.
Gastroenterologist.
No,
Sure.
that does not have anything to do with
or
your
if you
urology.
if your star sign is a Cancer.
Gastro is the tube. The tube. Yeah, urology is the network
Other
up there.
tube.
The networks. Anyway, I'm not getting caught up in this. I want an oncologist, a cancer person, or a urologist to tell me
Guys.
whether or not they. Yeah, I guess at this point I'll take an ED specialist. What I want to know is it within the parameters of normality that you would first find this in a patient who gets their checkups quite often, and it would be at a 9. I think it's fine for people to be suspicious of that, but until we know if it's an outlier or if it's something that doctors do see, we can't use it as a platform to have opinions until we know. That's the because they're saying they found a small nodule, and then they had to go in and look. So maybe it was hidden. I don't know, and neither do any of my audience that are not doctors or in the medical profession.
Let us know on the open mic.
Yeah, but here's the thing. How do I know they're a real doctor at that point?
Hey, honor system.
I think that they're right about what happened, and that Biden probably covered it up, because I think that if you got that, then you know and you tell.
What's your doctor? What is your specialty?
Prostates.
That's Dr. Leroy over there.
And where is the prostate? Where is that located?
Somewhere in your butt.
Places.
At least that's what my friend told me.
Now, Trump did very early on, I think he posted a thing saying, we wish Biden the best, and that's the right thing, and so should everybody, no matter what your politics are. I do think it's okay to be suspicious. I just don't think it's okay to build an argument based on suspicion. We need facts.
We got a 5K a day winner right here. This is
we got a winner.
Richard
Holy
Shrunk
cow.
of Lawrenceville.
Congratulations to Richard Shrunk. He's not shrinking these days. He's got his wallet. He's $1,000 larger of Lawrenceville. Who won this the WSB 5K a day bonus splits, $1,000 for the 5 o'clock hour. Congrats. Alex Williams says there's a car fire cleanup on 285 on the west side.
And the better news is, Eric, now they're just holding the right lane with this car fire cleanup. 285 southbound, the outer loop, Highway 166, Langford Parkway. No big need for an alternate, but you will face some brake lights as you make your way south of I-20. Also been watching this gas leak causing issues on 575 in Cherokee County, Andrew Seco.
That we have still blocking the north and southbound ramps to and from Holly Springs from Ridgewalk Parkway. No estimated clearing time of this may be hanging out here for a while. You want to use Town Lake Parkway as an alternate means to hit Ridgewalk Parkway. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Hey homeowners, it's Eric Erickson here. Do your windows and doors stick? Are you noticing cracks in the drywall or the brickwork? You might have a big problem. Serious issues need the serious experts at Engineered Solutions of Georgia. Their skills are unmatched, as are their foundation solutions. When these guys repair a problem, it's the last time you'll have to worry about it. Done once, done right. Start today with a free inspection. Go to ESOGrepair.com. That's ESOGrepair.com.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
This is Monica Pearson for My Plumber Superior Plumbing. The owner, Jay Cunningham, has been serving Atlanta for almost 40 years. They are Atlanta's plumber. Most other plumbing companies have been purchased by private equity conglomerates. Superior Plumbing is entrenched in the community, but the reason I chose Superior Plumbing is that they respect your time with on-time appointments and quality work done right the first time.
Superior, the honest one. Call 770-422 Plum.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WSB Atlanta, WSBB FM, and HD1 Doraville. 95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk. news, weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 6 o'clock, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. Our top local story, it is the WSB Money Update, and it's good news for Georgia Power customers. You could get a break from rising rates if the company's plan is approved.
The plan presented to the Public Service Commission would hold the base rate for Georgia Power customers steady for the next 3 years beginning in 2026. Liz Coyle, Executive Director of the consumer advocacy group Georgia Watch, says
their bills are already high, so they're just going to stay high.
Georgia Power has raised rates 3 times in the last 6 years, most recently in January, and another rate increase had been expected later this year. Under the plan, the base rate would be frozen, but we could still see specialty increases for things like storm damage costs. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
88 degrees in Atlanta. Another day of scattered showers and storms tomorrow, but drier, cooler weather is on the way later in the week. Meteorologist Christina Edwards has Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast coming up. Georgia confirms its 4th case of measles.
This latest case was in a person from the metro area who was unvaccinated and had traveled overseas. Now the health department is working to identify anybody who may have been exposed between May 10th and 18th when this person was contagious. Measles symptoms usually appear 7 to 14 days after contact with the virus, typically including high fever, cough, runny nose, watery eyes, and then a rash. Last year, we had 6 reported cases in our state. Sabrina Cupid, 95.5 WSB.
A Barrow County judge approves a change of venue request for the father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter. The trial for Colin Gray will still be held in Barrow County, but the jurors will come from neighboring Hall County. Gray's trial is scheduled to begin in September. He's charged with giving his son Colt Gray the gun used in the shooting last September at Appalachia High School. A kidnapping suspect from South Carolina is arrested in metro Atlanta after a high-speed chase.
The APB went out after a stop at a Morgan County rest stop where the woman asked for help. Covington police got involved in the pursuit after spotting the suspect's vehicle along I-20 Saturday morning. They pulled him over, but the suspect, identified as Charles Davis, took off, traveling into Rockdale County, where deputies joined the chase, then used a pit maneuver to stop the car. Covington Police Lieutenant Daniel Digby tells WSB,
he's not very fleet of foot. He didn't make it very far. He got tased and he was taken into custody.
Davis is facing charges of violating the Family Violence Act, kidnapping, and a slew of traffic charges. Tina Douglas, 95.5 WSB.
MARTA police say they have good leads as they search for the person who shot 2 people on a train at the East Point station Sunday afternoon. Chief Scott Crayer tells Channel 2 Action News despite this incident, crime is down on MARTA since last year.
Almost June now, and we're almost at a 40% reduction in violent crime compared to last year.
One victim is recovering at Grady. The other person shot was treated at the scene. President Trump says Russia and Ukraine will immediately start ceasefire talks after what he describes as an excellent call today with Russian President Putin.
We just spent 2.5 hours talking to Vladimir Putin, and I think some progress has been made. It's a terrible situation going on over there. 5,000 young people every single week are being killed.
Putin says Moscow is in favor of a peaceful settlement, but says compromises would need to be found to suit both parties. Cobb County government is changing its website to increase security. It's transitioning from cobbcounty.org to cobbcounty.gov. County spokesman Ross Cavett says this has nothing to do with a hack earlier this year.
The federal government's been working with local governments across the country to make this change. This has been going on for more than a year for us.
The transition will officially take place June 2nd. The old address will remain accessible for a limited time. Get ready for a busy Memorial Day weekend on the roads. AAA forecasting a record-breaking 45 million Americans to travel between May 22nd and 26th. That would break the previous mark set in 2005. More than 39 million people are expected to drive, and over 3.5 million will fly, almost a 2% increase over last year. It is now 6:04. The Von Hessler Doctrine continues in less than 2 minutes. Right now, live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
Just picked up a new crash in Marietta, Bill, 75 northbound Delk Road, exit 261. It's in the right lane, but only causing a tap of the brakes right now. No big need for an alternate. Now farther up in Cherokee County, we've got this gas main break on Ridgewalk Parkway over 575. It's got the 575 north and southbound ramps to Ridgewalk Parkway shut down, as well as Ridgewalk Parkway over the interstate there. Think about Sixes Road and Town Lake Parkway, some alternates to get you around that. How's the car fire cleanup on the west side perimeter, Andrew Seco?
Moving right along, still hanging out in that right lane, but we may not be here for a lot longer due to 5 South, the outer loop at Langford Park. That's exit number 5. Brake lights still taking you back towards I-20, but those will thin out as cleanup continues. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast, sponsored by Shoemate, the official air conditioning of Atlanta. Here's meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this evening with a few scattered rain showers and thunderstorms moving through. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Watching for scattered storms to fire up late in the afternoon through the evening hours. A cold front moving through on Wednesday will bring dry, cooler conditions. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, high 82. Thursday, morning low 63. Afternoon highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Friday and Saturday, morning lows in the 50s. Daytime highs in the mid to upper 70s.
Right now, 83 in Roswell, 89 in Smyrna, and 88 in Conyers. More news at 6:30. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Sorry, Tim Andrews and I were trying to calculate how many people Stalin killed. We have a rough estimate.
What did ChatGPT say?
Well, we all rely on the AI. Don't make fun of us. If ChatGPT says Stalin killed this number of people, then as far as I'm concerned,
in tote, 9 million.
Right, because you
throw everything in there.
Yeah, because the famine in Ukraine, which he was. All right, well, that's what Tim and I do during we
talk about genocides.
Yeah, and we'd say, well, let's get a firm number on that Stalin stuff. I don't know. I guess we've talked about everything else at this point, so. We've known each other a long time, and that's kind of the way it's like a marriage after a while.
Talk about my big, beautiful Bill.
What I'm going to talk about is that, it's not just on the heterosexual side of things. It turns out rich men are rich men no matter how they swing. So David Geffen, billionaire, record mogul. I remember he got married a couple of years ago. And he came out of the closet years ago. I don't know in the 70s if he was out of the closet or not when he was younger and kind of making all the deals. But he has been out of the closet. Seems like weird to say these days, doesn't it? No, like
he's openly gay.
No, that's the way to say it, right? I grew up in a different time. Yeah. Are you in the closet? Are you out of the closet?
Yeah.
So he's.
It's 2025. You can say openly gay.
Okay.
Thanks, Jared.
Yeah,
well,
hey, he's only 36 years old, so I've got the...
It slaps. I'm here to teach.
So, Bill Belichick's, 72, and his girlfriend is
24.
And apparently met her when she was 19. Oh. Well, the other side of it, he was only 68.
Yeah.
So billionaire David Geffen got married to his partner, 2 years ago, and now they're breaking up. His billionaire David Geffen was 80, and his new husband was 30 at the time.
Oh, so that's okay, but
what I'm saying is men are men. It doesn't matter if you're a man and you've got the wallet. Until the day you die, you're going to get the best your wallet can get you. I mean, that's just the way. That's unless you're a monk or something. Some people are above it, I guess.
Or you love your wife.
I'm talking about. In this case, it wouldn't matter. Bill Belichick was single when he met.
Oh, that's true.
He wasn't married. So, but this is the deal. The headline made it out like, wow, billionaire David Geffen, no prenup, divorce. But then you read the story and you find out that he's been retired for like 15 years, and most of his stuff are in different kind of assets, which are not. It's not stuff that you need a prenup for. So basically,
he's good.
Yeah, but you say, well, I don't know, it just didn't work out. I think I know what happened. 32-year-old found a little something that wasn't 82. Yeah. That's what I'm guessing, because men are men, no matter which way they go, ultimately. Of course, a little fun fact, John Lennon's last album that he ever recorded was the second album ever released on Geffen Records.
What was the first?
Donna Summer.
Oh.
I can't
remember.
That's
right. She left Casablanca.
The Wanderer by Donna Summer. And I believe that by the early 80s, Neil Young was suing him. A lot of people liked Geffen, and then they would get with him, and then they would end up suing him for some reason. No, the David Geffen sued Neil Young. Basically, he said, the albums that you're putting out on my label suck.
Trans?
Well, that's what he, and that's why
he. Interesting record.
Well, yeah, that one I think was experimental. But then after David Geffen started rattling the cage, then he deliberately made I know one album
Oh,
where
the rockabilly
the
one?
50s rockabilly
Yeah,
one.
that's
was
not bad either.
Okay, but it's like 22 minutes long
know.
or something. There's like, so he was like, there's something about this David Geffen guy that it seems like you want to sign with him, but then suing happens all over. Yoko even left a couple of years after John Lennon's death.
Worth $8.7 billion now, by the way.
What's that, Yoko? And when asked for a comment, Yoko Ono said, there you go. She's on the record now. You know, that's okay. We get it. We get it.
A dolphin.
I was thinking when I was watching The White Lotus, because there's always the famous scenes from season 3 that are. I would say this: if there's, I don't believe that these 4 Beatles movies that are going to be made and released on the same day or whatever. I just don't think it's going to work.
I don't understand the strategy of that.
I don't think it's going to work. I have no faith in it whatsoever. But if there's not at least one scene that's as scandalous as a White Lotus scene in the 4 Beatles movies, then it's not authentic. What I know about the Beatles when they were young, are they all going to be in the same room when George Harrison loses his virginity and then give him a round of applause when it's over?
Hopefully a love scene between Paul and John.
Well, it wouldn't be between Paul and John. Paul and John would be there together with the waitress or whoever it was from the cavern. Paul would borrow his brother's camera, and then John and Paul would go have fun with the waitress or whoever this girl was from the cavern, and Paul would take pictures. Boy, whatever happened to those pictures?
I've got them in a safe.
And then in Hamburg, when George Harrison lost his virginity, all the rest of them were in the room and gave him a round of applause when it was over. So you got to have at least one kind of weird. And we know about we used to gather together and, do that.
Yeah.
That thing in a circle. That
Yeah.
So
With a cookie.
is there going to be any reality in this where we get to the? By the
there's a
way,
reason why-
Ringo's off the hook on the George Harrison one. He wasn't in the band yet, so it was actually.
Well, there's
Pete
a
Best.
reason why Paul and Ringo don't go back on tour together, and that's because there's tension.
There's tension.
Too many bad
There's gonna-
memories.
You know, we had
There's
sex.
going to be some scene where Paul looks at John and is like, why can't we just let it be?
Yeah.
See, you know what? You're getting to something here. This is the problem. And it always happens. And whether or not these movies can break this, I don't know. But when people play the Beatles, whether it's good casting, bad casting, they're talking to each other. They're always talking like they're in A Hard Day's Night, the movie, because that's what people know of how they talked with each other. And it was the same patter that they would have in press conferences. But obviously, when these guys, were just hanging out, they weren't talking like that.
They
So
can
that's
watch
going to be
their-
another test for this. They weren't always snappy dialogue back and forth while they were talking to each other.
Maybe if
throughout
I
the day.
got a little help from my friend.
They can get the arguments from Peter Jackson. I mean, that's the reality of how
But
they.
that's later.
Okay.
I mean, that's later. But
This reminds me of a yellow submarine.
But that's, you know what? That would be interesting.
Guys, let's get back.
When are we going to get to the gig? This is such a long and winding road.
You know my name. Look up the number.
Everything, the entire script is just there.
But it's 4 movies. I just don't. I don't understand
They
it.
have a lot of songs.
I mean, I don't see how it's going to work. As a matter of fact, I'm going to predict right now it won't be in theaters. Ultimately, it'll be dropped on a streamer or
You
something.
think so? Really?
I don't.
They should do it that way because I wouldn't go see.
How do you know?
in a movie theater.
I don't. Yeah, it's like, first of all, I don't go to movies. Now, if they
Right.
had enough hype and people saw these movies beforehand and said, "You've never seen anything like this," it's almost to the point where if you're going to do something like this with this band, you need to film what they did to recording at the time. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to bump it up. You've got to do something that is like, oh, we didn't know this, but from now on, movies will always be presented this way, or something like that, because that's the effect that they had. And you can to drop all of these at the same time. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to walk from theater to theater?
Well, you start with the
See
Ringo
them-
one, obviously.
No,
You start-
Ringo's got the most interesting story.
Do him last then?
I think that they ought to have you know what I would do? If George Lucas, after all 4 are out, I would do a prequel called Pete Best.
What about Stu Sutcliffe?
All of them.
Pete
all
and
of them.
Stu.
Yeah.
Well, I think some of that stuff is going to be covered. I think they all appear in each movie, and some scenes are the same in each movie, but seen from a different point of view. I can kind of see where that could work. But, it's all so made up. After like that Saturday Night Live movie that's so fun to watch, and then you find out nothing that they showed happened that night.
That
pretty
really
much.
hurt me, too, because I was like, man, this is so cool.
So exciting. It's so
It's a
exciting.
fun movie.
But they were taking like the first 2 years, like every interesting thing that happened. I don't know
They
how.
put it into one night.
I mean, they literally have Lorne Michaels walking around through the last hour of the movie with fake blood all over his shirt, and it never happened. Like the Queen movie. He wasn't diagnosed until after Live Aid in reality. So it's like when you're watching these
Didn't
things.
have that hyped up pep talk before Live Aid.
Yeah, none of it's real. Live Aid happened in 85.
Nothing is real.
And there's really nothing to get hung about.
Oh.
Guys, I got blisters on my fingers.
What a day in the life.
Looking forward. Alex Williams says there's a crash on 75 in Marietta.
Yeah, a car on the right shoulder and in the right lane here, Eric. 75 northbound Delk Road, exit 261. Luckily, only causing a short tap of the brakes there. Don't forget up in Cherokee County, 575 northbound, really on and off the brakes from Bells Ferry Road up to Ridgewalk Parkway due to this gas main break that's got the Ridgewalk Parkway exit from 575 both north and southbound shut down, as well as Ridgewalk Parkway over 575, Town Lake Parkway, Sixes Road, Highway 92. Some alternates to avoid that. We've also seen plenty of brake lights through downtown, and watching that is Andrew Seco.
That we have northbound the ride just south of Langford Parkway, stretching you all the way up towards Midtown. Southbound, the trouble starting just south of 400 on 85 proper. You're sitting at brake lights all the way down towards I-20. That's exit 247. This is sponsored by Callaway Resort and Gardens. Splash into summer at Callaway with adventures for the whole family. Save with unique overnight packages and daily ticket offers. Learn more at CallawayGardens.com. From the Corey Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
On air,
online,
on the app,
where you get your news,
is where you'll win.
Download the WSB radio app now and maybe win $1,000.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz.
5 words, 5 times a day, every weekday. Oh my God, you just made my day. Just enter the word at WSBradio.com or on the WSB radio app.
Your next chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8.
The WSB 5K a day bonus blitz
on 95.5 WSB.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and for maximum value. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals on the Skyway Fishing Pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the Grouper Capital of the World.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, just a short drive away, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Book your summer getaway at visitspc.com.
Cancer upends your life. We're doing all we can to change that. At Winship Cancer Institute of Emory University, we're reimagining the care experience to ease the burden of cancer. With experts in your cancer and the research, trials, and treatments you can only get here. All so you can focus on what matters most, the best chance of living a full life. Winship Cancer Institute of Emory University. Cancer care designed around you and your life. EmoryHealthcare.org/Winship.
For over 8 years now, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain gone. Hey, it's Mark here. What they're doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissues in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joint. It's a powerful and potent way to give your joints new life, repairing that old tissue. Best part, with QC Kinetics, no drugs, no surgery, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural, cellular level option with lasting relief. The patient satisfaction reports are astonishing. Call QC Kinetics now and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life. Truly, your best pain-free life. Call 770-285-8026. 770-285-8026. That's 770-285-8026.
Monica Pearson for Superior Plumbing. Do you have a plumbing issue but have a busy weekday schedule? Superior Plumbing can schedule an appointment that fits your schedule. They show up on time and get the job done right the first time. Locally owned and operated for over 40 years.
One day those microphones are going to come on too quickly. And that'll be it. That'll be the end.
Hey, you know what?
Of Eric Von Hessler on the radio.
But the audience will have gotten a great conversation.
Sure they will.
Yeah,
for
a
at
fraction
least,
of it.
They'd have something to talk about for 2 to 3 days, and then on to the next thing that happened. It's not like I'm not aware of how disposable what I do for a living is. I'm very, very aware of it. Some stories we haven't gotten to yet. I want to make sure, because see what I do here? I write down all these stories, and then this I'm taking from all the other stories we have.
I don't see Sesame Street in there.
No, there's no Sesame Street in there. What, does Sesame Street find a home at Netflix?
They finally did for their, I believe, 56th season. So Elmo is no longer homeless.
If I had, and by the way, the whole idea of Elmo being the face of Sesame Street does not resonate with me, because I don't even know if Elmo existed when I watched Sesame Street.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm just trying to get 50 cents to get on the bus to go to Alabama for my cousin's birthday.
I'm not buying your story.
No one needs 50 cents
I think
from
you
everybody.
want 50 cents for liquor. I think that's what you're looking for.
Oh,
I'm not buying your story.
That's not weird.
Elmo's got some big pupils. Wow.
Elmo's touching my hair a lot.
I'm going to take off all my clothes.
You don't have clothes.
Elmo doesn't wear clothes.
No, you just have fur. So I don't.
Set the bus on fire.
If I had a kid right now, which it would be weird if all of a sudden I popped up and
Well,
said
you could.
my wife is. Well, I could. I don't think my wife can. Just biologically speaking, there would be kind of some weirdness with my marriage if I was to show up and say, "Hey,
Where'd that baby come from?
I got a brand new child." It's hard to keep that a secret. You got another human in the house. It makes for a good sitcom farce, but it's very difficult.
Who's that kid?
Where'd that baby?
It's very difficult to keep that a secret.
Honey, where did this baby come from?
But if I
don't know.
if I had small children now, I think I would just watch the old episodes
That's
of
what
Sesame
I do.
Street, because it's learning your ABCs is the same now as it was when I learned them from Sesame Street in 1969.
But how are you going to learn about depression?
Yeah,
and drug addiction?
Well, listen. By going on the internet like everybody else.
homeless.
I don't need Sesame Street.
My best friend's mom has a
Yeah, I know.
an immunity problem.
She's turning tricks again.
The ABCs
I don't
are
need to know.
On the crack.
The ABCs are different now, guys. We don't say Y and
A
Z.
is for addiction. B is for booze.
Barbiturates.
Barbiturates.
My son never got into for a little bit. He liked Elmo.
Yeah.
Now if I put an Elmo on, he doesn't want it. He doesn't care.
Yeah, Elmo's just yesterday for him.
Do you watch like the PBS shows?
On YouTube, you can find a lot of the old bits and songs.
Right.
And if
Sure.
and I'll
Yeah.
put those on for
Now,
you.
I don't even know
The
how
PBS
appropriate.
has good programming outside of Sesame
Daniel
Street, 'cause it
Tiger.
Yeah, Daniel Tiger's good. Like Daniel Tiger.
I don't even. I
Great show, that Tiger.
Great show. Do we love Daniel Tiger?
Daniel Tiger was one of the best from the land of make-believe. Where's Mr. Rogers?
I don't
He's
even
dead.
know how appropriate Sesame Street is for 3 or 4 year olds, because I was actually 5 when it started, 1969, and I remember watching it when I was 5 years old. And I don't remember learning how to read, and I attribute some of that to Sesame Street, because if there was any difficulty, I would remember. I would remember the hard. Believe me, I remember the times tables. That's for sure, because I could not get that to stick in my head.
You didn't listen to the count? The count didn't help you with that?
No, he didn't do times tables. Yeah, I could add. Adding was something I had no problem with. But oh boy, my dad used to make me just sit on Saturday mornings and just write them over 2 times, 3
My
times.
parents bought me
I could hear my
times
friends,
tables.
playing outside. Yes.
My parents bought me flash cards for the times tables, and I hid them under my bed. And I was like, I don't know where they are.
Yeah, we tried flashcards. I think my dad bought a couple of like singles, like records they had, Well, he likes music. Maybe if they sing the multiplication things
2
to him.
times 2 is
Yeah,
3.
didn't. All I was thinking was, I just thought it was. I could not. When you think about it now, as it's kind of, if you understand addition and subtraction, you should understand how to multiply. But I never bridged that. To me, it was just a whole new thing from outer space. And that's like math. I was not good at it, but I also think that I didn't get good teaching in it. Because once I was able to get a grip on math, not really be good at it, which I'm not, but able to understand it, I began to realize it's not like you can't put things into context, like literature, like reading. You have to, this lesson has to build on the last lesson, and you have to have the last lesson understood and in your back pocket before you go to the next lesson. Everything to me in mathematics was just like it's just dropping from outer space. I didn't get the connections.
Were you good
And
with word problems?
Huh?
Were you good with word problems?
I was good. I was decent with word problems.
Because at least that way you kind of see the illustration.
I was like, the train leaves Tulsa, blah, blah, blah. I'm bored. This is the worst story I've ever read in my life. All right, Alex Williams is checking the brake lights on 85 in Norcross.
Yeah, still a slow ride getting past Spaghetti Junction into Norcross, 85 northbound from Chamblee Tucker, but braking free once you get north of Jimmy Carter Boulevard. 400 northbound cleaning up nicely. 75 north in Marietta, still trying to clear this crash out of a right lane or two right around Delk Road exit 261, but you got plenty of left lanes open, so no need for an alternate there. Checking the ride around 285, it's Andrew Seco.
Circle in the city, still find a little bit of a jam on the west side from that vehicle fire cleanup. All lanes are back open, but the brake lights still nearby. 285 south, the outer loop at Langford Parkway, that's exit 5. Second worst spot, leaving Doraville. 285 east, the inner loop is jammed in here from Beaufort Highway all the way down towards Lawrenceville Highway. That takes number 38. Traffic brought to you by Reliable Heating and Air. Stop paying for expensive heating and air repairs or home warranties. Get a reliable protection plan for just $14.99 a month and enjoy 100% parts and labor coverage on any age, system, make, or model. Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Some things really love the rain, like flowers and ducks. Other things, not so much, like your old roof. Dave Baker here from our roofing experts at Findlay Roofing, the roof guys. Water is your home's #1 enemy. Your roof is your front line of defense to stop it from getting inside. Heavy rain, like we've had recently, can expose roof leaks and lead to water damage. If you're not sure how your roof is holding up, think of Findlay first and schedule a free roof analysis. No obligation, no charge. FindlayRoofing.com.
Roof. Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Priority Men's Medical Center restores your love life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Priority Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Priority Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 404-885-8885. 404-885-8885. To restore your love life in just one visit, call now. 404-885-8885.
When everyone in the family wants something different from this year's vacation, there's only one thing to do. Plan for Pigeon Forge. From gorgeous mountain views, shows, and shopping for leisure lovers, to coasters, a 200-foot swing, and hundreds more rides for adventure seekers. Plus Dollywood's epic array of fun. There's plenty of variety for the whole family, all in one place. Unique experiences, quality time, and memories for years to come. Find your personal favorites. Plan your getaway at mypigeonforge.com.
Hey, it's Belinda for the board-certified plastic surgeons at Marietta Plastic Surgery. I've trusted their team for years. Doctors West, McNeil, Hanna, and Biswas have been serving the Atlanta area for over 25 years with expert surgical and non-surgical care. With warmer weather on the way, are you summer ready? Marietta Plastic Surgery is here to help you look and feel your best. They now offer Awake Liposuction, a less invasive way to sculpt your body body with less downtime. And their med spa still has all your go-to treatments like Botox and fillers, microneedling, Diamond Glow, hydrofacials, and Morpheus 8 for radiant, glowing skin. Looking to restore thinning hair or reshape your hairline? Marietta Plastic Surgery is the only practice in the region that offers the gold standard in hair restoration, the Foundation Aesthetic Hair Restoration Method. Visit MariettaPlasticSurgery.com to schedule your consultation today.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
Live from the Superior Plumbing Studios.
News,
weather,
traffic.
95.5 WSB.
Atlanta's News and Talk.
At 6:30, I'm Bill Caiaccio. News is sponsored by the Lloyd Advisory Group. Our top local story, a Barrow County judge issues a ruling today on a request to move the trial for the father of the accused Appalachia High School shooter. The jury in the case of Colin Gray will come from a neighboring county.
The order from Judge Nicholas Prim says Hall County was selected after courthouses in Walton, Effingham, Bryan, and Glenn counties were ruled out due to the distance, which the judge says would put an increased burden on witnesses and limit community access to the trial. Because of the close proximity, Prim says jurors from Hall County will be able to easily travel to Barrow for the proceedings, which are set to start in September. Attorneys for accused shooter Colt Gray have also filed a change of venue motion. Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
88 degrees in Atlanta. When does the trend switch from warm and muggy to cooler and drier? Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards is coming up. Now, a WSB Money Update. Good news for Georgia Power customers, but it may come with a catch. The utility provider will not try to raise rates for the next 3 years. Liz Coyle with the consumer advocacy group Georgia Watch tells WSB this is welcome news.
If the company had filed their rate case this year, which was due to be filed July 1st, I think there was a real sense that they'd be asking for yet another rate increase. People have seen their power bills go up steadily over the last 3 years.
However, there still could be specialty increases like to cover the cost overruns from storm damage recovery. The head of the Federal Reserve in Atlanta, Raphael Bostic, is indicating the Fed may not be ready to lower interest rates for some time.
Fed policymakers looking at an uncertain economy, with several top officials at the nation's central bank, including Bostic, now taking a wait-and-see approach to rate cuts. If the Trump administration's trade negotiations drag on, Bostic told Bloomberg,
that starts to push much further into the summer, in which case we won't actually know what the true effects are going to be for several months after that.
And because of that, Bostic now sees just one rate cut this year. I'm Bloomberg's Tom Busby for 95.5 WSB.
An ATV crash in Forsyth County kills a 4-year-old boy.
A 16-year-old was driving the vehicle on Valley Stream Drive with a 4-year-old passenger on board. Neither boy was wearing a helmet. The teen made an abrupt stop while turning to the right, causing the ATV to overturn, and both boys were thrown from the vehicle. A statement from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office says the 4-year-old died at the scene. The teen taken to North Fulton Medical Center with minor injuries. Names are being withheld as the Sheriff's Office continues an investigation into the incident. Graham Carroll, 95.5 WSB.
One man is dead in a domestic-related shooting in Stone Mountain. Gwinnett County Police say they have another man detained for questioning.
Are they relatives or friends? It's unclear right now. We have one male that was detained, and he was brought up here to our headquarters and subsequently interviewed by our other homicide detective.
Corporal Juan Madiedo with Gwinnett Police says the shooting happened in the area of Salem Drive before 8 this morning. The body was found in front of a home. Local renters speak out about mistreatment by corporate landlords as Georgia Senator John Ossoff shines a light on the problem.
Stockbridge renter Shayna Brooks Wilhite says it took her landlord weeks to send someone to address a pair of gas leaks in her home.
My family lived for over 3 weeks with no stove and no heat. During the holidays, we had to eat out every day, which put enormous stress on our household budget.
Atlanta tenants' rights attorney Esther Graff Radford says she deals with this all the time.
These companies are not being held accountable.
Senator Ossoff says more than 160 people have reached out to his office to report abuse. The investigation is ongoing. In Atlanta, Jonathan O'Brien, 95.5 WSB.
With First Lady Melania Trump by his side, President Trump signs a bill today cracking down on deep fake pornography.
Anyone who intentionally distributes explicit images without the subject's consent will face up to 3 years in prison. In addition, this law establishes new civil liabilities for online platforms that refuse to take these images down promptly upon request.
The First Lady says the legislation will help protect children from online exploitation, calling AI and social media the digital candy of the next generation. It is 6:34, time for live team coverage of traffic and weather. Triple Team Traffic begins with Alex Williams.
New trouble in DeKalb County. It's a right lane stall, I-20 eastbound before Panola Road, exit 71. Slow in the ride as you leave Wesley Chapel Road. Elsewhere, DOT says there's a new stall, 285 southbound, the outer loop around just south of Cascade Road, exit number 7. It's reported to be in a left lane. We are going to scan the jam cam with that for that. Checking the trouble spots northwest of town, it's Andrew Seco.
Still dealing with a couple right lanes blocked here. 75 right at Delk Road, exit 261. Delays not nearby, so no need for an alternate. Just make sure you're keeping to the left, passing the crash scene here. And through 575, we're still blocked on the ramps to and from Ridgewalk Parkway. Gas main break cleanup and triage here, working hard. No estimated clearing time, so keep using those alternates. Town Lake Parkway and 6's Road. From the Cooley Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
Now Atlanta Radio's only 5-day forecast with meteorologist Christina Edwards.
Partly to mostly cloudy this evening with a few scattered rain showers and thunderstorms moving through. Lows tonight in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, hot and humid, high 89. Watching for scattered storms to fire up late in the afternoon through the evening hours. A cold front moving through on Wednesday will bring dry, cooler conditions. Partly cloudy on Wednesday, high 82. Thursday, morning low 63. Afternoon highs in the upper 70s to low 80s. Friday and Saturday, morning lows in the 50s. Daytime highs in the mid to upper 70s.
Dunwoody, it's 82, 88 in Midtown Atlanta, 84 in Peachtree City. More news at 7 o'clock. Breaking news when it happens. I'm Bill Caiaccio, 95.5 WSB.
Attention seniors, do you want more personalized health care with more one-on-one time with your doctor? Then join us at the grand opening of CenterWell Marietta. CenterWell offers senior-focused primary care that's centered on you. Celebrate with us Tuesday, May 20th, near the Walmart off Highway 41 here in Marietta from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Enjoy food, music, and more at this free community event. Plus, tour the new doctor's office and meet the care team. For details, visit CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com. That's CometoCenterwellGeorgia.com.
Pro athletes and attorneys count on George Stein, the DUI lawyer. You can too. GeorgeStein.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up. I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LIKE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LIKE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
All right, we better do word of, I'm speaking slowly so George can find it, the day. Word of the day.
Personalia.
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 I love this
I've
word.
got Personalia.
I like this word because I thought, when I saw it, oh, I know what this is. It's just like everything about, it's everything that makes up a personality. I was wrong, although not completely on the wrong track. Autumn, you know what Personalia is without Googling? Or being assisted by AI in any way?
My friend ChatGPT.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, your therapist? I'm sorry. Your therapist, ChatGPT?
No, she's my best friend.
Oh, okay. Well,
remember, she has a name.
Aren't best friends, kind of therapists in their way?
No. Marlo is her name.
Really? You don't bog Anna down with all of your troubles?
Oh my God! Look at you with the name pull.
I just thought of it.
Wow.
This is going to be impressive.
That was good. No, I think it has something to do with, something personal.
You know what? I'm betting you're correct.
Autumn, that's an interesting observation.
Hey, you know what? I'm that good.
When you got it, you got it. Woo. All the personal belongings, writings, and information of an individual. So like after somebody dies, you come. That's my fear. I got to get rid of
like
all.
paraphernalia.
Personalia.
Personalia.
So
Porninalia is what you got to get rid of.
yeah, it's all online now. It's not like the old days where you're out buying magazines and hide them in the house. So I think those are
You just clean your cache.
those.
now.
Yeah, I mean these days you don't even have to clean it out. You just have to know what you're doing, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
you're just gonna.
How would you know?
How would I know?
Yeah, he's been told.
Because I'm a reporter. And I
You
learn
are a
about,
journalist,
I'm
that's
a
right.
journalist first. Before I'm a goofball talk show host, I am a big J journalist, for heaven's sakes. So, yeah, but I've written bad poetry and stuff. I don't want that. Like, there was a time where I dragged it in my 30s or my 20s because I didn't realize how bad it was. But I don't want to die and have my kids going through really bad poetry. So getting rid of the personalia. I am getting to the point in my life where I'm thinking about this. What do I want to be left behind? And what do I not want being left behind? Bad poetry from my teenage years is one of the main things I would like to just let that just go up in smoke. Let that be between me and my creator.
And you still have that in your...
There's some stuff that I've just dragged along. Some of the stuff from, I mean, there are still things in boxes that I dragged from Rochester, New York to Los Angeles, and then just stayed in boxes there, and then were dragged here in the late 90s.
I want to have a garage sale.
Oh, no. Whenever my wife has a garage sale, I'm like, not my stuff until I okay it. I don't want somebody coming across some book of ideas that Eric von Hessler had when he
What
was
if they find your poetry and
19
they're like,
years
wow,
old.
this is really impactful?
Well, then they
Could
would
change
be
somebody's
very.
life, Eric.
They would be people who did not have much taste in poetry. I think it would be like.
Do you still have a closet filled with old tech?
Yes, that's starting to go.
Okay.
I was supposed to do more of it this weekend, but I had a date with the White Lotus, and I didn't get much of it done. My wife was out of town. We had one of those. We're redoing the deck, and so we had one of those large dumpsters, and I was supposed to get rid of all that stuff, and I saved it till this morning because she's coming back now. She's probably landing about now, and so I went in. I went and got the first bag of things, mostly like old VHS tapes that I have no business having, and throw them all in. And then
some of those might be worth money, don't they?
No, they're all
Yeah,
like,
VHS is coming
no,
back.
it was me like recording movie. It's a great collection of movies, but they're on VHS for God's sakes. Nobody needs them. They're all available.
Tell you they're coming back.
Yeah, well, not with me. So I was trying to be good. I was like, well, I'll get it started. And I walk out my front door. I didn't realize they'd already removed the dumpster.
Oh, no.
Hey, that happens.
So I got one bag full of crap out of there, but there's plenty more. I mean, because there was this idiotic period of time in the early 2000s where I really got into. I mean, I was into Leo Laporte and Tech TV and whatever it was called before Tech TV. So it was mostly the way that I watch mostly YouTube now. I used to watch those shows all the time. So every new device before the iPhone, before the iPod, like every 3 months there was a new device, and I was, somewhat flush with capital and an idiot. So I was buying everything, and then everything became eclipsed by the next thing within 3 months or 6 months, and they would just go another thing in the old.
You
tech
still have
closet.
the first generation iPod?
I believe I do. Yeah, I think I'm pretty. It was the boxy one.
Yeah, the heavy white
with
one.
the dial.
You can put 10 songs
yeah.
on it.
Yeah, that's worth something.
Now that I wouldn't. That I think I come across from time to time, and I would imagine as I clean up. No, I'm smart. I mean, something like that I wouldn't get rid of. But the third Rio player. I mean, do I really need that? Nobody needs that. Is that worth money? If it is,
I'll look on eBay.
Yeah, let's see what the Rio player. I think at one point, I already threw this away. At one point, I had like a CD jukebox that I never set up. It would hold up to like 250 CDs. But it was that old thing before Steve Jobs where engineers, you had to get like, okay, if you hold this button in, press 3 times this way, and like every CD's got to have all the information.
Yes.
So you could, it was this carousel. I think I already threw that one away. What a waste of money. CDs are the future. Now they're trying to pretend that CDs are making a comeback like vinyl. I'm seeing a lot of that. I'm not buying it because being somebody who finally got into the vinyl thing, the artwork is so much a part of it. And you can do things like, whether this means anything to you or not, it's kind of cool, colored vinyl, things like that. You just don't have those possibilities with CDs. They're teeny. You can't do anything with the art to make it pop or stand out. Are CDs, by and large, better quality than vinyl? Absolutely, especially if you're listening to soft stuff. If you're listening to classical, it's a lot better as you get to the more mellow moments of an overture or something that you don't hear clicks and pops the whole time.
Well, I'm glad that you're replacing.
So it's a tactile thing. I just don't think CDs are going to provide that.
Now, would you say that you're offsetting your stuff that you have in your house now because you've been adding a lot of vinyls and vinyls?
I
take a lot of
have,
space.
but I've also I think I've grown out of that first stage where I thought that I had to have everything that I wanted all at once. I think I'm kind of like mellowing out a little bit. Now I'm going to go more to the vinyl hunting thing. I keep saying that.
You can get about $30 for that Rio player.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, but the problem is, here's the problem.
You got to put it in a box.
You got to put it in a box. Got to put it in a thing. Also,
that's half a DoorDash.
This is
order.
what happened. I know.
Your wife's home. That's half. She can handle it for you.
Yeah. Let her do it. Problem is, all of these things when they came out, it would seem that they all had their own proprietary like plugs and things. So nothing. And believe me, the plugs aren't there. Like I've got like a Rio, and then I've got another thing, and then I've got just all kinds of snake-like plugs and cables, and from a different time.
It's what's it called, a rat king or something, where like all the rats' tails are stuck together.
Yeah, they all come together.
Yeah, all the cords are all stuck just in a ball.
Apparently, that's how accretion, is that what it's called? That's like how the Earth came together. Have you noticed, like, if you have
a guy left a bunch of crap in his closet?
The sun let a bunch of crap out there. Like if you just have like a bunch of wires and you just kind of throw them somewhere, come back like 2 years later, and they tend to be all kind of like closer and bound together. And
civilization blooming on there.
There is. There probably is.
We were God's forgotten closet.
I think. See, that's my theory.
God's forgotten closet.
That's the wildest thing you've ever said.
I think it is.
God's forgotten closet, and it has to be the name of this show, the podcast of this show.
That's a good one.
Alec, way to go! Can we have a round of applause for
Jared?
Alex Williams. So come on, just give him a round of applause. You don't have to. Come on. Alex Williams says there's a crash on 85 into Midtown.
Yeah, it's in the second left lane. We see it on the jam cam right now. Eric 85 southbound, just below Georgia 400, putting some extra pressure on that ride, leaving the 85 400 merge. Once you get past that, you stay sluggish down toward 17th Street. Blocked and reopened all lanes. 285 southbound, the outer loop between Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Cascade Road got some trouble off to the right there. We're also watching a slow zone on I-20 into DeKalb County, Andrew Seco.
That we are. DOT tells us it's a crash in right lane, 20 eastbound at Penola Road, exit 71. The back door already taking you towards 285. Plan for some extra commute time on your way towards the Mall of Stonecrest. Inside the perimeter, moving just fine. And some scattered volume on the way to Lithia Springs. On and off that brake pedal westbound from Fulton Industrial all the way towards Thornton Road. This report sponsored by the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup is coming to Atlanta. Get ready for a global soccer showdown at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Don't just watch history, be there. Get tickets at FIFA.com/tickets. From the Cool Ray Carrier Traffic Center, Triple Team Traffic, 95.5 WSB.
The morning rush hour.
Looks to be a tanker truck crashed into the median.
Evening rush hour.
It is an absolute mess.
And everything in between.
Also, bring the speeds down. The rain is falling on 75 and 575.
Tune in 24/7 with the Triple Team Traffic Center.
Your source for Atlanta's traffic. Brought to you by the Cool Ray Lifetime Parts and Labor Warranty.
95.5 WSB, Atlanta's News and Talk.
Hey y'all, Belinda Skelton for Four Seasons Home Care, and I'm not going to cry in this commercial, I hope. As many of you know, I lost both my parents recently, but I am so thankful they were able to finish their lives at home where they wanted to be. It's all because of the incredible caregivers who came to see them every day. I am so grateful to Four Seasons Home Care. This is a real family-owned company that vets and hires every single one of their caregiving specialists. They don't have contractors. They're not some national corporation. They are simply the best here in Georgia. And a lot of you have asked me about my journey and if home care is right for your aging parents. I'll tell you what I tell them. Call Four Seasons Home Care and just start the conversation. It's a 100% free call that can change everything. Google Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta. That's Four Seasons Home Care Atlanta.
Income for a lifetime.
after you've left the workforce. Many happy retirees harness the power of income investing to give themselves peace of mind and create a consistent income stream from their retirement savings. For income investing, they use many different forms of cash flow, including rent, royalties, dividends, distributions, and interest. At Capital Investment Advisors, we love working with happy retirees on income investing. You can find us at yourwealth.com. That's YOUR wealth.com.
Preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Hi, it's Chris Chandler. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate will sell your home fast and for maximum value. If you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive an all-cash guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Listen to what their client Tyra had to say. Thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. With their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever hoped. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make, so who you work with matters. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, trust the top real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home for top dollar. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
I just heard about this Doctor Who episode from. Sounds so bad, I almost have to try it. I say that to myself, but I never make it more than 15 minutes.
Got to do a takedown video. Have the webcam pointed at you, and then be like,
"Oh yeah,
this is so bad.
This is ridiculous." What is that again?
That's just your.
This sucks. It really sounds terrible, but hey, what are you gonna do? Get like we got like 50 good years out of Doctor Who. That's better than most. It's a little, they just need to go away for a while. Just go away and, let it lie for a couple of years and come back and redo it if you want to. It's all right. Things don't have to go on forever.
No.
Look at me. I'm popular. I'm not going to go on forever.
But you're not going to regenerate into a woman.
Could AI?
Excuse me,
Erica von Hessler.
I would do a second round as Erica.
There you go.
That was going to be my name if I was a girl.
Erica?
Yeah, my parents they were really dead set on this whole Eric thing. I don't care what comes out of there.
I was going to be Sam.
You were going to be Sam. See, it's a whole different name.
But now Sam.
My dad thought everybody likes a Sam.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep.
It's true until you really get to know them.
Yeah. Then you find out how dark.
I know a Sam I don't love.
So what were you telling me you wanted me to end with? Or
I figured this is important because Atlanta-based Hooters is in trouble, and now Hulk Hogan.
Atlanta-based Hooters.
It is Atlanta-based.
It is Atlanta-based, and Hulk Hogan and Real American Beer are looking to acquire Hooters now.
Hulk Hogan's going to take over Hooters.
Yeah, brother. Brother, nobody likes Hooters more than the Hulkster. Everybody knows that.
Well, it's kind of like it's fading in popularity.
Well, what we're going to do, there's a reason, because I got 2 PC, brother.
Yeah?
What they're gonna do is go back to the basics: pasties only and jiggle contest.
Oh gosh, nothing better than I like during a business lunch.
Wet T-shirt contest, brother.
Okay, so just pasties only, huh?
Yeah, brother.
You know, I think it's kind of like my opinion on beauty pageants and the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. It's just anachronistic. We don't need it anymore. We're all 2 clicks from gynecology at all times. There's no need for this.
What about the tees?
And there's never a shortage of dudes that, want to creep out a pretty girl with her boobs out.
Well, she took the job.
Hey, if you didn't want me oogling you, you wouldn't work here.
Hey, look at the Waffle House people are on strike in Georgia.
Oh, at Marietta, yeah.
Again, I'm like, I don't see this as a union job. I'm sorry, as somebody who I come
What
from
do we want? Smothered, covered.
I come from restaurant people, so much so that in the 3rd grade we had somebody come in to talk about careers, and they had pamphlets, and other people were saying, well, do you have a pamphlet for a doctor? And yes, we do. We have a pamphlet for a lawyer, a few other things. I raised my hand and said, is there one for being a bartender? That's how steeped in restaurant world my family was.
Did the whole class laugh at
To
least?
me, no, they didn't know. They respected me, unlike you. So
They all stood up and gave him a round of applause.
They sure. So
What a humble kid.
So I don't. Boy, he dreams. When he dreams, he really dreams
Yeah.
big. So I don't know. I just don't see union jobs. To me, are jobs that you kind of go there. Your dad worked there, and then you sign up when you're 18 or 19, and you're looking for a pension when you're 64 or 65 years old. I just don't think of restaurant jobs that way. Restaurant jobs are, I need a job, and a few people can make money. I guess you can work up, you can be a manager, you can end up owning the place. I've known, I don't know if they still do, but back in my day, there were people who were maitre d's who actually made money. Like they were so good that other restaurants would want them, and they had leverage. But for the most part, you work at a restaurant because you need a job, right? To me, that's not a union job. All that being said, don't take it out on me the next time I sit down at a counter at Waffle House. I'm just telling you what I think. I wish you all the best of luck. All right, that music is telling us 2 things. Shut the hell up and get the hell out. And you know us, we're good citizens. What does that mean? We always do what we're told and we never question things. Shelley Winters up next with another great radio show for you. We'll be back tomorrow, 3 p.m. You're all invited to join us, but until then, continue on the journey. Listen in now. Don't